and over time. So this is A index I, X index I. So this is action at time I, and then followed by perception at time I.
Yeah. We'll go with that. I'll edit out the first part.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I have some more interpretations.
Yeah.
So at some point, maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, I discovered in Barcelona, it was on a big church. There was in stone engraved some text, and the word Ixi appeared there a couple of times. I was very surprised and happy about that, and I looked it up. So it is Catalan language, and it means, with some interpretation of that's it, that's the right thing to do. Yeah, Eureka.
Oh, so it's almost like destined. Somehow came like came to you in a dream. So
okay. Similar, there's a Chinese word Aichi, also written like Ixi if you transcribe it to Pinyin. Yeah. And the final one is there is AI crossed with induction, because that is, and that's going more to the content now. So good old-fashioned AI is more about planning in known deterministic world, and induction is more about often IID data and inferring models. And essentially what this IC model does is combining these two.
And I actually also recently, I think, heard that in Japanese, AI means love. So, so if you can combine XI somehow with that, I think we can. There might be some interesting ideas there. So let's then take the next step. Can you maybe talk at the big level of what is this mathematical framework?
Yeah. So it consists essentially of two parts. One is the learning and induction and prediction part, and the other one is the planning part. So let's come first to the learning, induction, prediction part, which essentially I explained already before. So what we need for any agent to act well is that it can somehow predict what happens. I mean, if you have no idea what your actions do, how can you decide which actions are good or not? So you need to have some model of what your actions affect. So what you do is you have some experience, you build models like scientists, of your experience, then you hope these models are roughly correct, and then you use these models for prediction.
And the model is, sorry to interrupt, and the model is based on your perception of the world, how your action will affect that world.
That's not.
How do you think
that's
about
not the important part, but it is technically important. But at this stage, we can just think about predicting, say, stock market data, weather data, or IQ sequences 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What comes next? Yeah. So of course, our actions affect what we're doing, but I come back to that in a second.
So and I'll keep just interrupting. So just to draw a line between prediction and planning, or what do you mean by prediction in this way? It's trying to predict the environment without your long-term action in that environment. What is prediction?
Okay, if you want to put the actions in now, okay, then let's put it in now. Yeah. So
we don't have to put it now.
Yeah. So
Scratch it. No question. Okay.
So the simplest form of prediction is that you just have data which you passively observe, and you want to predict what happens without interfering. As I said, weather forecasting, stock market, IQ sequences, or just anything. Okay. And Solomonov's theory of induction based on compression. So you look for the shortest program which describes your data sequence, and then you take this program, run it, which reproduces your data sequence by definition, and then you let it continue running, and then it will produce some predictions. And you can rigorously prove that for any prediction task, this is essentially the best possible predictor. Of course, if there's a prediction task, or a task which is unpredictable, like, you have fair coin flips. Yeah, I cannot predict the next fair coin flip. What Solomonov does is says, okay, next head is probably 50%. It's the best you can do. So if something is unpredictable, Solomonov will also not magically predict it. But if there is some pattern and predictability, then Solomonov induction will figure that out eventually, and not just eventually, but rather quickly, and you can have proof convergence rates. Whatever your data is. But that is pure magic in a sense. What's the catch? Well, the catch is that it's not computable, and we come back to that later. You cannot just implement it even with Google resources here and run it and predict the stock market. It become rich. I mean, Ray Solomonov already tried it at the time.
But so the basic task is you're in the environment, and you're interacting with that environment to try to learn a model of that environment, and the model is in the space of all these programs, and your goal is to get a bunch of programs that are simple.
And so let's go to the actions now. But actually, good that you asked. Usually, I skip this part, although there is also a minor contribution which I did, so the action part. But I usually sort of just jump to the decision part. So let me explain to the action part now. Thanks for asking. So you have to modify it a little bit by now not just predicting a sequence which just comes to you, but you have an observation, then you act somehow, and then you want to predict the next observation based on the past observation and your action. When you take the next action, you don't care about predicting it because you're doing it. Then you get the next observation, and before you get it, you want to predict it again based on the past action and observation sequence. You just condition extra on your actions. There's an interesting alternative that you also try to predict your own actions. If you want,
in the past or the future?
Your future actions.
That's interesting. Wait, let me wrap. I think my brain just broke.
We should maybe discuss that later after I've explained the IC model. That's an interesting variation.
But that is a really interesting variation. And a quick comment, I don't know if you want to insert that in here, but you're looking at in terms of observations, you're looking at the big history, the long history of the observations.
Exactly. That's very important, the whole history from birth sort of the agent. And we can come back to that. Also why this is important. Yeah, often, in RL, you have MDPs, macro decision processes, which are much more limited. Okay, so now we can predict conditioned on actions, so even if we influence the environment. But prediction is not always what we do, right? We also want to act really in the world. And the question is how to choose the actions. And we don't want to greedily choose the actions, what is best in the next time step. And first I should say, how do we measure performance? So we measure performance by giving the agent reward. That's the so-called reinforcement learning framework. So every time step, you can give it a positive reward or negative reward, or maybe no reward. It could be a very scarce, right? Like if you play chess, just at the end of the game, you give +1 for winning or -1 for losing. So in the IC framework, that's completely sufficient. So occasionally you give a reward signal, and you ask the agent to maximize reward, but not greedily sort of, the next one, because that's very bad in the long run if you're greedy. But over the lifetime of the agent. So let's assume the agent lives for n times, that is, they dies in sort of 100 years sharp. That's just, the simplest model to explain. So it looks at the future reward sum and asks, what is my action sequence, or actually more precisely my policy, which leads in expectation, because I don't know the world, to the maximum reward sum. Let me give you an analogy. In chess, for instance, we know how to play optimally in theory. It's just a mini-max strategy. I play the move which seems best to me under the assumption that the opponent plays the move which is best for him, so worst for me, under the assumption that I play again the best move, and then you have this expected max tree to the end of the game, and then you back propagate, and then you get the best possible move. So that is the optimal strategy, which von Neumann already figured out a long time ago, for playing adversarial games. Luckily, maybe unluckily for the theory, it becomes harder. The world is not always adversarial. So it can be, if there are humans, even cooperative, or nature is usually, the dead nature is stochastic, things just happen randomly, or don't care about you. So what you have to take into account is the noise, and not necessarily adversariality. So you replace the minimum on the opponent's side by an expectation, which is general enough to include also adversarial cases. So now instead of a mini-max strategy, you have an expected max strategy. So far so good, so that is well known. It's called sequential decision theory. But the question is, on which probability distribution do you base that? If I have the true probability distribution, like say I play backgammon, right? There's dice and there's certain randomness involved. I can calculate probabilities and feed it in the expected max or the sequential decision tree, come up with the optimal decision if I have enough compute. But for the real world, we don't know that. What is the probability the driver in front of me breaks? I don't know. So it depends on all kinds of things, and especially new situations, I don't know. So this is this unknown thing about prediction, and there's where Solomonov comes in. So what you do is in sequential decision tree, you just replace the true distribution, which we don't know, by this universal distribution. I didn't explicitly talk about it, but this is used for universal prediction and plug it into the sequential distribution mechanism. And then you get the best of both worlds. You have a long-term planning agent, but it doesn't need to know anything about the world because the Solomon reduction part learns.
Can you explicitly try to describe the universal distribution and how Solomon induction plays a role here?
Yes,
I'm trying to understand.
So what it does it, so in the simplest case, I said, take the shortest program describing your data, run it, have a prediction, it will be deterministic.
Yes.
Okay. But you should not just take the shortest program, but also consider the longer ones, but give it lower a priori probability. So in the Bayesian framework, you say a priori any distribution, which is a model or a stochastic program, has a certain a priori probability, which is 2 to the minus and y 2 to the minus length. To explain length of this program. So longer programs are punished, yeah, a priori. And then you multiply it with the so-called likelihood function, yeah, which is, as the name suggests, is how likely is this model given the data at hand. So if you have a very wrong model, it's very unlikely that this model is true, so it is very small numbers. So even if the model is simple, it gets penalized by that. And what you do is then you take just the sum, but this is the average over it. And this gives you a probability distribution. So it's universal distribution or Solomon distribution.
So it's weighted by the simplicity of the program and likelihood.
Yes.
It's kind of a nice idea.
Yeah.
So, okay. And then you said you're planning N or M, or forgot the letter, steps into the future. So how difficult is that problem? What's involved there? Okay, so basic optimization problem. What are we talking
about? Yeah, so you have a planning problem up to horizon M, and that's exponential time in the horizon M, which is, I mean, it's computable, but intractable. I mean, even for chess, it's already intractable to do that exactly.
But it could be also discounted kind of framework where.
Yeah, so having a hard horizon, at 100 years, it's just for simplicity of discussing the model, sometimes. But there are lots of variations. Actually, quite interesting parameter. There's nothing really problematic about it, but it's very interesting. So, for instance, you think, no, let's let the parameter M tend to infinity, right? You want an agent which lives forever, right? If you do it now, you have two problems. First, the mathematics breaks down because we have an infinite reward sum, which may give infinity. And getting reward 0.1 every time step is infinity, and giving reward 1 every time step is infinity, so equally good. Not really what we want. Other problem is that if you have an infinite life, you can be lazy for as long as you want for 10 years, and then catch up with the same expected reward. And think about yourself, or maybe some friends or so. If they knew they lived forever, why work hard now? Just enjoy your life, and then catch up later. So that's another problem with the infinite horizon. And you mentioned, yes, we can go to discounting, but then the standard discounting is so-called geometric discounting. So $1 today is about worth as much as $1.05 tomorrow. So if you do the so-called geometric discounting, you have introduced an effective horizon. So the agent is now motivated to look ahead a certain amount of time effectively. It's like a moving horizon. And for any fixed effective horizon, there is a problem to solve which requires larger horizons. So if I look ahead, 5 time steps, I'm a terrible chess player, right? I need to look ahead longer. If I play Go, I probably have to look ahead even longer. So for every problem, for every horizon, there is a problem which this horizon cannot solve. But I introduced so-called near harmonic horizon, which goes down to 1 over t rather than exponentially t, which produces an agent which effectively looks at the future proportional to its age. So if it's 5 years old, it plans for 5 years. If it's 100 years old, it then plans for 100 years. And it's a little bit similar to humans too, right? I mean, children don't plan ahead very long, but when we get adult, we play ahead more longer. Maybe when we get very old, I mean, we know that we don't live forever, and maybe then our horizon shrinks again.
So that's really interesting. So adjusting the horizon, what is there some mathematical benefit of that, or is it just a nice? I mean, intuitively, empirically, it would probably be a good idea to sort of push the horizon back to extend the horizon as you experience more of the world. But is there some mathematical conclusions here that are beneficial?
With Solomon inductions, the prediction part, we had extremely strong finite time, but finite data results. So you have so much data, then you lose so much. So the theory is really great. With the IXC model, with the planning part, many results are only asymptotic, which, well, this is...
what is asymptotic?
Asymptotic means you can prove, for instance, that in the long run, if the agent, acts long enough, then, it performs optimal or some nice thing happens. So, but you don't know how fast it converges. Yeah? So it may converge fast, but we're just not able to prove it because it's a difficult problem. Or maybe there's a bug in the model, so that it's really that slow. Yeah? So that is what asymptotic means, sort of eventually, but we don't know how fast. And if I give the agent a fixed horizon M, then I cannot prove asymptotic results, right? So I mean, sort of if it dies in 100 years, then in 100 years it's over. I cannot say eventually. So this is the advantage of the discounting, that I can prove asymptotic results.
So just to clarify, I build up a model. Now in the moment, I have this way of looking several steps ahead. How do I pick what action I will take?
It's like with a playing chess, right? You do this minimax. In this case here, do expectimax based on the Solomonov distribution. You propagate back, and then, while an action falls out, the action which maximizes the future expected reward under Solomonov distribution, and then you just take this action.
And then repeat.
And then you get a new observation, and you feed it in this action and observation, and then you repeat.
And the reward, so on.
Yeah, so you reward too.
And then maybe you can even protect your own action. I love that idea. But okay, this big framework, what is it? It's kind of a beautiful mathematical framework to think about artificial general intelligence. What does it help you intuit about how to build such systems? Or maybe from another perspective, what does it help us in understanding AGI?
So when I started in the field, I was always interested in two things. One was, AGI, the name didn't exist then, or general AI, strong AI, and the physics theory of everything. So I switched back and forth between computer science and physics quite often.
You said the theory of everything.
The theory of everything.
Those are basically the two biggest problems before all of humanity.
Yeah, I can explain, if you wanted some later time, why I'm interested in these two questions.
Can I ask you, and a small tangent, if one to be solved, which one would you? If an apple fell in your head, and there was a brilliant insight, and you could arrive at the solution to one, would it be AGI or the theory of everything?
Definitely AGI, because once the AGI problem is solved, I can ask the AGI to solve the other problem.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so as you were saying about it.
Okay, so, and the reason why I didn't settle, I mean, this thought about, once you have solved AGI, it solves all kinds of other, not just the theory of every problem, but all kinds of more useful problems to humanity, is very appealing to many people, and, I had this thought also. But I was quite disappointed with the state of the art of the field of AI. There was some theory, about logical reasoning, but I was never convinced that this will fly. And then there was this more heuristic approaches to neural networks, and I didn't like these heuristics. So, and also I didn't have any good idea myself. So that's the reason why I toggled back and forth quite some while, and even worked 4.5 years in a company developing software, something completely unrelated. But then I had this idea about the IXC model, and so what it gives you a gold standard. So I have proven that this is the most intelligent agent which anybody could build in quotation mark, because it's just mathematical and you need infinite compute. But this is the limit, and this is completely specified. It's not just a framework. Every year tens of frameworks are developed, which is just skeletons, and then pieces are missing, and usually these missing pieces turn out to be really, really difficult. And so this is completely and uniquely defined, and we can analyze that mathematically. And we've also developed some approximations. I can talk about that a little bit later. That would be sort of a top-down approach, like say for Neumann's minimax theory. That's the theoretical optimal play of games. And now we need to approximate it, put heuristics in, prove the tree, blah, 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 and so on. So we can do that also with the IXE model, but for general AI. It can also inspire those, and most researchers go bottom up, right? They have the systems, they try to make it more general, more intelligent. We can inspire in which direction to go.
What do you mean by that?
So if you have some choice to make, right? So how should I evaluate my system if I can't do cross-validation? How should I do my learning if my standard regularization doesn't work well? Yeah. So the answer is always yes. We have a system which does everything. That's IXE. It's just completely in the ivory tower, completely useless from a practical point of view. But you can look at it and see, maybe I can take some aspects and instead of Kolmogorov complexity, I'll just take some compressors which has been developed so far. And for the planning, well, we have UCT, which has also been used in Go. At least it's inspired me a lot to have this formal definition. And if you look at other fields, like I always come back to physics because I have a physics background. Think about the phenomenon of energy. That was a long time a mysterious concept, and at some point it was completely formalized, and that really helped a lot. And you can point out a lot of these things which were first mysterious and vague, and then they have been rigorously formalized. Speed and acceleration has been confused, right, until it was formally defined. Yeah, there was a time like this, and people, often, who don't have any background, still confuse it. And this IXE model, or the intelligence definition, which is sort of the dual to it, we'll come back to that later, formalizes the notion of intelligence uniquely and rigorously.
So in a sense, it serves as kind of the light at the end of the tunnel. So
yes, yeah.
So, there's a million questions I could ask her. So maybe let's feel around in the dark a little bit. So there's been here at DeepMind, but in general, been a lot of breakthrough ideas, just like we've been saying, around reinforcement learning. So how do you see the progress in reinforcement learning is different? Like, which subset of IXE does it occupy? The current, like you said, maybe the Markov assumption is made quite often in reinforcement learning. There's other assumptions made in order to make the system work. What do you see as the difference, connection between reinforcement learning and IXE?
And so the major difference is that essentially all other approaches, they make stronger assumptions. So in reinforcement learning, the Markov assumption is that the next state, the next observation only depends on the previous observation and not the whole history, which makes, of course, the mathematics much easier when dealing with histories. Of course, they profit from it also because then you have algorithms which run on current computers that do something practically useful. But for general AI, all the assumptions which are made by other approaches, we know already now they are limiting. So, for instance, usually you need an ergodicity assumption in the MDP framework in order to learn. Ergodicity essentially means that you can recover from your mistakes and that they are not traps in the environment. And if you make this assumption, then essentially you can go back to a previous state, go there a couple of times, and then learn what statistics and what the state is like, and then in the long run perform well in this state. Yeah, but there are no fundamental problems. But in real life, we know there can be one single action, 1 second of being inattentive while driving a car fast, can ruin the rest of my life. It can become quadriplegic or whatever. So there's no recovery anymore. So the real world is non-ergodic, I always say. There are traps and there are situations we really are not recover from. And very little theory has been developed for this case.
What about, what do you see in the context of IXE as the role of exploration? Sort of, you mentioned, in the real world we get into trouble when we make the wrong decisions and really pay for it. But exploration seems to be fundamentally important for learning about this world, for gaining new knowledge. So is exploration baked in? another way to ask it, what are the parameters of this of IHC that can be controlled?
Yeah, I say the good thing is that there are no parameters to control. Some other people tried knobs to control, and you can do that. I mean, you can modify axis so that you have some knobs to play with if you want to. But the expiration is directly baked in, and that comes from the Bayesian learning and the long-term planning. So these together already imply expiration. You can nicely and explicitly prove that for simple problems like so-called bandit problems, where you say, to give a real-world example, say you have two medical treatments, A and B, you don't know the effectiveness, you try A a little bit, B a little bit.
There he is.
Too many patients, so you have.
Are you ready, Zoot? Okay, how many games in a row are you going to win? Just straight up 5. And are we going to tie any? Yo, pimp. Well, calories don't matter as much as carbohydrates. Cheese. Oh, not cheesecake. Too much sugar. You need to accept my invitation to play mini golf. What did they tell you at the strip club? You need to have visible abs? Did they tell you need a better tee off than that? Did they tell you that you needed a better tee shot than what you just had? Are you going to make this shot? No, you missed it, which means I'm up 1 hole to none, which means your little plan of winning 5 games in a row might be out the window. That's correct. Unless they had some kind of medical issue. One of the best drives of all time. I need to fuck you up. That's true. No, and I should be. It's an easy hole. What a great shot. Yep. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. Put me out of my misery, big man. Just make it. Boo. Oh, not this hole. You should really get 8 shots for this hole. Gonna hit the ball, Zoot? No. Okay. Fuck. I'm fucked. Dog, I don't fucking know. I was like, I was 14. Lots of people. That was all on national news or international news. Congratulations. It's literati time, baby. Zoot's favorite game. Welcome. Living the dream. How are you? How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? Oh, cool. Well, we're playing a game right now. If you'd like to play, feel free to download an app called Play-Doh. We'd love to play with you. Yo, pimp. Sure. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. It's essentially a real life time capsule or a real life timeline for society. A real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. I have been streaming my life because I don't want war anymore. I am an advocate for peace. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology. I'm part of a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. One of our projects has been to build wells in developing nations, such as Nigeria. I want to continue those types of positive feats. Additionally, I am an advocate for the Lifestar program and, most importantly, the desalination technology, desalination technology, where we pump out seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, artificial intelligence, including artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates. They just reintroduced the dire wolf, and following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I just think these are mind blowing goals, and I like to make sure to tell the world about them. I talk about some other things that may be of interest to you, like life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of life extension technology. And if you're like, Rabbi, well, all that sounds good, but it's really expensive, that's fine. I have more data than any person in global history, and I'm going to be able to make all your dreams come true so that you can start charities, philanthropic organizations, and just overall improve the world. Things like to be able to extend your life through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, steroids, things like um, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics, and cold shock therapy and perhaps ambrosia therapy. But eventually you might get to be 120 years old and you're going to say, Rabbi, all right, this has been great. What's the next plan? And again, this is all with your consent. If you just want to live a normal life and die at age 80, you're more than welcome to. But for those of us who want to continue life, there may be a type of technology that we may be able to utilize known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, my friend Koob, is that you may be able to experience digital immortality. And I think that's a really exciting opportunity. What are your thoughts? It's Big Dog. Sure. Well, essentially, we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, and knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. We've already been able to do this to some extent with mice, be able to transfer their memories. So the opportunity is perhaps right around the corner to be able to do it with human memories, and then eventually with human cognitive function through the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. Is what a word? Apparently. Yeah, make sure to do it within. That's correct. My last name is Rothschild, and I'm a rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. Some. That's true. If you take a look at Blue Sky and type in Rabbi Rothschild, you can see all what people say about me. No, it's 35 million, dude. Okay. Well, it's still good enough. That's true. Do you know anybody who's on it? Right. Right, exactly. You think today's your day? You're gonna beat me? Okay. Good word. There you go. That's basically most Americans. I mean, we just don't follow any politics outside the United States generally, especially Australia. Right. What are your thoughts on that move I just made? Oh, we're playing Scrabble right. If you would download Play-Doh, we'll invite you to the next game if you want. We'll play mini golf. Okay, that's fine. We're pretty close. Probably.
Exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, lower hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, you can support it. And getting your body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be if there is inflammation. Needs to be stopped. High cholesterol, depression, autoimmune disorders, signs of understand that
Step. Order now. Living.com. Cell wellness. And will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptive stem. It's only available at healthyliving.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthyliving.com. That's healthyliving.com.
this July there's a global emerging superpowers including China, Russia, India, and Iran are meeting with the goal of displacing the US dollar as the global currency. They're calling this as BRICS nations push forward with their plans. Global demand for US dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollars in your savings. The real reset in July marks a moment when the BRICS objective moved decisively from possibility toward reality. The goal is right for you. Which will improve the health of your hard-earned savings and protect sheltered IRAs and precious metals. Claim your free info on gold by texting Coast to 9898. A plus rating with a Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com. Use code George to get 15% off your order.
Welcome back to Coast, George. Going with you, Marcia Central. This Marcia, take a stab at the Big Bang. How did it start? How did something start from nothing?
Well, in our book, Miracle of Our Universe, we believe that God created the virtual universe using the Big Bang. And He created the Big Bang through the surge of energy field, which I didn't get to speak about. One fraction. And He probably used this as part of the Big Bang, where there were many photons and other particles coming together. And to a point, a single point, the universe came down to a single point. God made that happen. And it got so compact that it finally exploded. And it stretched and grew as large as it is right now. And it is still stretching, sometimes unevenly. And nobody knows why it's stretching. This Big Bang created multiple universes, galaxies, planets, stars, and out of that life evolved. We are star stuff, as Carl Sagan said, and life on our Earth is part of the Big Bang because that's who we are, star stuff.
It is without question one of the most mystifying questions ever, isn't it?
It is. All this happened 13.8 billion years ago. You can wrap your head around that.
Why not 15 billion years ago or 20 billion years ago? How did it end up at 13.5?
Well, that's an answer a scientist can answer. I mean, I can tell you what they said. I mean, it's been determined by numerous research. And honestly, I don't have any more answer than that. I believe my husband Bernard, he knows what he's talking about.
Why, well, I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
Is he perplexed by that question about the Big Bang?
But
Yeah.
I think he believes that because that's what other pathologists think. That's all I know. By general consensus, that's but God is zero point energy. It's not quick, it's small. He has a experiment that tapped energy field and created a passive generator. And I can tell you about that. I'm CEO of a company called Jovian Operations. I have a website called Jovian.com.
What is a Kashmir generator?
Okay. Well, it's information. And, well, I'm from Nathan. But I have to tell you a little bit more about the background of what the zero point field is. So it's broadly recognized as a vast field of electromagnetic activity. Yes. And what it does is it represents the universe. Even otherwise nothing vacuum. It's frequency or wavelength that exists. Some are long, some are short, it's perfectly random. It's infinite, the CPF is an infinite source of energy, and it was known to Einstein and Max Planck. After the second law of thermodynamics, our process has nothing to do with heat, it is electromagnetic. So now I'm getting to the pattern generator. So it happens when two parallel plates, metal plates, are pushed together by an overpressure of the same heat of the outside of the plate. So it has cavities that can be created that takes advantage of this force. Using data cavities and inside cavities, there's so much force because the longer range CPE will cascade levels. And other things lean on aqueous hydrogen, there's liquid gases, no. But what happens is squeeze off in the little photons. We all
Oh man, I wasn't paying attention.
have energy right now, right? So these photons,
You may get me just because of that.
electron orbitals, time,
Why is that?
envision it as being maybe about the size of a spray can. And, yeah, well, the recordable. I mean, that would be the ideal thing. I mean, you get litter points for other purposes like the power and city. The idea is that we wouldn't even need to have a power grid because everything would be so photons would be squeezed off the zero-point energy. And then they would go into photovoltaic cells that would generate electricity. So it's a
We're gonna have a showdown. No, just like 5 things that makes it faster. It makes it faster for like 5 things, like whatever these robots are. Are you sure about that? I thought you gave up smoking. Catch a zoot. When's your off day? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm fucked.
What was the event that got Bernie to believe in the possibility of extraterrestrial?
Oh, Zoot. You may have me this game. No, you're not.
I guess that's it. It's been this pondering so much upon the possibility of life in other places. And he's really gotten excited by the recent disclosures that have been going on with Congress. You know, the big meetings that they've had.
Talking about that with the guest after you. They are interviewing our co-host next hour in our third hour before it's the mess.
Am I? No.
I know. Not one single event that I've been missing. This is always curious because it's really a good.
Shoot, that's 2 games in a row.
Is it safe to say he's a believer?
I think so, yeah. I think he's a believer in the possibility, not definitely a believer that it's concrete, but it's a really strong possibility. How's that? Is that safe?
You get to start off with an 8.
Yeah, he's not spoken directly to an alien, so he doesn't have that experience, but he's very interested in some of the accounts of what these streamers. Yeah, I interviewed on this program.
All right, well, you can get tested for that.
Has to do with the mathematical aspect of the universe. And it's really interesting because the universe, when you look at it, it seems to be based on fundamentals of math. Einstein pondered on this himself. I think this simulation hypothesis by visual empirics really got very interested in this, raising the fundamental question of whether we are characters inside a simulated reality that is so well rendered that we cannot distinguish it from physical reality. So it's a little bit like the Matrix, but not exactly. And you can get into the simulation idea because if you look at how an atom is constructed, used to think when I was grade school that the atom was like a miniature solar system with electrons orbiting in nucleus. But it's now abstracted as a nucleus being surrounded by electrons that form around cloud of particle. Heisenberg saw atoms as elementary particles themselves as potentialities rather than things of facts. They are not real, they're a form of potentiality. So the simulation is based
This is going to be a big showdown.
running mathematical calculations inside vast cosmic consciousness.
No.
Like computer algorithms. And when you look at the universe around us, everything does seem to be
Even still, I might have you.
music is founded by mathematical concepts. And the music teacher really based
I've got you, big dog.
on that. But maybe you want to have other questions about the simulation hypothesis.
That's 3 games in a row.
I myself am not all that strongly inclined in math, but my music math is really good. Music math is different.
You used it in a sentence.
I do. I'm an opera singer and I play piano and guitar and I'm teaching in the studio. I have a studio called Marcia's Studio.
Yes, it does.
An opera with Mama Lucia Dance Around the Planet, which is really based on all of us coming together with unity and love, God's love. And so that uses the theme of the book. And we wrote Pirate School. And the Pirate School is finding the spark of God that you have inside you. Because it's right there, Pirate School. So that's coming together in the
To what?
South. And it's got really nice country arrangement behind it.
That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what a rolling boat is. I know what a rowboat is. What's a row? What is that? That's a rowboat. Perhaps just one. Correct.
Ozempic put in a pill. It's called oral semaglutide and is now available for future health. Ozempic, but without.
It'd be more convenient to have a motor.
Visit futurehealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this month.
Thanks, big dog. You're not too bad yourself. Oh no. What happened? How did that jump?
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeart.
No.
Stay out of the action. I'm free tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Two SoCal
Good on you, Zoot.
Allen sewer spill happened over the weekend. Huntington Beach, Newport Beach shut down after a basin was blocked by freezing.
Yes, sir.
The ocean is now closed to swimming, surfing, and diving by these acceptable standards.
You have better randomized robots.
BBC they aired on Friday, Harry confirmed the very strange Britain's High Court ruled against Harry having full-time security protection, which was downgraded in 2020 when he stepped down from the royal family and moved to the
Am I that person?
selection begins today for Sean getting called sex trafficking
There you go. All right. Did you know that you had an invitation? Where, dog? I want you to beat me. If you can beat me at the other games, then try to beat me at this. You came within one move of beating me. Yes, sir.
Did you know our cities have chlorine and chlorine-stable water? And that's what you're breathing in, and drinking every day. These chemicals are harsh on your health, your skin, and your air. You get clean
That's good.
water from every tap without salt or monthly filter changes. Don't wait. Call our factory for a quote at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Leo Scorfield spent decades in prison for a crime Jeremy Scott later confessed to. Season 2 of the hit podcast Bone Valley investigates how Jeremy's violent past unfolded and who else may have suffered his wrath. Listen to Bone Valley on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Bone Valley. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, and social. We love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. This week's Marketers Report. The Philadelphia community partner of iHeartMedia Sports talks about.
I see brands as antennas. So we send out the out signal. And what comes
There you go.
is people who want to be a part of the story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com. Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for a top dollar? Sil Dijanova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that been there with my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took Tangible Investment and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals. Why Sil has been featured on CNBC.
You got to get tested. You've got to get tested.
Call now for an absolutely free professional no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800.
You know how they say some people have poor judgment? You know what's bullet for? Stupid. Poor judgment. Stupid. You're judging something. You have to weigh in multiple factors, and sometimes those factors can be contradictory. John, well, he's not the guy who's sliding down the fireball to go off and save lives.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I think Cheryl made one affirmation, but I'm looking for information.
So anything from Rothschild's political outlook will be accepted, whether it's accurate or not. We're not looking for facts. We're not interested in facts. Mo Kelly, whatever feeds our worldview, that's what we're going with. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI. 40 years.
Let's see it. You know, it's amazing. All right. I didn't say that. Zoot, you're gonna love it. You're gonna win. You have the lead, and it's your turn. You have the lead by 11. That was really good, Jar.
Text message anytime at 818-298-6521 from the gateway to the West. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Dorian. You gotta love these emerging artists. Highlighted on the first Sunday of the month right here on Coast to Coast AM. We'll be back in a moment with Marcia Sims as we talk about God and the universe. Take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. Not everyone who handles your personal information is going to be as careful as you are. It only takes one mistake to expose it to hackers and identity theft. Maybe that's why there's a new victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock monitors your data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, the LifeLock US solve identity theft issues on your behalf and guarantee your money back. LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You can't control how important others are with your personal information, but with LifeLock you can help protect it. Act now and save up to 40% in your first year with promo code George and LifeLock.com.
Harry took the lead, Zoot.
40% off with promo code George and LifeLock.com. Terms apply. LifeLock. Threats you can't control. I love my wife, but like most couples, we have different sleeping needs. One, and the other prefers to stay cool. You can probably guess who's who. About 15 years ago, I set out on a mission to find to keep us viscose from I'm Tyler, founder of Cozier. Cozier offers the softest, most comfortable sheets, towels, PJs, joggers, and more. Our premium bamboo viscose fabric is incredibly soft, breathable, and moisture-wicking. Help you regulate body temperatures. You stay comfortable all day and night. Unbelievably cozy. Ethically sourced and designed to add a touch of luxury to your home. I believe so strongly that our sheets will turn your bed into a sanctuary. That if you sleep in our sheets for 100 nights and don't absolutely love your experience, we'll refund your money. No questions asked. I'm so confident that you'll love Cozier that I guarantee it. It truly is the gift that keeps. Visit CozyEarth.com and use code CozyComfort to save up to 40%. That's CozyEarth.com. Code CozyComfort. Welcome back, George. You're ready along with Marcia Sims. Marcia, I've got some scientists who don't believe in God and just believe everything. For scientists like your husband, Bernie, who believe in the possibility of God. What's the distinction? Other scientists not believers.
135.
So, if you look at actually a statement by the National Academy of Science, this is the official position. So, religion and science answer the questions about whether there is a purpose to the universe or a purpose for human existence are not questions for science. Science is a way of knowing about the natural world. It Science is anything about the supernatural. So whether God exists or not is a question about which science should be neutral. You want to know why scientists don't believe in God? Because it's really difficult to prove God in a laboratory. You can't really measure the existence of God. And so they're very skeptical about that, even though the official position of the National Academy of Sciences should not be in conflict, because it's a totally different kind of question. So that gets to my point. How can you believe that there is a
What's up, big dog?
when you can't develop scientific
Let's see it.
God?
Good.
This question is pondered
Tau?
by many scientists.
I believe so.
Have evidence for something, even if you don't have an
Did you meet him through
For example, if someone asks you, do you believe
cryptocurrency?
I believe it, I believe not,
Is he in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Union?
you believe and there's observations that serve as evidence on whether or not you believe that person way points into his her existence.
Many scientists can't explain the Big Bang, but they believe in that.
Are you sure many scientists can't explain the Big Bang?
I'm not sure. In 22 years, I have not had anybody on the show yet explain the Big Bang.
Oh, what would my explanation work? How about how I said that everything went down to a single point? Everything was compressed to a single point.
But it doesn't explain what the everything was.
Meaning, so God created the zero-point field and used it as a tool. Is not God wanting to evolve himself, wanting to have experiences. So he created the zero-point field, which is an expression of God. And this is what he did. Perhaps this
Let's see it.
belief
You're you're close to winning.
got so compact, so dense, that low silly and nothing to think about.
Could God be the Big Bang?
God is part of the Big Bang because we're all sparks of God, right? I think God is in fact consciousness with behind the intention of it. But yeah, God is both part of the Big Bang because everything is a spark of God. We all are.
Phone calls coming in for you. So I was going to fly by. Let's go to the calls. Eric in Indiana to get us started. Hey, Eric, go ahead. On what does it describe as what was its destination? For you to answer that one, Melissa.
Well, we do have, yeah, we do have an opinion about Jesus Christ. Jesus, we have a section about that in our book, But Jesus Christ, yes, he fits in a God model. But just when God feels that there is a great need for him to come in person, incarnate into our reality because of extreme spiritual stress.
34 points.
God doesn't come head on in forms of great masterpiece.
I just scored 34 points.
Christ was the Son of God, great master, and shared so much wisdom with us that's still with us on how to live our lives, how to be connected to God, how to be compassionate towards our fellow man.
That was good.
So I was just over in the surf, really and sucked me under. It was a horrible tide, and I got sucked under the water. And by the time I got myself right into it, I tried to stand up.
No, it's not. You came closer one other time. You were within one win.
Surface and the shore was quite a distance away from me. And at first I started screaming. So everyone on the shore got really excited, but I got really scared. So it's slow, but
No, I've never had S or an STD.
really cold. Then as I got older, I actually realm between like I just crossed over the veil onto the other side. And
Of what you know.
specifically when I knew the best,
Oh, they may tell you something different tomorrow.
because they had a lot at stake. My aunt where it's going to be, and they told me, they spoke to me inside my mind, Marcia, we're going to help you stay afloat. It's too early for you to go. It's not what important things to do. And what we're going to do, all you have to do is just lie down afloat until someone comes to rescue. So there I was, a long life and light. And we started peeing, flying. It was really beautiful. And I didn't get scared anymore. And I didn't even have to swim. All I had to do was just put my arms back and float. And there they were. We float, and I saw them. And it was really, really beautiful.
Welcome.
Pretty soon, a surfer showed up on the surfboard. It crossed perpendicular and came out and said, okay, Marcia, look at them. I said, okay, just climb up onto the surfboard and I'll pull you into safety. So, yeah, so I got pulled into safety and at the same time, and I think was with my dad, who moved the opposite direction, but was trying to rescue me and to. So we both got saved. And it was really incredible. And that experience, the near-death experience, opened my mind to the other side and has given me contact with the other side. I've been with other psychics since then. I've appreciated the world, my life so much more. And it just actually opened my mind to who I really am. And so I actually have had experiences seeing my past lives when I was 19.
It's amazing to me that you had the lead like 2 seconds ago. And then I had some word, ox and X that destroyed you.
Every time something happens to me in this life, I wonder if this is obviously that it's challenging. I'm back into my past life to see what issue that I have not resolved or just
I always say that. I think it should be.
I think it's really amazing to be able to know who you are and who you were.
I'll tell you a real quick story of one of our callers in the class. He was swimming in the ocean like you were. He swam out a little too far, pulled under, and he was going down. He was about 200 feet off the shore, and he was sinking. He said, I'm dead. I said, yeah, you're dead. He said, that. She's a hand
I don't think so.
on top of the water. Reached down to grab him. He
I don't know.
He's gasping for air, but he's up. Says, handling himself, breathing heavy. He turns to thank the guy who pulled him up. There's no one there.
Oh, wow.
Nobody there. People. So there was no hand reached down to pull him up. I think it's the act of God.
Yeah, or one of his ancestors.
He sent him to Wisconsin.
Lord, worship. Maybe pretty common question that what we would about what God and science. Marcia, I commend you on not only pursuing your passion and expertise in the universe, but also sharing your spiritual teaching. One thing that frustrates and perplexes me in our culture today is that people are either all in on their faith and they dismiss the paranormal, the unusual, the pursuit of the universe as folklore, or they're all in on the science and faith. My question, Marcia, is what advice do you give someone like me and others who are trying to have a thought with somebody that's all in on their faith and dismiss everything we're learning about tonight, everything we learned from I think
324.
doing that, it closes the door on a lot of transparency, a lot of other learning, a lot of other people reading your good works, you and your husband. Any advice you can give me on that, Marcia? Thank you for all you do, and George, thank you for taking my call. Glad you know. Go ahead, Marcia.
My advice is get them to buy an audible version of your books or a printed version. The Miracle of Our Universe.
Dude, I got you.
Science and reality. A lot of information about that. So, people are not these readers, they don't like to read detailed books because Bernie, Dr. Archives, is very intelligent, and so he wrote a lot of really scientific information down that I actually found to make for easier to understand for the layman. But the audible book is also really a good thing. I would split in my copies for those people and let them listen to it.
Next, let's go next to Sue in North Carolina. Hey, Sue, go ahead. Everybody's good. I hope you are too. You hand on that one, Marsha?
I myself am not a scientist and have not studied the geography of the planet, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Can't help you, Sue. There are some scientists that think we're going to a show. But I don't think it's God's related. It's
Yeah,
pure physics.
yeah, I think that I'm like very sorry.
When Bernie was writing some of the books that I just mentioned, what compelled him to write the God theory?
Believes in God, has always believed in God, and it bothered him as a scientist that it's difficult for scientists to believe in God because they're so used to measuring the physical world. And so he wanted to come up with some way to help scientists be able to open their minds to the possibility of God. But while we're talking about Bernie, I wanted to say what I want people to know why he's not here with us. And that's because he's developed late stage Parkinson's, unfortunately. And so he's not able to do interviews anymore. He's got quite ill. But I'm believing everything that he's written and everything he believes. And I'm his lifelong partner, and I want to be his champion, spokesperson for
the same time, Dr. Joel Wallach, he talks about various ailments that he has helped work on. But he's got some things that I think Mark should use for his affliction. So make sure you're listening Tuesday night.
Okay.
I'll specifically ask you a question for Bernie.
Yeah, about your partners. And the very difficult. Very tragic, actually.
How long has
First accident was 14 years ago. And I've been his caregiver all this time, so I've learned a lot about how to have compassion for your loved one and give them care and compassion and understanding. I think that's one of my big challenges in my life is to learn how to be a caregiver. It's one of the most difficult things that you could ever undertake. I'm sure many of you who are listening have had to be in that position of being a caregiver. And I've fought off the terror.
you got to increase his dopamine? That's what you got to do.
Yeah, well, we have to do that. He's on a dopamine pump. And it helps, but it's not the natural dopamine. So, it's not
Just make sure you're listening Tuesday from 10 to 12. Get your supporters. Everything on that he was. We're going to take a short break and I'll come back with Marcia Sims and take final phone calls. Our websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com, including the jovion.com, JOVION.com. Here's our next emerging artist, Sam Connor from Montreal, Canada. Name of the song, The Good Life.
The official website of Coast to Coast AM is coasttocoastam.com. Log on now.
I'm Ray Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 33-year-old woman behind bars in connection with a suspected DUI crash that left a teen pedestrian dead at Manhattan Beach. That collision happened early Sunday morning. The boy was a senior at Loyola High School. Kaiser Permanente and the National Union of Healthcare Workers have reached a tentative agreement. This new contract will be extended to 2,400 mental health and addiction medicine employees in SoCal for this week. The strike started in October. And you'll need a real ID starting Wednesday to board a domestic flight. Real IDs and enhanced security driver's license. Some LADMV offices will need extended hours this week. You can still board a plane without a real ID if you have a valid passport. Sunline weather from KFI. Hidden mist drizzle now. Partly cloudy later. Highs in the mid-60s. Right now 59 degrees at Huntington Beach. 55 at Phillip Park. It's 53 at Thousand Oaks and 57 in Hollywood. We live local. Run the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Ray Tennis.
If you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most. Attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Leo Schofield spent decades in prison for a crime Jeremy Scott later confessed to. Season 2 of the hit podcast Bone Valley investigates how Jeremy's violent past unfolded and who else may have suffered his wrath.
This is such a severe habit.
Listen to Bone Valley on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Bone Valley. Your help we want.
To start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss. Database of events that sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Events are prescribed by discretion.
Don't you can't waste Fonnie, Megan Trainor, David Guetta, Cat's Eye, and more. Lincoln City Beach. Trailer Table is just a few days away. Get your tickets now at access.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
People are rude now with it, and it has to be corrected. I've been trying to correct it for 27 years on the air. I've had very little influence. And I think now I gotta go out and do it personally. At my own brand, I gotta walk out there into society and start correcting behavior, or society is going to crumble.
The Tim Conley Jr. Show.
Or just, I don't know, don't say anything. Go home.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Kayla Kitty overdrafts. Love it. Spend $5 for a cup of coffee, not knowing you were in overdraft. Then you would go to a meal and spend $30. Then you would buy another cup of coffee. The first one they charge you, the second one they charge you, the third one they charge you. Before you know it, here you are at $100 in overdraft fees. Bill handle questions. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. During the break, you have to tell me the difference between placentia, and placenta. Bill handle, you have to help me with that one. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640.
Here's our next story here. It says today, New Orleans, Louisiana. The name of the song is called Archangel. Listen in to this incredible artist.
Have to sort of trade off exploring, yeah, and at some point you want to explore, and you can do the mathematics and figure out the optimal strategy. They took a Bayesian agent, they're also non-Bayesian agents, but it shows that this Bayesian framework, taking a prior over possible worlds, doing the Bayesian mixture, then the Bayes optimal decision with long-term planning that is important, automatically implies exploration also to the proper extent, not too much exploration and not too little. It is very simple settings. In the IXI model, I was also able to prove that it is a self-optimizing theorem or asymptotic optimality theorems, although they're only asymptotic, not finite time bounds.
So it seems like the long-term planning is a really important. The long-term part of the plan is really important.
Yes.
And also, maybe a quick tangent. How important do you think is removing the Markov assumption and looking at the full history? Because intuitively, of course, it's important, but is it like fundamentally transformative to the entirety of the problem? What's your sense of it? Like, because we make that assumption quite often. It's just throwing away the past.
I think it's absolutely crucial. The question is whether there's a way to deal with it in a more holistic and still sufficiently well way. So I have to come up with an example on the fly, but you have some key events in your life, a long time ago, in some city or something, you realize it's a really dangerous street or whatever, right? Yeah, and you want to remember that forever, right? In case you come back there.
Kind of a selective kind of memory. So you remember all the important events in the past, but somehow selecting the importance is.
See, that's very hard, yeah. And I'm not concerned about just storing the whole history. Just you can calculate, human life says 30 or 100 years doesn't matter, right? How much data comes in through the vision system and the auditory system. You compress it a little bit, in this case lossily, and store it. We are soon in the means of just storing it. But you still need the selection for the planning part and the compression for the understanding part. The raw storage, I'm really not concerned about. And I think we should just store, if we develop an agent, preferably just store all the interaction history. And then you build, of course, models on top of it, and you compress it, and you are selective, but occasionally you go back to the old data and reanalyze it based on your new experience you have. Sometimes you are in school, you learn all these things you think is totally useless, and much later you realize, they were not, so useless as you thought.
I'm looking at you, linear algebra. Right. So maybe let me ask about objective functions, because that rewards it seems to be an important part. The rewards are kind of given to the system. For a lot of people, the um, the specification of the objective function in it is a key part of intelligence. Like the agent itself figuring out what is important. What do you think about that? Is it possible within the IEC framework to yourself discover the reward based on which you should operate?
Okay, that will be a long answer. Um, so, and that is a very interesting question, and I'm asked a lot about this question. Where do the rewards come from? And that depends. Yeah. So, and I give you now a couple of answers. So, if you want to build agents, now let's start simple. So let's assume we want to build an agent based on the IXI model, which performs a particular task. Let's start with something super simple, like playing chess, or Go or something. Yeah. Then it just, the reward is, winning the game is +1, losing the game is -1. Done. You apply this agent. If you have enough compute, you let it self-play, and it will learn the rules of the game. Will play perfect chess. After some while, problem solved. Okay. So if you have more complicated problems, then you may believe that you have the right reward, but it's not. So a nice, good example is the elevator control that is also in Rich Sutton's book, which is a great book, by the way. So you control the elevator and you think, well, maybe the reward should be coupled to how long people wait in front of the elevator. Long wait is bad. You program it, you do it, and what happens is the elevator eagerly picks up all the people but never drops them off. So then you realize, maybe the time in the elevator also counts, so you minimize the sum. Yeah. And the elevator does that, but never picks up the people in the 10th floor and the top floor because in expectation it's not worth it, just let them stay. So even in apparently simple problems, you can make mistakes. Yeah, and that's what in more serious contexts, say AGI safety researchers consider. So now let's go back to general agents. So assume we want to build an agent which is generally useful to humans. Yeah, so you have a household robot, and it should do all kinds of tasks. So in this case, the human should give the reward on the fly. I mean, maybe it's pre-trained in the factory, and that there's some sort of internal reward for the battery level or whatever. Yeah, but so it does the dishes badly. You punish the robot. It doesn't do it. You reward the robot, and then train it to do a new task. Like a child, right? So you need the human in the loop if you want a system which is useful to human. And as long as this agent stays subhuman level, that should work reasonably well. Apart from these examples, it becomes critical if they become a human level. It's the same with children. Small children you have reasonably well under control. They become older. The reward technique doesn't work so well anymore. So then finally, so this would be agents which are just, slaves to the humans. Yeah. So if you are more ambitious and just say we want to build a new species of intelligent beings, we put them on a new planet and we want them to develop this planet or whatever. So we don't give them any reward. So what could we do? And you could try to come up with some reward functions like it should maintain itself, the robot. It should maybe multiply, build more robots, right? And maybe for all kinds of things that you find useful, but that's pretty hard, right? What does self-maintenance mean? What does it mean to build a copy? Should it be an exact copy, an approximate copy? And so that's really hard. But Laurent Assault, also at DeepMind, developed a beautiful model. So it just took the IXI model and coupled the rewards to information gain. So he said the reward is proportional to how much the agent
5525, baby.
And you can rigorously formally uniquely define that in terms of calculations. Okay. So if you put that in, you get a completely autonomous agent. And actually, interestingly, for this agent, you can prove much stronger result than for the general agent, which is also nice. And if you let this agent loose, it will be, in a sense, the optimal scientist. This is absolutely curious to learn as much as possible about the world And of course, it will also have a lot of instrumental goals, right? In order to learn, it needs to at least survive, right? At that age, it's not good for anything. So it needs to have self-preservation. And if it builds small helpers, acquiring more information, it will do that. Yeah. If exploration, space exploration, or whatever is necessary, right, to gather information and develop it. So it has a lot of instrumental goals following on this information gain. And this agent is completely autonomous of us. No rewards necessary anymore.
Yeah, of course, it could find a way to gain the concept of information and get stuck in that uh, library that you mentioned beforehand with a very large number of books.
The first agent had this problem. It would get stuck in front of an old TV screen which has just that white noise.
Yeah, why not?
But the second version can deal with at least stochasticity. Well,
Yeah. What about curiosity? This kind of word, curiosity, creativity. Is that kind of the reward function being of gaining new information? Is that similar to idea of kind of injecting exploration for its own sake inside the reward function? Do you find this at all appealing, interesting?
I think that's a nice definition. Curiosity is reward. Curiosity is exploration for its own sake. Um, yeah, I would accept that. But most curiosity, well, in humans and especially in children, yeah, is not just for its own sake, but for actually learning about the environment and for behaving um, better. So I think most curiosity is tied in the end towards performing better.
Well, okay, so if intelligent systems need to have this reward function, you're an intelligent system, currently passing the Turing test quite effectively. What's the reward function of our human intelligence existence? What's the reward function that Marcus Carter is operating under?
Okay, to the first question, the biological reward function is to survive and to spread, and very few humans sort of are able to overcome this biological reward function. But we live in a very nice world where we have lots of spare time and can still survive and spread, so we can develop arbitrary other interests, which is quite interesting.
On top of that,
On top of that, yeah. But the survival and spreading sort of is, I would say, the goal or the reward function of humans, the core one.
I like how you avoided answering the second question, which a good intelligence system would.
So
Your own meaning of life and the reward function.
my own meaning of life and reward function is to find an AGI to build it.
Beautifully put. Okay, let's dissect that even further. So one of the assumptions is kind of infinity keeps creeping up everywhere. Which what are your thoughts on kind of bounded rationality and so the nature of our existence in intelligent systems is that we're operating always under constraints, under limited time, limited resources. How do you think about that within the IXC framework, within trying to create an AGI system that operates under these constraints?
Yeah, that is one of the criticisms of IXC, that it ignores computation completely, and some people believe that intelligence is inherently tied towards bounded resources.
What do you think on this one point? Do you think the bounded resources are fundamental to intelligence?
I would say that an intelligence notion which ignores computational limits is extremely useful. A good intelligence notion which includes these resources would be even more useful, but we don't have that yet. And so look at other fields outside of computer science. Computational aspects never play a fundamental role. You develop biological models for cells, something in physics. These theories, become more and more crazy and harder to compute. Well, in the end, of course, we need to do something with this model, but this is more a nuisance than a feature. And I'm sometimes wondering if artificial intelligence would not sit in a computer science department, but in a philosophy department, then this computational focus would be probably significantly less. Think about the induction problem is more in the philosophy department, just written, okay, who cares about, how long it takes to compute the answer? That is completely secondary. Of course, once we have figured out the first problem, so intelligence without computational resources, then the next and very good question is, could we improve it by including computational resources? But nobody was able to do that so far, even halfway satisfactory manner.
I like that. That in the long run, the right department to belong to is philosophy. It's actually quite a deep idea. Or even I used to think about big picture philosophical questions, big picture questions, even in the computer science department. But you've mentioned approximation. Sort of, there's a lot of infinity, a lot of huge resources needed. Are there approximations to IXE that within the IXE framework that are useful?
Yeah, we have developed a couple of approximations. What we do there is that the Solomon induction part, which was find the shortest program describing your data, it just replaces by standard data compressors, right? And the better compressors get, the better this part will become. We focus on a particular compressor called context-free weighting, which is pretty amazing, not so well known. Has beautiful theoretical properties, also works reasonably well in practice. So we use that for the approximation of the induction and the learning and the prediction part. And for the planning part, we essentially just took the ideas from a computer girl from 2006. It was Java Simplispari, also now at DeepMind, who developed the so-called UCT algorithm, upper confidence count for trees algorithm, on top of the Monte Carlo tree search. So we approximate this planning part by sampling. And it's successful on some small toy problems. We don't want to lose the generality, right? And that's sort of the handicap, right? If you want to be general, you have to give up something. So, but this similar agent was able to play small games like poker and tic-tac-toe and even Pac-Man. It's the same architecture, no change. The agent doesn't know the rules of the game, really nothing, all by self or by player in this environment.
So Jürgen Schmidt would propose something called Gano Machines, which is a self-improving program that rewrites its own code. So mathematically or philosophically, what's the relationship in your eyes, if you're familiar with it, between IXE and the Gano Machines?
Yeah, familiar with it. He developed it while I was in lab. Yeah, so the Gödel machine, to explain it briefly, you give it a task. It could be a simple task as, finding prime factors in numbers, right? You can formally write it down. There's a very slow algorithm to do that. Just try all the factors, yeah. Or play chess, right? Optimally, you write the algorithm to minimax to the end of the game. So you write down what the Gödel machine should do. Then it will take part of its resources to run this program and other part of the resources to improve this program. And when it finds an improved version which provably computes the same answer, so that's the key part, yeah? It needs to prove by itself that this change of program still satisfies the original specification. And if it does so, then it replaces the original program by the improved program, and by definition does the same job, but just faster. Okay? And then it proves over it and over it, and it's developed in a way that all parts of this Gödel machine can self-improve, but it stays provably consistent with the original specification. So from this perspective, it has nothing to do with IXE. But if you would now put IXE as the starting axioms in, it would run IXE, but that takes forever. But then if it finds a provable speed up of IXE, it would replace it by this and by this and this, and maybe eventually it comes up with a model which is still the IXE model. It cannot, just for the knowledgeable reader, IXE is incomputable, and I can prove that therefore there cannot be a computable exact algorithm computers. There needs to be some approximations, and this is not dealt with the Gödel machine, so you have to do something about it. But there's the ICTL model, which is finitely computable, which we could put in.
Which part of IXE is non-computable?
The Solomon induction part.
in action. Okay, so
But there's ways of getting computable approximations of the IXI model. So when it's at least computable, it is still way beyond any resources anybody will ever have. But then the Gödel machine could sort of improve it further and further in an exact way.
so is it theoretically possible that the Gödel machine process could improve? Isn't actually already optimal?
It is optimal in terms of the reward collected over its interaction cycles, but it takes infinite time to produce one action. And the world, continues whether you want it or not. Yeah. So the model is assuming you had an oracle which solved this problem, and then in the next 100 milliseconds or the range of time you need gives the answer. Then IX is optimal. So it's optimal in sense of data, also from learning efficiency and data efficiency, but not in terms of computation time.
And then the Gödel machine, in theory, but probably not provably, could make it go faster.
Yes.
But, okay. It's interesting. Those two components are super interesting. The perfect intelligence combined with self improvement. So provable self improvement in the sense you're always getting the correct answer and you're improving. Beautiful ideas. Okay, so you also mentioned that different kinds of things in the chase of solving this reward, sort of optimizing for the goal. Interesting human things can emerge. So, is there a place for consciousness within IXE? Where does maybe you can comment, because I suppose we humans are just another instantiation of IXE agents, and we seem to have consciousness.
You say humans are an instantiation of an IX agent?
Yes.
So that would be amazing. But I think that's a dream for the smartest and most rational humans. I think maybe we have very crude approximations.
Interesting. I tend to believe, again, I'm Russian, so I tend to believe our flaws are part of the optimal. So we tend to laugh off and criticize our flaws, and I tend to think that that's actually close to an optimal behavior.
But some flaws, if you think more carefully about it, are actually not flaws, yeah, but I think there are still enough flaws.
I don't know. It's unclear. As a student of history, I think all the suffering that we've endured as a civilization, it's possible that that's the optimal amount of suffering we need to endure to minimize the long-term suffering.
That's your Russian background.
That's the Russian. Whether humans are or not instantiations of an IX agent, do you think there's consciousness of something that could emerge in a computational formal framework like IX?
Let me also ask you a question. Do you think I'm conscious?
Yeah, that's a good question. You're that tie is confusing me, but I think so.
Do you think that makes me unconscious because it strangles me?
If an agent were to solve the imitation game posed by Turing, I think that would be dressed similarly to you. That because there's a kind of flamboyant, interesting, complex behavior pattern that sells that you're human and you're conscious. But why do you ask?
Was it a yes or was it a no?
Yes, I think
yes.
I think you're conscious. Yes.
Yeah. So and you explain sort of somehow why, but you infer that from my behavior, right? You can never be sure about that. And I think the same thing will happen with any intelligent agent we develop if it behaves in a way sufficiently close to humans, or maybe even not humans. I mean, maybe a dog is also sometimes a little bit self-conscious, right? So if it behaves in a way where we attribute typically consciousness, we would attribute consciousness to these intelligent systems, and IXI in particular. That of course doesn't answer the question whether it's really conscious. And that's the big hard problem of consciousness. Maybe I'm a zombie. I mean, not the movie Zombie, but the philosophical zombie.
Is to you the display of consciousness close enough to consciousness from a perspective of AGI that the distinction of the hard problem of consciousness is not an interesting one?
I think we don't have to worry about the consciousness problem, especially the hard problem for developing AGI. I think We progress. At some point, we have solved all the technical problems, and this system will behave intelligent and then super intelligent, and this consciousness will emerge. I mean, definitely it will display behavior which we will interpret as conscious, and then it's a philosophical question: did this consciousness really emerge, or is it a zombie which just takes everything? We still don't have to figure that out, although it may be interesting. At least from a philosophical point of view, it's very interesting, but it may also be practically interesting. There's some people say, if it's just faking consciousness and feelings, then we don't need to be concerned about, rights. But if it's real conscious and has feelings, then we need to be concerned.
I can't wait till the day where AI systems exhibit consciousness, because it'll truly be some of the hardest ethical questions of what we do with that.
It is rather easy to build systems which people ascribe consciousness. And I give you an analogy. I mean, remember, maybe just before you were born, the Tamagotchi.
How dare you, sir?
Why? That's you're young, right?
Yes, that's good. Thank you very much. But I was also in the Soviet Union. We didn't have any of those fun things.
But you have heard about this Tamagotchi,
yes,
which was really, really primitive actually for the time it was, and you could raise this, and kids got so attached to it, and didn't want to let it die, and people would have asked, the children, do you think this Tamagotchi is conscious?
They would have said yes.
Yes, I would guess.
I think that's kind of a beautiful thing, actually, because that consciousness, ascribing consciousness, seems to create a deeper connection, which is a powerful thing. We'll have to be careful on the ethics side of that. Well, let me ask about the AGI community broadly. You kind of represent some of the most serious work on AGIs, at least earlier. DeepMind represents serious work on AGI these days. But why, in your sense, is the AGI community so small, or has been so small, until maybe DeepMind came along? Like, why aren't more people seriously working on human level and superhuman level intelligence from a formal perspective?
Okay, from a formal perspective, that's sort of an extra point. So I think there are a couple of reasons. I mean, AI came in waves, right? AI winters and AI summers, and then there were big promises which were not fulfilled, and people got disappointed, and that narrow AI, solving particular problems which seem to require intelligence, was always to some extent successful, and there were improvements, small steps. And if you build something which is, useful for society or industrially useful, then there's a lot of funding. So I guess it was the path to money, which drives people to develop specific systems solving specific tasks. But you would think that, at least in university, you should be able to do ivory tower research. And that was probably better a long time ago, but even nowadays, there's quite some pressure of doing applied research or translational research, and it's harder to get grants as a theorist. So that also drives people away. It's maybe also harder attacking the general intelligence problem. So I think enough people, I mean, maybe a small number, were still interested in formalizing intelligence and thinking of general intelligence, but not much came up, right? Or not much great stuff came up.
So what do you think? We talked about the formal big light at the end of the tunnel, but from an engineering perspective, what do you think it takes to build an AGI system? Is it, and I don't know if that's a stupid question or a distinct question from everything we've been talking about IHC, but what do you see as the steps that are necessary to take to start to try to build something?
So you want a blueprint now, and then you go off and do it?
It's the whole point of this conversation. I'm trying to squeeze that in there. Now, what's your intuition? Is it in the robotic space, or something that has a body and tries to explore the world? Is it in the reinforcement learning space, like the efforts with AlphaZero and AlphaStar that are kind of exploring how you can solve it through in the simulation in the gaming world? Is there stuff in sort of all the transformer work in natural language processing? sort of maybe attack into open domain dialogue? Like where do you see the promising pathways?
Um, Let me pick the embodiment maybe. Um, embodiment is important, yes and no. I don't believe that we need a physical robot walking or rolling around interacting with the real world in order to achieve AGI. And I think it's more of a distraction probably than helpful. It's sort of confusing the body with the mind. For industrial applications or near-term applications, of course, we need robots for all kinds of things. Yeah, but for solving the big problem, at least at this stage, I think it's not necessary. But the answer is also yes. That I think the most promising approach is that you have an agent, and that can be a virtual agent, in a computer interacting with an environment, possibly a 3D simulated environment like in many computer games, um, and and you train and learn the agent. Even if you don't intend to later put it sort of, this algorithm in a robot brain and leave it forever in the virtual reality, getting experience in a, although it's just simulated 3D world, um, is possibly, and I say possibly, important to understand things on a similar level as humans do, especially if the agent, or primarily if the agent needs to interact with humans, right? If you talk about objects on top of each other in space and flying and cars and so on, and the agent has no experience with even virtual 3D worlds, it's probably hard to grasp. So if we develop an abstract agent, say we take the mathematical path and we just want to build an agent which can prove theorems and becomes a better mathematician, then this agent needs to be able to reason in very abstract spaces, and then maybe sort of putting it into 3D environment, simulated world is even harmful. It should sort of, you put it in, I don't know, an environment that it creates itself also.
It seems like you have an interesting, rich, complex trajectory through life in terms of your journey of ideas. So it's interesting to ask what books, technical, fiction, philosophical, books, ideas, people had a transformative effect. Books are most interesting because maybe people could also read those books and see if they could be inspired as well.
Yeah, luckily I ask books and not singular book. It's very hard, and I try to pin down one book.
Yeah.
And I can do that at the end. So the books which were most transformative for me, or which I can most highly recommend to people interested in AI.
Both, perhaps.
Yeah, both. Yeah. I would always start with Russell and Norwich, Artificial Intelligence, a Modern Approach. That's the AI Bible. It's an amazing book. It's very broad. It covers, all approaches to AI. And even if you focus on one approach, I think that is the minimum you should know about the other approaches out there. So that should be your first book.
4th edition should be coming out soon.
Oh, okay, interesting.
There's a deep learning chapter now, so there must be. Written by Ian Goodfellow. Okay.
And then the next book I would recommend, the Reinforcement Learning book by Satnam Barto. That's a beautiful book. If there's any problem with the book, it makes RL feel and look much easier than it actually is. It's a very gentle book, very nice to read. The exercise you can very quickly, get some RL systems to run, very toy problems fun. It's a lot of fun, and in a couple of days you feel you know what RL is about, but it's much harder than the book.
It's an awesome book.
Yeah, that idea is, yeah. And maybe, there's so many books out there. If you like the information theoretic approach, then there's Komodorov Complexity by Liam Vitani, but probably, some short article is enough. You don't need to read the whole book, but it's a great book. And if you have to mention one all-time favorite book, a different flavor, that's a book which is used in the International Baccalaureate for high school students in several countries. It's from Nicholas Altjen, Theory of Knowledge. second edition, or first, not the third place. The third one, they took out all the fun.
Okay.
So this asks all the interesting, to me, interesting philosophical questions about how we acquire knowledge, from what perspectives, from math, from art, from physics, and ask how can we know anything. And the book is called Theory of Knowledge.
From which it's almost like a philosophical exploration of how we get knowledge from anything.
Yes, yeah. I mean, can religion tell us, something about the world? Can science tell us something about the world? Can mathematics, or is it just playing with symbols? And it's open-ended questions. And I mean, it's for high school students, so they have then resources from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and from Star Wars and The Chicken Across the Road. Yeah, and it's fun to read, but it's also quite deep.
If you could live one day of your life over again, has it made you truly happy? Or maybe, like we said with the books, it was truly transformative. What day, what moment would you choose? Does something pop into your mind?
Does it need to be a day in the past, or can it be a day in the future?
Well, space-time is an emergent phenomenon, so it's all the same anyway.
Okay, from the past.
You're really good saying from the future. I love it.
No, I will also tell you from the future. Okay. So from the past, I would say when I discovered my axis model. I mean, it was not in one day, but it was one moment where I realized from a world of complexity, I didn't even know that it existed, but I discovered sort of this compression idea myself. But immediately I knew I can't be the first one, but I had this idea. And then I knew about sequential decision tree, and I knew if I put it together, this is the right thing. And yeah, still when I think back about this moment, I'm super excited.
Was there any more details and context that moment? Did an apple fall in your head? Where so like if you look at Ian Goodfellow talking about GANs, there was beer involved. Is there some more context of what sparked your thought, or was it just?
No, it was much more mundane. So I worked in this company. So in this sense, the 4.5 years was not completely wasted. And I worked on an image interpolation problem, and I developed a quite new interpolation techniques, and they were patented. And then which happens quite often, I got sort of overboard and thought about, yeah, that's pretty good, but it's not the best. So what is the best possible way of doing interpolation? And then I thought, yeah, you want the simplest picture, which is if you cross-grain it, recovers your original picture. And then I thought about the simplicity concept more in quantitative terms, and then everything developed.
And somehow the full beautiful mix of also being a physicist and thinking about the big picture of it, then led you to probably
and the
big with ideas.
Yeah. So as a physicist, I was probably trained not to always think in computational terms. Just ignore that and think about the fundamental properties that you want to have.
So what about if you could relive one day in the future? What would that be?
When I solve the AGI problem. In practice. So in theory, I've solved it with the IC model, but in practice. And then I asked the first question.
What would be the first question?
What's the meaning of life?
I don't think there's a better way to end it. Thank you so much for talking today. It's a huge honor to finally meet you.
Yeah, really. Thank you too. It was a pleasure of my side too.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Marcus Hutter, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code Let's Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Albert Einstein. The measure of intelligence is the ability to change. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Over 200 members, half of which are UAP founding members in the Hollywood UFO UAP help, and we're helping them to network and create projects, deals, and so forth, so that this content gets out sooner than later. And if the content involves people that have worked in this for years, and not just people.
Following is a conversation with John Hopfield, professor at Princeton, whose life's work weaved beautifully through biology, chemistry, neuroscience, and physics. Most crucially, he saw the messy world of biology through the piercing eyes of a physicist. He's perhaps best known for his work on associative neural networks, now known as Hopfield networks, that were one of the early ideas that catalyzed the development of the modern field of deep learning. As his 2019 Franklin Medal in Physics award states, he applied concepts of theoretical physics to provide new insights on important biological questions in a variety of areas, including genetics, neuroscience, with significant impact on machine learning. And as John says in his 2018 article titled, "Now What?", his accomplishments have often come about by asking that very question, now what? And often responding by a major change of direction. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Since Cash App does fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is, to me, an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to one of my favorite organizations that's helping advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with John Hopfield. What difference between biological neural networks and artificial neural networks is most captivating and profound to you? At the higher philosophical level, let's not get technical just yet.
One of the things that very much intrigues me is the fact that neurons have all kinds of components, properties to them. In evolutionary biology, you have some little quirk in how a molecule works or how a cell works, and it can be made use of. Evolution will sharpen them up and make it into a useful feature rather than a glitch. And so you expect in neurobiology for evolution to have captured all kinds of possibilities in getting neurons, how you get neurons to do things for you. And that aspect has been completely suppressed in artificial neural networks.
So the glitches become features in the biological neural network.
They can. But let me take one of the things that I used to do research on. If you take things which oscillate, have rhythms which are sort of close to each other, under some circumstances these things will have a phase transition. Suddenly the rhythm will, everybody will hold the step. And it's a marvelous physical example of that in the Millennium Bridge across the Thames River about 2001. And pedestrians walking across, pedestrians don't walk synchronized, they don't walk in lockstep. But they all walk at about the same frequency. And the bridge would sway at that frequency, and the slight sway made pedestrians tend a little bit to lock in step, and after a while, the bridge was oscillating back and forth, and the pedestrians were walking in step to it. You could see it in the movies made out of the bridge. And the engineers made a simple-minded mistake. They had assumed when you walk, it's step, 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 and it's back and forth motion. But when you walk, it's also right foot, left foot, side-to-side motion. It's side-to-side motion for which the bridge was strong enough, but it wasn't stiff enough. And as a result, you would feel the motion and you fall into step with it. And people were very uncomfortable with it. They closed the bridge for 2 years while they built a stiff for it. Nerve cells produce action potentials. You have a bunch of cells that loosely coupled together produce an action potential the same rate. There'll be some circumstances under which these things lock together. Other circumstances which they won't. Well, they fire together, you can be sure the other cells are going to notice it. So you can make a computational feature out of it. Evolving brains. Most artificial neural networks don't even have actual potentials, let alone have the possibility for synchronizing them.
And you mentioned the evolutionary process. So there's the evolutionary process that builds on top of biological systems, leverages that the weird method. So how do you make sense of that ability to leverage all the different kinds of complexities in the biological brain?
Well, look, at the biological molecule level, you have a piece of DNA which would encode for a particular protein. You could duplicate that piece of DNA, and now one part of it encodes for that protein, but the other one could itself change a little bit and thus start coding for a molecule which is slightly different. Now, that molecule was just slightly different, had a function which helped any old chemical reaction which was important to the cell. You would go ahead and let that try, and evolution would slowly improve that function. And so you have the possibility of duplicating, then having things drift apart. One of them retaining the old function, the other one do something new for you. And there's evolutionary pressure to improve. Look, there is computers too, but improvement has to do with closing some companies and opening some others. The evolutionary process looks a little different.
Yeah. Similar time scale, perhaps.
Much shorter time scale.
Companies close, go bankrupt and are born, shorter. But not much shorter. Some companies last a century. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if you think of companies as a single organism that builds and neural network, it's a fascinating dual correspondence there between biological.
And companies have difficulty having a new product competing with an old product. And when IBM built its first PC, you probably read the book. They made a little isolated internal unit to make the PC, and for the first time in IBM's history, they didn't insist that you build it out of IBM components. But they understood that they could get into this market, which is a very different thing, by completely changing their culture. And biology finds other markets in a more adaptive way.
It's better at it. It's better at that kind of integration. So maybe you've already said it, but what to you is the most beautiful aspect or mechanism of the human mind? Is it the ability to adapt as you've described, or is there some other little quirk that you particularly like?
Adaptation is everything when you get down to it. But there are differences between adaptation, where your learning goes on only over generation or over evolutionary time, And your learning goes on at the time scale of one individual who must learn from the environment during that individual's lifetime. And biology has both kinds of learning in it. And the thing which makes neurobiology hard is that a mathematical systems were built on this other kind of evolutionary system.
What do you mean by mathematical system? Where's the math in the biology?
Well, when you talk to a computer scientist about neural networks, it's all math. The fact that biology actually came about from evolution, and the fact that biology is about a system which you can build in 3 dimensions. You look at computer chips. Computer chips are basically 2-dimensional structures, maybe 2.1 dimension, but they really have difficulty doing 3-dimensional wiring. Biology is the neocortex is actually also sheet-like, and it sits on top of white matter, which is about 10 times the volume of the gray matter. It contains all what you might call the wires. But there's a huge the effect of computer structure on what is easy and what is hard is immense.
So,
and biology it makes some things easy that are very difficult to understand how to do computationally. On the other hand, you can't do simple floating point arithmetic because it's awfully stupid.
yeah. And you're saying this kind of 3-dimensional complicated structure it's still math. It's still doing math. The kind of math it's doing enables you to solve problems of a very different kind.
That's right.
So you mentioned 2 kinds of adaptation: the evolutionary adaptation and the adaptation or learning at the scale of a single human life. Which is particularly beautiful to you and interesting from a research and from just a human perspective, and which is more powerful?
I find things most interesting that I begin to see how to get into the edges of them, tease them apart a little bit to see how they work. And since I can't see the evolutionary process going on, I'm in awe of it. But I find it just a black hole as far as trying to understand what to do. And so in a certain sense, I'm in awe of it, but I couldn't be interested in working on it.
The human life's time scale is, however, a thing you can tease apart and study.
Yeah, you can do it. There's the developmental neurobiology, which understands how the connections and how the structure evolves from a combination of what the genetics is like and the fact that you're building a system in 3 dimensions.
In just days and months, those early days of a human life are really interesting.
They are, and of course, there are times of immense cell multiplication. There are also times of the greatest cell death in the brain is during infancy.
Turnover.
So what is not effective or is not wired well enough to use at the moment, throw it out.
It's a mysterious process. Let me ask, from what field do you think the biggest breakthroughs in understanding the mind will come in the next decade? Is it neuroscience, computer science, neurobiology, psychology, physics, maybe math, maybe literature?
Well, of course, I see the world always through a lens of physics. I grew up in physics, and the way I pick problems is very characteristic of physics. and of an intellectual background which is not psychology, which is not chemistry, and so on. And so on.
Both of your parents are physicists.
Both of my parents were physicists, and the real thing I got out of that was a feeling that the world is an understandable place. And if you do enough experiments and think about what they mean and structure things so you can do the mathematics of the relevant to the experiments, you also be able to understand how things work.
But that was a few years ago. Did you change your mind at all through many decades of trying to understand the mind, of studying it different kinds of ways? Not even the mind, just biological systems. You still have hope that physics that you can understand.
There's a question of what do you mean by understand? When I taught freshman physics, I used to say, I wanted to get physics to understand this subject, to understand Newton's laws. I didn't want them simply to memorize a set of examples to which they knew the equations to write down, generate the answers. I had this nebulous idea of understanding. So that if you looked at a situation and say, oh, I expect the ball to make that trajectory, or I expect some intuitive notion of understanding. And I don't know how to express that very well. I've never known how to express it well. And you run smack up against it when you do this, look at these simple neural nets, feed-forward neural nets, which do amazing things, and yet contain nothing to the essence of what I would have felt was understanding. Understanding is more than just an enormous lookup table.
Let's linger on that. How sure you are of that? What if the table gets really big? So, asked another way, these feed-forward neural networks, do you think they'll ever understand?
You can answer that in two ways. I think if you look at real systems, feedback is an essential aspect of how these real systems compute. On the other hand, if I have a mathematical system with feedback, I know I can layer this to do it. but I have an exponential expansion in the amount of stuff I have to build if I'm going to solve the problem that way.
So feedback is essential. So we can talk even about recurrent. So recurrence. But do you think all the pieces are there to achieve understanding through these simple mechanisms? Like, back to our original question, is there a fundamental difference between artificial neural networks and biological? Or is it just a bunch of surface stuff?
Suppose you ask a neurosurgeon, when is somebody dead? We'll probably go back to saying, well, I can look at the brain rhythms, tell you if this is a brain which is ever going to function again. This other one is the one that if we treat it well, is still recoverable. And just do that by some electrodes looking at simple electrical patterns. Just don't look in any detail at all at what individual neurons are doing. These rhythms are fairly absent from anything which goes on in the world.
Yeah, but the rhythms.
But the rhythms what?
So, well, that's like comparing. Okay, I'll tell you. It's like you're comparing the greatest classical musician in the world to a child that's learning to play. The question I'm at, but they're still both playing the piano. I'm asking, will it ever go on? Do you have a hope? Because you are one of the seminal figures in both launching both disciplines, both sides of the river.
I think it's going to go on generation after generation, the way it has, where what you might call the AI computer science community says, let's take the following. This is our model of neurobiology at the moment. Let's pretend it's good enough and do everything we can with it. And it does interesting things, and after the while, it sort of grinds into the sand to say, something else is needed for neurobiology. Some other grand thing comes in, and maybe we go a lot further. What will go into the sand again? There are going to be generations of this evolution. I don't know how many of them. Each one is going to get further into what the brain does. In some sense, past the Turing test, longer and more aspects. And how many of these there are going to have to be before you say, I've made something, I've made a human. I don't know.
Well, your sense is it might be a couple.
My sense is it might be a couple more.
Yeah.
And going back to my brainwaves, as it were, from the AI point of view, they would say, maybe these are heavy phenomena, not important at all. The first car I had, record, 1936 Dodge. Go about 45 miles an hour, and the wheels would shake. Yeah. Good speedometer with that. Now, nobody designed the car that way. The car is malfunctioning to have that. But in biology, if it were useful to know when are you going more than 45 miles an hour, you just captured that. And you wouldn't worry about where it came from.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long time before that kind of thing, which can take place in large, complex networks of things, is actually used in computation. Look, how many transistors are there in your laptop these days?
Actually, I don't know the number. It's
on the scale of 10 to 10. I can't remember the number either. And all the transistors are somewhat similar. And most physical systems, with that many parts, all of which are similar, have collective properties. Sound waves in air, earthquakes, what have you, have collective properties. Weather. There's no collective properties used in artificial neural networks, in AI.
Yeah, it's very.
If biology uses them, it's going to take some more generations of things for people to actually dig in and see how they are used and what they mean.
You're very right. You might have to return several times to neurobiology and try to make our transistors more messy.
Yeah. At the same time, the simple ones will conquer big aspects. And I think one of the biggest surprises to me was how well learning systems, which are manifestly non-biological, how important they can be actually, and how important and how useful they can be in AI.
So if we can just take a stroll to some of your work, that is incredibly surprising that it works as well as it does, that launched a lot of the recent work with neural networks. If we go to what are now called hot field networks, can you tell me what is associative memory in the mind for the human side? Let's explore memory for a bit.
Okay, what do you mean by associative memory is, you have a memory of each of your friends. Your friend has all kinds of properties, from what they look like, what their voice sounds like, where they went to college, where you met them, go on and on, what science papers they've written. If I start talking about a 5'10" wiry cognitive scientist who's got a very bad back, it doesn't take very long for you to say, you're talking about Jeff Hinton. I never mentioned the name or something very particular, but somehow a few facts that are associated with a particular person enables you to get a hold of the rest of the facts, or not the rest of them, another subset of them. And it's this ability to link things together, link experiences together, which just goes under the general name of associative memory. And a large part of intelligent behavior is actually just large associative memories at work, as far as I can see.
What do you think is the mechanism of how it works in the mind? Is it a mystery to you still? Do you have inklings of how this essential thing for cognition works?
What I made 35 years ago was, of course, a crude physics model to show the kind to actually enable you to understand my old sense of understanding as a physicist, because you can say, I understand why this goes to stable states. It's like things going downhill.
Right.
And that gives you something with which to think in physical terms rather than only in mathematical terms.
So you've created these associative artificial networks.
That's right. And now if you look at what I didn't at all describe a system which gracefully learns. I described the system to understand how learning to link things together are very closely learning. One of the things that intrigues me as I reinvestigate that system now to some extent is I'll see you every second of the next hour of it every. Each particular is a little bit different. I don't store all those second by second images. I don't store 6 hours images. So some of the text with information. So I now have a view of people which I can use. It doesn't promise you to do anything in particular. It protects the information. There's these chunks which are somehow these chunks which are not just activities of neurons, bigger things than that, which are the real entities that are useful to you.
Useful to you to describe, compress this information.
And you have to compress it in such a way that if the information comes in just like this again, I don't bother to rewrite it. Or efforts to rewrite it simply do not yield anything because those things are already written. And that needs to be not looked as up as already. It's got to be something that is much more automatic in the machine hardware.
Right, so in the human mind, how complicated is that process, do you think? So you created, feels weird to be sitting again how they're calling it cognitive networks, but it is weird. But nevertheless, that's what everyone calls them, so here we are. So that's a simplification. That's what a physicist would do. You and Richard Feynman sat down and talked about associative memory. Now, if you look at the mind, where you can't quite simplify it so perfectly, do you think that?
Let me back just a little bit.
Yeah. Biology
is about dynamical systems. Computers are dynamical systems. Yes, if you want quantum biology, quantum neurobiology, what is the time scale? There's a dynamical system which has a fairly fast time scale, which we say the synapses don't change much during this computation. So think of the synapses as fixed and just do the dynamics of the activity. Or you can say the synapses are changing fast enough that I have to have the synaptic dynamics working at the same time as the system dynamics in order to understand the biology. most of it, if you look at the feedforward architects overall, they're all done as learning is, first of all, I spend some time learning, not performing. Then I turn off learning and I perform.
Right.
That's not biology. And so as I look more deeply at neurobiology, even associated memory, I've got to face the fact that the dynamics, the synapse change is going on all the time. And I can't just get by saying I'll do the dynamics of activity with fixed synapses.
So the dynamics of the synapses is actually fundamental to the whole system.
Yeah. And there's nothing necessarily separating the time scales. The time scales can be separated. It's neat for the physicist or the mathematician's point of view, but it's not necessarily true in neurobiology.
You're kind of dancing beautifully between showing a lot of respect to physics and then also saying that physics cannot quite reach the complexity of biology. So where do you land? Or do you continuously dance between the two?
I continuously dance between them because my whole notion of understanding is that you can describe to somebody else how something works in ways which are honest and believable and still not describe all the nuts and bolts in detail. Weather. I can describe weather as 10 to 32 molecules colliding in the atmosphere. I can simulate weather that way. I have a big enough machine. I'll simulate it accurately. It's no good for understanding. If I want to understand things, I want to understand things in terms of wind patterns, hurricanes, pressure differentials, and so on. All things as they're collective. And the physicist in me always hopes that biology will have some things that you said about it that are both true and for which you don't need all the molecular details as the molecules collide. That's what I mean from the roots of physics, by understanding.
So what did, again, sorry, but Hopfield Networks help you understand? What insight did it give us about memory, about learning?
They didn't give insights about learning. They gave insights about how things having learned could be expressed. How having learned, a picture of you reminds me of your name. That would put it, it can describe a reasonable way of actually doing the learning. So he said if you had previously learned the connections of this kind of pattern, would now be able to behave in a physical way, which is say, if I put part of the pattern in here, the other part of the pattern will complete over here. I can understand that physics if the right learning stuff had already been put in. You can understand why then putting in a picture of somebody else would generate something else over here. But it did not have a reasonable description of the learning process.
But even so forget learning, I mean, that's just a powerful concept that sort of forming representations that are useful to be robust, for error correction kind of thing. So this is kind of what the biology does, and what we're talking about.
Yeah, and what my paper did was simply enable you. There are lots of ways of being robust. If you think of a dynamical system, think of a system where a path is going on in time. And if you think of a computer as a computational path, which is going on in a huge dimensional space of ones and zeros. And an error correcting system is a system which, if you get a little bit off that trajectory, will push you back onto that trajectory again, so you get to the same answer in spite of the fact that there are things so that the computation wasn't being ideally done all the way along the line. And there are lots of models for error correction, but one of the models for error correction is to say, there's a valley that you're flowing down, and if you get pushed a little bit off the valley, just like water being pushed a little bit by a rock, it gets back and follows the course of the river. And that's basically the analog in the physical system to be able to just say, oh yes, error-free computation and associative memory are very much like things that I can understand from the point of view of a physical system. The physical system can be, under some circumstances, an accurate metaphor. It's not the only metaphor. There are error correction schemes which don't have a valley and energy behind them. But those are error correction schemes which a mathematician may be able to understand, but I don't.
So there's the physical metaphor that seems to work here.
That's right.
So these kinds of networks actually led to a lot of the work that is going on now in neural networks, artificial neural networks. So the follow-on work with restricted Boltzmann machines and deep belief nets followed on from these ideas of the Hopfield network. So what do you think about this continued progress of that work towards now reinvigorated exploration of feed-forward neural networks and recurrent neural networks and convolutional neural networks and kinds of networks that are helping solve image recognition, natural language processing, all that kind of stuff?
It's always intrigued me that one of the most long-lived of the learning systems is the Boltzmann machine, which is intrinsically a feedback network. And it was the brilliance of Hinton and Sanowski to understand how to do learning in that. And it's still a useful way to understand learning and understand that has something to do with the way that these systems work. But it's not always exactly simple to express that intuition. But it always amuses me to see going back to the railroad yet again on the form of the Boltzmann machine, because really, now, if there's feedback and interesting probabilities, then it's a lovely encapsulation of something computational.
Something computational?
I mean, both computational and physical. Computational and very much related to feed-forward networks. Physical in that Boltzmann machine learning is really learning a set of parameters for a physics Hamiltonian energy function.
What do you think about learning in this whole domain? Do you think the aforementioned guy, Jeff Hinton, all the work there with backpropagation, all the kind of learning that goes on in these networks, how do you, if you compare it to learning in the brain, for example, is there echoes of the same kind of power that backpropagation reveals about these kinds of recurrent networks? Or is it something fundamentally different going on in the brain?
I don't think the brain is as deep as the deepest networks go, deepest computer science networks. And I do wonder whether part of that depth of the computer science networks is necessitated by the fact that the only learning that's easily done on a machine is feed forward. And so there's the question, to what extent does the biology, which has some feed forward and some feedback, get captured by something which has got many more neurons and much more depth than neurons? You know.
The part of you wonders if the feedback is actually more essential than the number of neurons or the depth. The dynamics of the feedback.
The dynamics of the feedback. Look, if you don't have feedback, it's a little bit like building a big computer and running it through one clock cycle, and then you can't do anything till you reload something coming in. How do you use the fact there are multiple clock cycles? How do I use the fact that you can close your eyes, stop listening to me, and think about a chessboard for 2 minutes without any input whatsoever?
Yeah, that memory thing. And that's fundamentally a feedback kind of mechanism. You're going back to something. Yes. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to understand. It's hard to introspect, let alone consciousness. Because that's all.
Let alone consciousness. Yes.
Because that's tied up in there too. You can't just put that on another shelf.
Every once in a while, like I'm interested in consciousness, and I go and I've done that for years, and ask one of my debtors, as it were, their view on consciousness. It's an interesting collecting.
What is consciousness? Let's try to take a brief step into that room.
Well, that's Marvin Minsky, his view on consciousness. Marvin said, consciousness is basically overrated. It may be an epiphenomenon. After all the things your brain does, but they're actually hard computations you do non-consciously. And there's so much evidence that even the simple things you do, you can make decisions, you can make committed decisions about them. The neurobiologists say, he's now committed, he's going to move the hand left before you know it.
So his view that consciousness is not, that's just a little icing on the cake. The real cake is in the subconscious.
Yep. The subconscious, non-conscious.
Non-conscious, that's the better word, sir.
It's only the Freud captured the other word.
Yeah, that's a confusing word, subconscious.
Nicholas Chater wrote an interesting book. The title of it is Defined as Flat. Flat, in a neural net sense, might be flat is something which is a very broad neural net without really any layers and depth, whereas a deep brain would be many layers and not so broad. In the same sense that if you push me hard enough, he would probably have said, consciousness is your effort to explain to yourself that which you have already done.
Yeah, it's the weaving of the narrative around the things that already been computed for you.
That's right, and then so much of what we do for our memories of events, for example. If there's some traumatic event you witness, you will have a few facts about it correctly done. If somebody asks you about it, you will weave a narrative which is actually much more rich in detail than that, based on some anchor points you have of correct things, and pulling together general knowledge on the other, but you will have a narrative. And once you generate that narrative, you are very likely to repeat that narrative and claim that all the things you have in it are actually the correct things. There was a marvelous example of that in the Watergate/impeachment era of John Dean. John Dean, you're too young to know, had been the personal lawyer of Nixon. And so John Dean was involved in the cover-up, and John Dean ultimately realized the only way to keep himself out of jail for a long time was actually to tell some truths about Nixon. And John Dean was a tremendous witness. He would remember these conversations in great detail and very convincing detail. And Long afterward, some of the tapes, the secret tapes as were, from which Dean was recalling these conversations, were published. And one found out that John Dean had a good but not exceptional memory. What he had was an ability to paint vividly and, in some sense, accurately the tone of what was going on.
By the way, that's a beautiful description of consciousness. Do you, like, where do you stand in your today? So perhaps it changes day to day, but where do you stand on the importance of consciousness in our whole big mess of cognition? Is it just a little narrative maker, or is it actually fundamental to intelligence?
That's a very hard one. When I asked Francis Crick about consciousness, he launched forward a long monologue about Mendel and the peas.
Yeah.
And how Mendel knew that there was something, and how biologists understood that there was something in inheritance which was just very, very different than the effect that inherited traits didn't just wash out into a gray, but were this or this and propagated. But that was absolutely fundamental to biology. And it took generations of biologists to understand that there was genetics, and it took another generation or two to understand that genetics came from DNA. But very shortly after Mendel, thinking biologists did realize that there was a deep problem about inheritance. And Francis would have liked to have said, and that's why I'm working on consciousness. But of course, he didn't have any smoking gun in the sense of Mendel. And that's the weakness of his position. As you read his book, which he wrote with Koch, I think.
Yeah, Christoph Koch.
I find it unconvincing for the smoking gun reason. So I go on collecting views without actually having taken a very strong one myself. But I haven't seen the entry point. Not seeing the smoking gun from the point of view of physics, I don't see the entry point. Whereas in neurobiology, once I understood the idea of an evolution of dynamics, which could be described as a collective phenomenon, I thought, there's a point where I know about physics is so different from any neurobiologist that I have something I might be able to contribute.
And right now, there's no way to grasp that consciousness from a physics perspective.
From my point of view, that's correct. And of course, physicists, like everybody else, think very readily about things. You ask, mostly is related to a question about free will. Do you believe you have free will? Physicists will give an offhand answer and then backtrack, but they realize that the answer they gave must fundamentally contradict the laws of physics.
Naturally, answering questions of free will and consciousness naturally lead to contradictions from a physics perspective. Because it eventually ends up with quantum mechanics, and then you get into that whole mess of trying to understand how much, from a physics perspective, how much is determined, already predetermined, how much is already deterministic about our universe. There's lots of different...
And if you don't push quite that far, you can say, essentially all of neurobiology, which is relevant, can be captured by classical equations of motion. Because in my view, the mysteries of the brain are not the mysteries of quantum mechanics, but the mysteries of what can happen when you have a dynamical system, driven system, with 10 to the 14 parts. That complexity is something which is, the physical complex systems is at least as badly understood as the physics of phase coherence in quantum mechanics.
Can we go there for a second? Let's talk about attractor networks. And just maybe you could say what are attractor networks? And more broadly, what are interesting network dynamics that emerge in these or other complex systems?
You have to be willing to think in a huge number of dimensions. Because in a huge number of dimensions, the behavior of a system can be thought as just the motion of a point over time in this huge number of dimensions. And an attraction network is simply a network where there is a line, other lines converge on it in time. That's the essence of an attractor network. That's how you
in a highly dimensional space.
And the easiest way to get that is to do it in a high dimensional space where some of the dimensions provide the dissipation which because of a physical system, trajectories can't contract everywhere. They have to contract in some places and expand in others. There's a fundamental classical theorem of statistical mechanics which goes under the name of Liouville's theorem, which says you can't contract everywhere. You have to contract somewhere, you have to expand somewhere else. In interesting physical systems, you get driven systems where you have a small subsystem, which is the interesting part, and the rest of the contraction and expansion, the physicists would say, is entropy flow in this other part of the system. But basically, attraction networks are dynamics funneling down, so you can't be anywhere. Because if you start somewhere in the dynamical system, you will soon find yourself on a pretty well-determined pathway which goes somewhere. If you start somewhere else, you'll wind up on a different pathway. Because you don't have just all possible things. You have some defined pathways which are allowed and onto which you will converge. And that's the way you make a stable computer, and that's the way you make a stable behavior.
So in general, looking at the physics of the emergent stability in these networks, what are some interesting characteristics that, what are some interesting insights from studying the dynamics of such high-dimensional systems?
Most dynamical systems, or driven dynamical systems, by driven they're coupled somehow to an energy source, and so their dynamics keeps going because it's coupled with the energy source. Most of them, it's very difficult to understand at all what the dynamical behavior is going to be.
You have to run it.
You have to run it. There's a subset of systems which has what is actually known to the mathematicians as a Lyapunov function. And those systems can understand convergent dynamics by saying you're going downhill on something or other. And that's what I found over knowing what Lyapunov functions were in the simple model I made in the early 80s. It was an energy function, so you could understand how you could get this channeling on the pathways without having to follow the dynamics in detail. You started rolling a ball on the top of a mountain, it's going to wind up in the bottom of the valley. You know that's true without actually watching the ball roll down.
There are certain properties of the system that when you can know that.
That's right. And not all systems behave that way.
Most don't, probably.
Most don't, but it provides you with a metaphor for thinking about systems which are stable and to have these attractors behave, even if you can't find a Lyapunov function behind them or an energy function behind them. It gives you a metaphor for thought.
Speaking of thought, if I had a glint in my eye with excitement and said, I'm really excited about this something called deep learning and neural networks, and I would like to create an intelligent system, and came to you as an advisor, what would you recommend? Is it a hopeless pursuit to use neural networks to achieve thought? Is it, what kind of mechanisms should we explore? What kind of ideas should we explore?
Well, you look at the simple network, one pass network. They don't support multiple hypotheses very well. As I have tried to work with very simple systems which do something which you might consider to be thinking. Thought has to do with the ability to do mental exploration before you take a physical action.
Almost like we were mentioning, playing chess, visualizing, simulating inside your head different outcomes.
And you can do that in a feed-forward network because you've pre-calculated all kinds of things. But I think the way neurobiology does it, it hasn't pre-calculated everything. It actually has parts of a dynamical system in which you're doing exploration in a way which is...
There's a creative element. Like there's
a creative element, and in a simple-minded neural net, you have a constellation of instances from which you've learned. And if you are within that space, if a new question is a question within this space, you can actually rely on that system pretty well to come up with a good suggestion for what to do. If, on the other hand, the query comes from outside the space, you have no way of knowing how the system is going to behave. There are no limitations on what could happen. And so the artificial neural net world is always very much, I have a population of examples. The test set must be drawn from the equivalent population. The test set has examples which are from a population which is completely different. There's no way that you could expect to get the answer right.
Yeah,
and so
what they call outside the distribution.
That's right. And so if you see a ball rolling across the street in dusk, if that wasn't in your training set, the idea that a child may be coming close behind that is not going to occur to that.
And it is there's something in the neurobiology that allows that.
Yeah. There's something in the way of what it means to be outside of the population of the training set. The population of the training set isn't just sort of this set of examples. But there's more to it than that. It gets back to my own question of what is it to understand something?
Yeah. In a small tangent, you've talked about the value of thinking of deductive reasoning in science versus large data collection. So, sort of thinking about the problem. I suppose it's the physics side of you of going back to first principles and thinking. But what do you think is the value of deductive reasoning in the scientific process?
Well, there are obviously scientific questions in which the route to the answer to it comes through the analysis of one hell of a lot of data.
Right. Cosmology, that kind of stuff.
And that's never been the kind of problem which I've had any particular insight, though I must say if you look at cosmology is one of those. If you look at the actual things that Jim Peoples, one of this year's Nobel Prize physics one from the local physics department, the kinds of things he's done, he's never crunched large data. Never. He's used the encapsulation of the work of others in this regard.
But it ultimately boiled down to thinking through the problem. Like, what are the principles under which a particular phenomenon operates?
And look, physics is always going to look for ways in which we describe the system, and which rises above the details, and to the hard-eyed little biologist. Biology works because of the details. Physics, to the physicists, we want an explanation which is right in spite of the details, and there will be questions which we cannot answer as physicists because the answer cannot be found that way.
There's, not sure if you're familiar with the entire field of brain-computer interfaces. That's become more and more intensely researched and developed recently, especially with companies like Neuralink with Elon Musk.
Yeah, I know there have always been the interest both in things like getting the eyes to be able to control things, or getting the thought patterns to be able to move what had been like a connected limb, which is now connected to a computer.
That's right. So, in the case of Neuralink, they're doing 1,000 plus connections. They're able to do two-way, activate and read spikes. Spikes. Do you have hope for that kind of computer-brain interaction in the near or maybe even far future of being able to expand the ability of the mind of cognition or understand the mind?
It's interesting watching things go. When I first came into neurobiology, most of the practitioners thought we would be able to understand neurobiology by techniques which allowed you to record only one cell at a time.
One cell.
People like David Hume very strongly reflected that point of view. And that's been taken over by a generation, a couple of generations later, by a set of people who says, not until we can record from 10 to the 4 or 10 to the 5 at a time will we actually be able to understand how the brain actually works. And in a general sense, I think that's right. You have to begin to be able to look for the collective modes, collective operation of things. It doesn't rely on this action potential with that cell. It relies on the collective properties of this set of cells connected with this kind of patterns and so on. And you're not going to succeed in seeing what those collective activities are without recording many cells at once.
The question is how many at once? What's the threshold? And that's the
yeah, and because we pursue hard in the motor cortex. The motor cortex does something which is complex, and yet the problem you're trying to address is fairly simple. And neurobiology does it in ways that differ from the way an engineer would do it. An engineer would put in 6 highly accurate stepping motors controlling a limb rather than 100,000 muscle fibers, each of which has to be individually controlled. And so understanding how to do things in a way which is much more forgiving and much more neural, I think would benefit the engineering world. The engineering world, touch. Let's put in a pressure sensor or two, rather than an array of a gazillion pressure sensors, none of which are accurate, all of which are perpetually recalibrating themselves.
You're saying your hope is, your advice for the engineers of the future is to embrace the large chaos of a messy, error-prone system like those of the biological system. Like, that's probably the way to solve some of these.
I think you'll be able to make better computations / robotics that way than by trying to force things into a robotics where joint motors are powerful and stepping motors are accurate.
But then the physicist in you will be lost forever in such systems. Because there's no simple fundamentals to explore in systems that are so large and...
Well, you say that, and yet there's a lot of physics in the Navier-Stokes equations, the equations of nonlinear hydrodynamics. Huge amount of physics in them. All the physics of atoms and molecules has been lost. It's been replaced with this other set of equations, which is just as true as the equations at the bottom. Now, those equations are going to be harder to find in neurobiology. But the physicist in me says there are probably some equations of that sort.
They're out there.
They're out there. And if physics is going to contribute anything, it may contribute to trying to find out what those equations are and how to capture them from the biology.
Would you say that's one of the main open problems of our age, is to discover those equations?
Yeah, if you look at, there's molecules, there's psychological behavior, and these two are somehow related. They're layers of detail, they're layers of collectedness, and to capture that in some vague way, several stages on the way up to see how these things can actually be linked together.
So it seems in our universe there's a lot of elegant equations that can describe the fundamental way that things behave, which is a surprise. I mean, it's compressible into equations. It's simple and beautiful, but it's still an open question whether that link is equally between molecules and the brain is equally compressible into elegant equations. But you're you're both a physicist and a dreamer. You have a sense that
yeah, but I can only dream physics dreams.
Physics dreams.
There's an interesting book called Einstein's Dreams, which alternates between chapters on his life and descriptions of the way time might have been, but isn't. That's the linking between these being, of course, ideas that Einstein might have had to think about the essence of time as he was thinking about time.
So speaking of the essence of time in your biology, you're one human, famous, impactful human, but just one human with a brain, living the human condition. But you're ultimately mortal, just like all of us. Has studying the mind as a mechanism changed the way you think about your own mortality?
It has really, because particularly as you get older, the body comes apart in various ways. I became much more aware of the fact that what is somebody is contained in the brain and not in the body that you worry about burying. And it is to a certain extent true that for people who write things down, equations, dreams, notepads, diaries, fractions of their thought does continue to live after they're dead and gone, after their body is dead and gone. And there's a sea change in that going on in my lifetime between when my father died, except for the things which were actually written by him, as it were. Very few facts about him will have ever been recorded. And the number of facts which are recorded about each and every one of us forever now, as far as I can see, in the digital world. And so the whole question of what is death may be different for people a generation ago and a generation further ahead.
Maybe we have become immortal under some definitions.
Yeah.
Last easy question. What is the meaning of life? Looking back, you've studied the mind, us weird descendants of apes. What's the meaning of our existence on this little earth?
That word meaning is as slippery as the word understand.
Interconnected somehow, perhaps. Is there, it's slippery, but is there something that you, despite being slippery, can hold long enough to express?
Well, I've been amazed at how hard it is to define the things in a living system, in the sense that one hydrogen atom is pretty much like another. One bacterium is not so much like another bacterium, even of the same nominal species. In fact, the whole notion of what is a species gets a little bit fuzzy. And do species exist in the absence of certain classes of environments? And pretty soon one winds up with a biology which the whole thing is living, whether there's actually any element of it which by itself would be said to be living, this becomes a little bit vague in my mind.
So, in a sense, the idea of meaning is something that's possessed by an individual, like a conscious creature. And you're saying that it's all interconnected in some kind of way that there might not even be an individual. We're all kind of this complicated mess of biological systems at all different levels. Where the human starts and when the human ends is unclear.
Yeah, and we're in neurobiology, we're the how do you say, the neocortex does the thinking, but there's lots of things that are done in the spinal cord. And so what is the essence of thought? Is it just going to be neocortex? Can't be.
Yeah, maybe to understand and to build thought, you have to build the universe along with the neocortex. It's all interlinked through the spinal cord. John, it's a huge honor talking today. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the challenge of talking with you. And it'll be interesting to see whether you can, 5 minutes out of this coherent sense to anyone.
Beautiful. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Hopfield, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from John Hopfield, his article titled, Now What? Choosing problems is the primary determinant of what one accomplishes in science. I have generally had a relatively short attention span in science problems. Thus, I have always been on the lookout for more interesting questions, either as my present ones get worked out, or as they get classified by me as intractable, given my particular talents. He then goes on to say, what I have done in science relies entirely on experimental and theoretical studies by experts. I have a great respect for them, especially for those who are willing to attempt communication with someone who is not an expert in the field. I would only add that experts are good at answering questions. If you're brash enough, ask your own. Don't worry too much about how you found them. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Former FBI agent Brad Garrett says local authorities will probably get intelligence from the FBI and other agencies because they actively monitor events like that. I don't know for someone Lady Gaga.
The following is a conversation with Alex Garland, writer and director of many imaginative philosophical films, from the dreamlike exploration of human self-destruction in the movie Annihilation, the deep questions of consciousness and intelligence raised in the movie Ex Machina, which to me is one of the greatest movies on artificial intelligence ever made. I'm releasing this podcast to coincide with the release of this new series called Devs that will premiere this Thursday, March 5th on Hulu, as part of FX on Hulu. It explores many of the themes this very podcast is about, from quantum mechanics to artificial life to simulation to the modern nature of power in the tech world. I got a chance to watch a preview and loved it. The acting is great. Nick Offerman especially is incredible in it. The cinematography is beautiful, and the philosophical and scientific ideas explored are profound. And for me as an engineer and scientist, it was just fun to see brought to life. For example, if you watch the trailer for the series carefully, you'll see there's a programmer with a Russian accent looking at a screen with Python-like code on it that appears to be using a library that interfaces with a quantum computer. This attention to technical detail on several levels is impressive, and one of the reasons I'm a big fan of how Alex weaves science and philosophy together in his work. Meeting Alex for me was unlikely, but it was life-changing in ways I may only be able to articulate in a few years. Just as meeting Spot Mania Boston Dynamics for the first time planted a seed of an idea in my mind, so did meeting Alex Garland. He's humble, curious, intelligent, and to me, an inspiration. Plus, he's just really a fun person to talk with about the biggest possible questions in our universe. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Since Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin, let me mention that cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money is fascinating. I recommend Cent of Money as a great book on this history. Debits and credits on ledgers started 30,000 years ago. The US dollar was created about 200 years ago. Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, was released just over 10 years ago. So given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development, but it still is aiming to, and just might, redefine the nature of money. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that is helping advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Alex Garland. You've described the world inside the shimmer in the movie Annihilation as dreamlike, in that it's internally consistent but detached from reality. That leads me to ask, do you think, a philosophical question, I apologize, do you think we might be living in a dream or in a simulation, like the kind that the shimmer creates? We, human beings, here today.
Yeah, I want to sort of separate that out into 2 things. Yes, I think we're living in a dream of sorts. No, I don't think we're living in a simulation. I think we're living on a planet with a very thin layer of atmosphere, and the planet is in a very large space, and the space is full of other planets and stars and quasars and stuff like that. And I don't think those physical objects, I don't think the matter in that universe is simulated. I think it's there. We are definitely, or So I'll probably say definitely, but in my opinion, I'll just go about that. I think it seems very like we're living in a dream state. I'm pretty sure we are. And I think that's just to do with the nature of how we experience the world. We experience it in a subjective way. And the thing I've learned most as I've got older in some respects is the degree to which reality is counterintuitive, and that the things that are presented to us as objective turn out not to be objective. And quantum mechanics is full of that kind of thing, but actually just day-to-day life is full of that kind of thing as well. So my understanding of the way the brain works is you get some information hit your optic nerve, and then your brain makes its best guess about what it's seeing, what it's saying it's seeing. It may or may not be an accurate best guess. It might be an inaccurate best guess. And that gap, the best guess gap, means that we are essentially living in a subjective state, which means that we're in a dream state. So, I think you could enlarge on a dream state in all sorts of ways. But, so, yes, dream state, no simulation would be where I come down.
So going further deeper into that direction, you've also described that world as psychedelia. So on that topic, I'm curious about that world. On the topic of psychedelic drugs, do you see those kinds of chemicals that modify our perception as a distortion of our perception of reality, or a window into another reality?
No, I think what I'd be saying is that we live in a distorted reality, and then those kinds of drugs give us a different kind of distorted perspective. Yeah, exactly. They just give an alternate distortion. And I think that what they really do is they give a distorted perception which is a little bit more allied to daydreams or unconscious interests. So if for some reason you're feeling unconsciously anxious at that moment and you take a psychedelic drug, you'll have a more pronounced and pleasant experience. If you're feeling very calm or happy, you might have a good time. But yeah, so if I'm saying we're starting from a premise, our starting point is we were already in a slightly psychedelic state. What those drugs do is help you go further down an avenue, or maybe a slightly different avenue. But that's what.
So in that movie Annihilation, the shimmer, this alternate dreamlike state, is created by, I believe, perhaps an alien entity. Of course, everything's up to interpretation. Right? But do you think there's, in our world, in our universe, do you think there's intelligent life out there? And if so, how different is it from us humans?
Well, one of the things I was trying to do in Annihilation was to offer up a form of alien life that was actually alien, because it would often seem to me that in the way we would represent aliens in books or cinema, or television, or any one of us in storytelling mediums, is we would always give them very human-like qualities. So they wanted to teach us about galactic federations, or they wanted to eat us, or they wanted our resources, like our water, or they would enslave us, or whatever it happens to be. But all of these are incredibly human-like motivations. And I was interested in the idea of an alien that was not in any way like us, that didn't share. Maybe it had a completely different clock speed, maybe its way. So we're talking about, we're looking at each other, we're getting information, light hits our optic nerve, our brain makes the best guess of what we're doing. Sometimes it's quite something, the thing we were talking about before. What if this alien doesn't have an optic nerve? Maybe its way of encountering the space it's in is wholly different. Maybe it has a different relationship with gravity.
The basic laws of physics it operates under might be fundamentally different. It could be a different time scale and so on.
Yeah, or it could be the same laws, could be the same underlying laws of physics. It's a machine created, or it's a creature created in a quantum mechanical way. It just ends up in a very, very different place to the one we end up in. So part of the preoccupation with Annihilation was to come up with an alien that was really alien and didn't give us, and it didn't give us, and we didn't give it any kind of easy connection between human and the alien. Because I think it was to do with the idea that you could have an alien that landed on this planet that wouldn't even know we were here. And we might only glancingly know it was here. There'd just be this strange point where the Venn diagrams connected, where you could sense each other or something like that.
So in the movie, first of all, incredibly original view of what an alien life would be, and it's in that sense, it's a huge success. Let's go inside your imagination. Did that alien entity know anything about humans when it landed?
No.
So the idea is you're basically an alien life is trying to reach out to anything that might be able to hear its mechanism of communication, or was it just basically their biologist exploring different kinds of stuff that
but you see, but this is the interesting thing, is as soon as you say their biologist, you've done the thing of attributing human type motivations to it. I was trying to free myself from anything like that. So all sorts of questions you might answer about this notional alien, I wouldn't be able to answer because I don't know what it was or how it worked. You know, yeah, I had some rough ideas. Like it had a very, very, very slow clock speed, and I thought maybe the way it is interacting with this environment is a little bit like the way an octopus will change its color forms around the space that it's in. So it's sort of reacting to what it's in to an extent, but the reason it's reacting in that way is indeterminate.
But its clock speed was slower than our human life clock speed, but it's faster than evolution.
Faster than our
evolution.
Yeah, given the 4 billion years it took us to get here, then yes, maybe it started at 8.
If you look at the human civilization as a single organism,
yeah.
In that sense, this evolution could be us. The evolution of living organisms on Earth could be just a single organism, and it's that's its life. This is the evolution process that eventually will lead to probably the heat death of the universe, or something before that. I mean, that's just an incredible idea. So you almost don't know. You've created something that you don't even know how it works.
Yeah, because any time I tried to look into how it might work, I would then inevitably be attaching my kind of thought processes into it, and I wanted to try and put a bubble around it. I would say, no, this is alien in its most alien form. I have no real point of contact.
So unfortunately, I can't talk to Stanley Kubrick, so I'm really fortunate to get a chance to talk to you. Do you, on this particular notion, I'd like to ask it in a bunch of different ways, and we'll explore in different ways, but do you ever consider human imagination, your imagination, as a window into a possible future, and that what you're doing, you're putting that imagination on paper as a writer, and then on screen as a director, and that plants the seeds in the minds of millions of future and current scientists. And so your imagination, you putting it down, actually makes it a reality. So it's almost like a first step of the scientific method. Like you imagining what's possible. And your new series with Ex Machina is actually inspiring, thousands of 12-year-olds, millions of scientists, and actually creating the future you imagine.
Well, all I could say is that from my point of view, it's almost exactly the reverse, because I see that pretty much everything I do is a reaction to what scientists are doing. I'm an interested layperson, and I feel, this individual, I feel that the most interesting area that humans are involved in is science. I think art is very, very interesting, but the most interesting is science. And science is in a weird place because maybe around the time Newton was alive, if a very, very interested layperson said to themselves, I want to really understand what Newton is saying about the way the world works, with a few years of dedicated thinking, they would be able to understand the sort of principles he was laying out. And I don't think that's true. I think that's stopped being true now. So I'm a pretty smart guy, and if I said to myself, I want to really, really understand what is currently the state of quantum mechanics or string theory or any of the sort of branching areas of it, I wouldn't be able to. I'd be intellectually incapable of doing it because to work in those fields at the moment is a bit like being an athlete. I suspect you need to start when you're 12, you know. And if you start in your mid-20s, start trying to understand in your mid-20s, then you're just never going to catch up. That's the way it feels to me. So what I do is I try to make myself open. So the people that you're implying maybe I would influence, to me it's exactly the other way around. These people are strongly influencing me. I'm thinking they're doing something fascinating. I'm concentrating and working as hard as I can to try and understand the implications of what they say. And in some ways, often what I'm trying to do is disseminate their ideas into a means by which it can enter a public conversation. So Ex Machina contains lots of name checks, all sorts of existing thought experiments, Shadows on Plato's Cave, and Mary in the Black and White Room, and all sorts of different long-standing thought processes about sentience or consciousness or subjectivity or gender or whatever it happens to be, and then I'm trying to marshal that into a narrative to say, look, this stuff is interesting and it's also relevant, and this is my best shot at it. So I'm the one being influenced in my construction.
That's fascinating. Of course, you would say that because you're not even aware of your own. That's probably what Kubrick would say too, right? It's in describing why HAL 9000 is created the way HAL 9000 is created, is you're just studying but the reality when the specifics of the knowledge passes through your imagination. I would argue that you're incorrect in thinking that you're just disseminating knowledge. That the very act of your imagination consuming that science, it creates something. It creates the next step. Potentially creates the next step. I certainly think that's true with 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think at its best, and if it fails,
it's true of that. Yeah, it's true of that. Definitely.
At its best, it plants something. It's hard to describe, but it inspires the next generation, and it could be field dependent. So your new series is more a connection to physics, quantum mechanics, quantum computing, and yet Ex Machina is more artificial intelligence. I know more about AI. My sense that AI is much earlier in the depth of its understanding. I would argue nobody understands anything to the depth that physicists do about physics. In AI, nobody understands AI. That there is a lot of importance and role for imagination, which I think, we're in that, where Freud imagined the subconscious. We're in that stage of AI, where there's a lot of imagination needed, thinking outside the box.
Yeah, it's interesting. The spread of discussions and the spread of anxieties that exist about AI fascinate me. The way in which some people seem terrified about it, whilst also pursuing it. And I've never shared that fear about AI personally, but the way in which it agitates people, and also the people who it agitates, I find kind of fascinating.
Are you afraid? Are you excited? Are you sad by the possibility? Let's take the existential risk of artificial intelligence, by the possibility an artificial intelligence system becomes our offspring and makes us obsolete.
I mean, it's a huge subject to talk about, I suppose. But one of the things I think is that humans are actually very experienced at creating new life forms, because that's why you and I are both here, and it's why everyone on the planet is here. So something in the process of having a living thing that exists that didn't exist previously. It's very much encoded into the structures of our life and the structures of our societies. Doesn't mean we always get it right, but it does mean we've learned quite a lot about that. We've learned quite a lot about what the dangers are of allowing things to be unchecked, and it's why we then create systems of checks and balances in our government, and so on and so forth. I mean, that's not to say. The other thing is, it seems like there's all sorts of things that you could put into a machine that you would not be. So with us, we sort of roughly try to give some rules to live by, and some of us then live by those rules and some don't. And with a machine, it feels like you could enforce those things. So partly because of our previous experience and partly because of the different nature of the machine, I just don't feel anxious about it. I just see all the good, that, broadly speaking, the good that can come from it. But that's just where I am on that anxiety spectrum.
It's kind of, there's a sadness. So we as humans give birth to other humans, right? But there's generations, and there's often in the older generation a sadness about what the world has become now. I mean, that's kind of...
Yeah, there is, but there's a counterpoint as well, which is that most parents would wish for a better life for their children. So there may be a regret about some things about the past, but broadly speaking, what people really want is that things will be better for the future generations, not worse. And so, and then it's a question about what constitutes a future generation. A future generation could involve people, and also could involve machines, and it could involve a sort of cross-pollinated version of it too, but none of those things make me feel anxious.
It doesn't give you anxiety. It doesn't excite you, like anything that's new.
Not anything that's new. I don't think, for example, my anxieties relate to things like social media. So I've got plenty of anxieties about that.
Which is also driven by artificial intelligence, in the sense that there's too much information to be able to. An algorithm has to filter that information and present to you. So ultimately, the algorithm, oftentimes simple algorithm, is controlling the flow of information on social media. So that's another.
It is, but at least my sense of it, I might be wrong, but my sense of it is that the algorithms have an either conscious or unconscious bias, which is created by the people who are making the algorithms and sort of delineating the areas to which those algorithms are going to lean. And so, for example, the kind of thing I'd be worried about is that it hasn't been thought about enough how dangerous it is to allow algorithms to create echo chambers, say. But that doesn't seem to me to be about the AI or the algorithm. It's the naivety of the people who are constructing the algorithms to do that thing, if you see what I mean.
Yes. So in your series, devs, could speak more broadly. Let's talk about the people constructing those algorithms, which in our modern society, Silicon Valley, those algorithms happen to be a source of a lot of income because of advertisements.
Yeah.
So let me ask sort of a question about those people. Are current concerns and failures on social media, their naivety? Can't pronounce that word well. Are they naive? Are they, I use that word carefully, but evil in intent or misaligned in intent? I think that's do they mean well and just go have a unintended consequence, or is there something dark in them that results in them creating a company, results in that super competitive drive to be successful, and those are the people that will end up controlling the algorithm?
And I guess I'd say there are instances of all those things. So sometimes I think it's naivety. Sometimes I think it's extremely dark. And sometimes I think people are not being naive or dark. And then in those instances are sometimes generating things that are very benign, and other times generating things that, despite their best intentions, are not very benign. It's something. I think the reason why I don't get anxious about AI in terms of, or at least AIs that have, I don't know, a relationship with some sort of relationship with humans, is that I think that's the stuff we're quite well equipped to understand how to mitigate. The problem is issues that relate actually to the power of humans or the wealth of humans, and that's where it's dangerous here and now. So what I see, I'll tell you what I sometimes feel about Silicon Valley is that it's like Wall Street in the 80s. It's rabidly capitalistic, absolutely rabidly capitalistic, and it's rabidly greedy. But whereas in the 80s, the sense one had of Wall Street was that these people kind of knew they were sharps, and in a way relished being sharps, and dressed in sharp suits and kind of lorded over other people and felt good about doing it. Silicon Valley has managed to hide its voracious Wall Street-like capitalism behind hipster T-shirts and, cool cafes in the place where they set up there. And so that obfuscates what's really going on. And what's really going on is the absolute voracious pursuit of money and power. So that's where it goes shaky.
So that veneer, you explore that brilliantly, that veneer of virtue that Silicon Valley has,
which they believe themselves. I'm sure it's a lot of ways off.
Okay, I hope to be one of those people, and I believe that. So, as maybe a devil's advocate, term poorly used in this case, what if some of them really are trying to build a better world?
I'm sure. I think some of them are. I think I've spoken to ones who I believe in their heart feel they're building a better world.
Are they not able to?
No, they may or may not be. But it's just a zone with a lot of bullshit flying about. And there's also another thing, which is, this actually goes back to, I always thought about some sports that later turned out to be corrupt in the way that sport, like who won the boxing match, or how a football match got thrown, or a cricket match, or whatever it happened to be. And I used to think, well, look, if there's a lot of money, and there really is a lot of money, people stand to make millions or even billions, you will find corruption. That's going to happen. So it's in the nature of its voracious appetite that some people will be corrupt, and some people will exploit, and some people will exploit whilst thinking they're doing something good. But there are also people who I think are very, very smart and very benign and actually very self-aware. And so I'm not trying to wipe out the motivations of this entire area. But there are people in that world who scare the hell out of me. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm a little bit naive in that. Like I don't care at all about money, and so I'm
You might be one of the good guys.
Yeah, but so the thought is, but I don't have money. So my thought is, if you give me $1 billion, it would change nothing, and I would spend it right away on investing it right back and creating a good world. But your intuition is that billion. There's something about that money that maybe slowly corrupts the people around you. There's somebody gets in that corrupts your soul, the view of what you really want.
Money does corrupt. We know that. But there's a different sort of problem aside from just the money corrupts, thing that we're familiar with throughout history. And it's more about the sense of reinforcement an individual gets, which is so, it effectively works like, the reason I earned all this money and so much more money than anyone else is because I'm very gifted. I'm actually a bit smarter than they are, a lot smarter than they are, and I can see the future in a way they can't. And maybe some of those people are not particularly smart, they're very lucky, or they're very talented entrepreneurs. And there's a difference between it. So in other words, the acquisition of the money and power can suddenly start to feel like evidence of virtue.
Yes.
And it's not evidence of virtue. It might be evidence of completely different things.
That's brilliant, but yeah, that's brilliant. But so I think one of the fundamental drivers of my current morality let me just represent nerds in general, of all kinds, is constant self-doubt and the signals. I'm very sensitive to signals from people that tell me I'm doing the wrong thing. But when there's a huge inflow of money, you just put it brilliantly, that could become an overpowering signal that everything you do is right, and so your moral compass can just get thrown off.
Yeah, and it's that is not contained to Silicon Valley. That's across the board
In general, yeah. Like I said, on the Soviet Union, the current president is convinced, I believe, actually he wants to do really good by the country and by the world, but his moral clock may be, or compass may be off because
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting thing about evil, which is that I think most people who do spectacularly evil things think themselves they're doing really good things. They're not there thinking, I am a sort of incarnation of Satan. They're thinking, yeah, I've seen a way to fix the world. Everyone else is wrong. Here I go.
in fact, I'm having a fascinating conversation with a historian of Stalin. And he took power. He actually got more power than almost any person in history. And he didn't want power. He just wanted, he truly, and this is what people don't realize, he truly believed that communism will make for a better world.
Absolutely.
And he wanted power. He wanted to destroy the competition to make sure that we actually make communism work in the Soviet Union and that spread it across the world. He was trying to do good.
I think it's typically the case that that's what people think they're doing, and I think that. But you don't need to go to Stalin. I mean, I think Stalin probably got pretty crazy. But actually, that's another part of it, which is the other thing that comes from being convinced of your own virtues, that then you stop listening to the modifiers around you. And that tends to drive people crazy. It's other people that keep us sane. And if you stop listening to them, I think you go a bit mad. That also.
That's funny. Disagreement, the same. To jump back for an entire generation of AI researchers, 2001, A Space Odyssey, put an image, the idea of human level, superhuman level intelligence into their mind. Do you ever, sort of jumping back to Ex Machina, and talk a little bit about that, do you ever consider the audience of people who build the systems, the roboticists, the scientists that build the systems based on the stories you create? Which I would argue, I mean, there's literally most of the top researchers, about 40, 50 years old plus, that's their favorite movie, 2001 Space Odyssey. It really is in their work, with their idea of what ethics is, of what is the target, the hope, the dangers of AI. It's that movie.
Yeah.
Right? Do you ever consider the impact on those researchers when you create the work you do?
Certainly not with Ex Machina in relation to 2001, because I'm not sure. I mean, I'd be pleased if there was, but I'm not sure. In a way, there isn't a fundamental discussion of issues to do with AI that isn't already and better dealt with by 2001. 2001 does a very, very good account of the way in which an AI might think, and also potential issues with the way the AI might think, and also then a separate question about whether the AI is malevolent or benevolent. And 2001 doesn't really. It's a slightly odd thing to be making a film when you know there's this thing wrong, which is not a really super.
But there's a questions of consciousness, embodiment, and also the same kinds of questions. Because those are my two favorite AI movies. So can you compare HAL 9000 and Ava, HAL 9000 from 2001 Space Odyssey and Ava from Ex Machina? In your view, from a philosophical perspective.
But they've got different goals. The two AIs have different. I think that's really the difference. So in some respects, Ex Machina took as a premise, how do you assess whether something else has consciousness? So it was a version of the Turing test, except instead of having the machine hidden, you put the machine in plain sight, in the way that we are in plain sight of each other, and say, now assess the consciousness. And the way it was illustrating that the way in which you'd assess the state of consciousness of the machine is exactly the same way we assess the state of consciousness of each other, and in exactly the same way that, in a funny way, your sense of my consciousness is actually based primarily on your own consciousness. That is also then true with the machine, and so it was actually about how much of the sense of consciousness is a projection rather than something that consciousness is actually containing.
And Plato's cave. I mean, so you really explored. You could argue that how sort of Space Odyssey explores idea of the Turing test for intelligence. Well, not test. There's no test, but it's more focused on intelligence. And Ex Machina kind of goes around intelligence, and it's just the consciousness of the human to human, human to robot interaction is more interesting, more important, more at least the focus of that particular movie.
Yeah, it's about the interior state and what constitutes the interior state and how do we know it's there. And actually, in that respect, Ex Machina is as much about consciousness in general as it is to do specifically with machine consciousness.
Yes.
And it's also interesting, you know, the thing you started asking about, the dream state, and I was saying, well, I think we're all in a dream state because we're all in a subjective state.
Yeah.
One of the things that I became aware of with Ex Machina is that the way in which people reacted to the film was very based on what they took into the film. So many people thought Ex Machina was the tale of a sort of evil robot who murders two men and escapes, and she has no empathy, for example, because she's a machine. Whereas I felt, no, she was a conscious being with a consciousness different from mine, but so what? Imprisoned and made a bunch of value judgments about how to get out of that box. And there's a moment which it sort of slightly bugs me, but nobody ever has noticed it, and it's years after, so I might as well say it now, which is that after Ava has escaped, she crosses a room, and as she's crossing a room, this is just before she leaves the building, she looks over her shoulder and she smiles. And I thought, after all the conversation about tests, in a way, the best indication you could have of the interior state of someone is if they are not being observed and they smile about something, or they're smiling for themselves. And that, to me, was evidence of Ava's true sentience, whatever that sentience was.
But that's really interesting. We don't get to observe Ava much, or something like a smile in any context except through interaction, trying to convince others that she's conscious. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But it was a small, in a funny way, I think maybe people saw it as an evil smile, like, ha! You know,
Yeah.
I thought that. But actually it was just a smile. And I thought, well, in the end, after all the conversations about the test, that was the answer to the test, and then she goes.
So if we just to linger a little bit longer on Hal and Ava, do you think in terms of motivation, what was Hal's motivation? Is Hal good or evil? Is Ava good or evil?
Ava's good, in my opinion, and Hal is neutral, because I don't think Hal is presented as having a sophisticated emotional life. He has a set of paradigms, which is that the mission needs to be completed. I mean, it's a version of the paper. You know,
The idea that it's a super intelligent machine, but it's just performed a particular task.
Yeah.
And in doing that task, may destroy everybody on Earth, or may achieve undesirable effects for us humans.
precisely. Yeah.
But what if? Okay.
At the very end, he says something like, "I'm afraid," but that maybe he is on some level experiencing fear, or it may be this is the terms in which it would be wise to stop someone from doing the thing they're doing, if you see what I mean.
Yes, absolutely. So actually, that's funny. So that's this is such a small, short exploration of consciousness that I'm afraid. And then you just with Ex Machina say, okay, we're going to magnify that part and then minimize the other part. So that's a good way to sort of compare the two. But if you could just use your imagination, and if Ava sort of I don't know, he was president of the United States, so had some power. So what kind of world would you want to create? If you kind of say good, and there is a sense that she has a really there's a desire for better human interaction, human to robot interaction in her. But what kind of world do you think she would create with that desire?
That's a very interesting question. I'm going to approach it slightly obliquely, which is that if a friend of yours got stabbed in a mugging, and you then got very angry at the person who'd done the stabbing, but then you learned that it was a 15-year-old, and the 15-year-old, both their parents were addicted to crystal meth, and the kid had been addicted since he was 10, and he'd really never had any hope in the world, and he'd been driven crazy by his upbringing and did the stabbing. That would hugely modify, and it would also make you wary about that kid then becoming president of America. Right. And Ava has had a very, very distorted introduction into the world. So although there's nothing, as it were, organically within Ava that would lean her towards badness, it's not that robots or sentient robots are bad. She did not, her arrival into the world was being imprisoned by humans, so I'm not sure she'd be a great president.
Yeah, the trajectory through which she arrived at her moral views have some dark elements that
But I like Ava. Personally, I like Ava. And I
would you vote for her?
I'm having difficulty finding anyone to vote for. But in my country, or if I lived here, it was.
So that's a yes, I guess, because the competition.
She could easily do a better job than any of the people who got around the world.
Okay.
Vote for her over Boris Johnson.
So what is a good test of consciousness? We talk about consciousness a little bit more. If something appears conscious, is it conscious? You mentioned the smile, which seems to be something done. I mean, that's a really good indication because it's a tree falling in the forest, and we'll be there to hear it. But does the appearance, from a robotics perspective, of consciousness mean consciousness to you?
No. I don't think you could say that fully, because I think you could then easily have a thought experiment which said, we will create something which we know is not conscious, but is going to give a very, very good account of seeming consciousness. So, and also it would be a particularly bad test where humans are involved, because humans are so quick to project sentience into things that don't have sentience. So someone could have their computer playing up and feel as if their computer is being malevolent to them when it clearly isn't. And so of all the things to judge consciousness, humans are bad at. We're empathy machines.
So the flip side of that, the argument there is because we just attribute consciousness to everything almost, and anthropomorphize everything, including Roombas. That maybe consciousness is not real, that we just attribute consciousness to each other. Do you have a sense that there is something really special going on in our mind that makes us unique and gives us subjective experience?
There's something very interesting going on in our minds. I'm slightly worried about the word special, because it nudges towards metaphysics and maybe even magic. In some ways, something magic-like, which I don't think is there at all.
I mean, if you think about it, there's an idea called panpsychism that says consciousness is in everything.
Yeah, I don't buy that. Yeah, so the idea that there is a thing that it would be like to be the sun. Because, I don't buy that. I think that consciousness is a thing. My sort of broad modification is that usually the more I find out about things, the more illusory our instinct is, and is leading us into a different direction about what that thing actually is. That happens, it seems to me, in modern science, that happens a hell of a lot. whether it's to do with how big or small things are. So my sense is that consciousness is a thing, but it isn't quite the thing, or maybe very different from the thing that we instinctively think it is. So it's there, it's very interesting, but we may be in sort of quite fundamentally misunderstanding it for reasons that are based on intuition.
So I have to ask, this is kind of an interesting question. The Ex Machina, for many people, including myself, is one of the greatest AI films ever made. It's number 2 for me.
Thanks. Yeah, it's definitely not number one. Who's number one? I've really got that.
Well,
anyway, yeah.
Whenever you grow up with something, right? Whenever you grow up with something, it's in the blood. But there's one of the things that people bring up. You can't please everyone, including myself. This is what I first reacted to the film, is the idea of the lone genius. This is the criticism that people say, sort of, me as an AI researcher, I'm trying to create what Nathan is trying to do. So there's a brilliant series called Chernobyl.
Yes, it's fantastic. Absolutely spectacular.
I mean, they got so many things brilliantly right. But one of the things, again, the criticism there,
they inflated lots of people
into one character that represents all nuclear scientists. Ivana Komiak. It's a composite character that represents all scientists. Yeah. Is this the way you were thinking about that, or is it just simplifies the storytelling? How do you think about the lone genius?
Well, I'd say this. The series I'm doing at the moment is a critique, in part, of the lone genius concept. So, yes, I'm sort of oppositional and either agnostic or atheistic about that as a concept. I mean, not entirely, whether lone is the right word, broadly isolated, but Newton clearly exists in a sort of bubble of himself in some respects, so does Shakespeare.
So do you think we would have an iPhone without Steve Jobs? I mean, how much
Steve Jobs clearly isn't a lone genius because there's too many other people in the sort of superstructure around him who are absolutely fundamental to that journey.
But you're saying Newton, but that's a scientific. So there's an engineering element to building Ava.
But just to say, what Ex Machina is really, it's a thought experiment. I mean, so it's a construction of putting 4 people in a house. Nothing about Ex Machina adds up in all sorts of ways, in as much as who built the machine parts? Did the people building the machine parts know what they were creating, and how did they get there? And it's a thought experiment. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny on that sort.
I don't think it's actually that interesting of a question, but it's brought up so often that I have to ask it, because that's exactly how I felt after a while. There's something about, there was almost a defense, like I watched your movie the first time, at least for the first little while, in a defensive way. Like, how dare this person try to step into the AI space and try to beat Kubrick? That's the way I was thinking, like this, because it comes off as a movie that really is going after the deep fundamental questions about AI. So there's a kind of a, nerds do this, I guess, automatically searching for the flaws. And I do
exactly the same.
I think in Annihilation, in the other movie, I was be able to free myself from that much quicker. That it is a thought experiment. There's, who cares if there's batteries that don't run out, right? Those kinds of questions. Yes. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But it's nevertheless something I wanted to bring up.
It's a fair thing to bring up. But for me, you hit on the lone genius thing. For me, it was actually, people always said Ex Machina makes this big leap in terms of where AI has got to, and also what AI would look like if it got to that point. There's another one which is just robotics. I mean, look at the way Ava walks around the room. It's like, forget it, building that. That's also got to be a very, very long way off. And if you did get there, it wouldn't look anything like that. It's a thought experiment.
I disagree with you. I think the way, as a ballerina, Alicia Vikander, brilliant actor that moves around, that we're very far away from creating that. But the way she moves around is exactly the definition of perfection for a roboticist. it's like smooth and efficient. So it is where we want to get. I believe. Like I think. Like, so I hang out with a lot of like humanoid robotics people. They love elegant, smooth motion like that. That's their dream. So the way she moved is actually what I believe they would dream for a robot to move. It might not be that useful to move that sort of that way, but that is the definition of perfection in terms of movement. Drawing inspiration from real life. So for devs, for Ex Machina, look at characters like Elon Musk. What do you think about the various big technological efforts of Elon Musk and others like him that he's involved with, such as Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink? Do you see any of that technology potentially defining the future worlds you create in your work? So Tesla is automation, SpaceX is space exploration, Neuralink is brain-machine interface, somehow merger of biological and electric systems.
In a way, I'm influenced by that almost by definition, because that's the world I live in, and this is the thing that's happening in that world. And I also feel supportive of it. So I think amongst various things, Elon Musk has done. I'm almost sure he's done a very, very good thing with Tesla for all of us. It's really kicked all the other car manufacturers in the face. It's kicked the fossil fuel industry in the face, and they needed kicking in the face, and he's done it. So so that's the world he's part of creating, and I live in that world. Just bought a Tesla, in fact, and so does that play into whatever I then make? In some ways it does, partly because I try to be a writer who, quite often filmmakers are in some ways fixated on the films they grew up with, and they sort of remake those films in some ways. I've always tried to avoid that, and so I look to the real world to get inspiration, and as much as possible sort of by living, I think. And so yeah, I'm sure.
Which of the directions do you find most exciting?
Space travel.
Space travel. So you haven't really explored space travel in your work. You've said something like, if you had unlimited amount of money, I think on a Reddit AMA, that you would make like a multi-year series of Space Wars or something like that. So what is it that excites you about space exploration?
Well, because if we have any sort of long-term future, it's that. It just simply is that. If energy and matter are linked up in the way we think they're linked up, we'll run out if we don't move. So we got to move. And but also, how can we not? It's built into us to do it or die trying. I was on Easter Island a few months ago, which is, as I'm sure you know, in the middle of the Pacific and difficult for people to have got to, but they got there. And I did think a lot about the way those boats must have set out into something like space. It was the ocean, and how sort of fundamental that was to the way we are. And it's the one that most excites me, because it's the one I want most to happen. It's the thing, it's the place where we could get to as humans. Like, in a way, I could live with us never really fully unlocking the nature of consciousness. I'd like to know, I'm really curious. But if we never leave the solar system, and if we never get further out into this galaxy, or maybe even galaxies beyond our galaxy, that feels sad to me, because it's so limited.
Yeah, there's something hopeful and beautiful about reaching out, any kind of exploration, reaching out across Earth centuries ago, and then reaching out into space. So what do you think about colonization of Mars? To go to Mars, does that excite you, the idea of a human being stepping foot on Mars?
It does. It absolutely does. But in terms of what would really excite me, it would be leaving the solar system. In as much as that, I think we already know quite a lot about this. But yes, listen, if it happened, that would be. I hope I see it in my life. I really hope I see it in my life. It would be a wonderful thing.
Without giving anything away, but The series begins with the use of quantum computers. The new series begins with the use of quantum computers to simulate basic living organisms. Or actually, I don't know if it's quantum computers are used, but basic living organisms simulated on a screen. It's a really cool kind of demo.
Yeah, that's right. They are using a quantum computer to simulate a limited. Yeah.
So returning to our discussion of simulation, or thinking of the universe as a computer, do you think the universe is deterministic? Is there a free will?
So with the qualification of what do I know because I'm a layperson, but
With big imagination.
with that qualification, I think the universe is deterministic, and I see absolutely, I cannot see how free will fits into that. So yes, deterministic, no free will. That would be my position.
And how does that make you feel?
It partly makes me feel that it's exactly in keeping with the way these things tend to work out, which is that we have an incredibly strong sense that we do have free will. And just as we have an incredibly strong sense that time is a constant, and turns out probably not to be the case, or definitely in the case of time, but it's the problem I always have with free will is that it gets. I can never seem to find a place where it is supposed to reside.
And yet you explore.
But a very, very. We have something we can call free will, but it's not the thing that we think it is.
But free will, so to you, what we call free will is just
what we call it is the illusion of it.
That's a subjective experience of
which is a useful thing to have, and it partly comes down to, although we live in a deterministic universe, our brains are not very well equipped to fully determine the deterministic universe, so we're constantly surprised and feel like we're making snap decisions based on imperfect information. So that feels a lot like free will. It is. Would be that's my guess.
So in that sense, your sort of sense is that you can unroll the universe forward or backward, and you will see the same thing. And that notion.
Yeah, sort of. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, that notion is a bit uncomfortable to think about. That you could roll it back and forward. And
well, if you were able to do it, it would certainly have to be a quantum computer, something that worked in a quantum mechanical way in order to understand a quantum mechanical system. I guess, but
and so that unrolling, there might be a multiverse thing where there's a bunch of branching.
Well, exactly, because it wouldn't follow that every time you roll it back or forward, you'd get exactly the same result.
Which is another thing that's hard to wrap my mind around. So
yeah, but that yes, but essentially what you just described, that the yes forwards and yes backwards, but you might get a slightly different result, or very different.
Or very different. Along the same lines, you've explored some really deep scientific ideas in this new series. And I mean, just in general, you're unafraid to ground yourself in some of the most amazing scientific ideas of our time. What are the things you've learned or ideas you find beautiful and mysterious about quantum mechanics, multiverse, string theory, quantum computing that you've learned?
Well, I would have to say every single thing I've learned is beautiful. And one of the motivators for me is that I think that people tend not to see scientific thinking as being essentially poetic and lyrical. But I think that is literally exactly what it is. And I think the idea of entanglement, or the idea of superpositions, or the fact that you could even demonstrate a superposition or have a machine that relies on the existence of superpositions in order to function, to me is almost indescribably beautiful. It fills me with awe. It fills me with awe. And also, it's not just a sort of grand, massive awe but it's also delicate. It's very, very delicate and subtle, and it has these beautiful sort of nuances in it, and also these completely paradigm-changing thoughts and truths. So So it's as good as it gets, as far as I can tell. So broadly everything. That doesn't mean I believe everything I read in quantum physics, because obviously a lot of the interpretations are completely in conflict with each other, and who knows whether string theory will turn out to be a good description or not. But the beauty in it seems undeniable, and I do wish people more readily understood how beautiful and poetic science is, I would say.
Science is poetry. In terms of quantum computing being used to simulate things, or just in general, the idea of simulating small parts of our world, which actually current physicists are really excited about, simulating small quantum mechanical systems on quantum computers, but scaling that up to something bigger, like simulating life forms. How do you think? What are the possible trajectories of that going wrong or going right if you unroll that into the future?
Well, if a bit like Ava and her robotics, you park the sheer complexity of what you're trying to do. The issues are, I think it will have a profound. If you were able to have a machine that was able to project forwards and backwards accurately, it would, in an empirical way, it would demonstrate that you don't have free will. So the first thing that would happen is people would have to really take on a very, very different idea of what they were. The thing that they truly, truly believe they are not. And so that I suspect would be very, very disturbing to a lot of people.
Do you think that has a positive or negative effect on society? The realization that you cannot control your actions, essentially, I guess, is the way that could be interpreted.
Yeah, although in some ways we instinctively understand that already, because in the example I gave you of the kid in the stabbing, we would all understand that kid was not really fully in control of their actions. So it's not an idea that's entirely alien to us. But
I don't know, we understand that. I think there's a bunch of people who see the world that way, but not everybody.
Yes, true. And what this machine would do is prove it beyond any doubt, because someone would say, well, I don't believe that's true, and then you'd predict, well, in 10 seconds you're going to do this, and they'd say, no, I'm not, and then they'd do it, and then determinism would have played its part, but or something like that. But actually, the exact terms of that probably wouldn't play out. But still, broadly speaking, you could predict something happening in another room, sort of unseen, I suppose, that foreknowledge would not allow you to affect. So, what effect would that have? I think people would find it very disturbing. But then, after they'd got over their sense of being disturbed, which, by the way, I don't even think you need a machine to take this idea on board. But after they got over that, they'd still understand that even though I have no free will and my actions are in effect already determined, I still feel things. I still care about stuff. I remember my daughter saying to me, she got hold of the idea that my view of the universe made it meaningless. And she said, well, then it's meaningless. And I said, well, I can prove it's not meaningless, because you mean something to me and I mean something to you. So it's not completely meaningless, because there is a bit of meaning contained within the space. And so with a lack of free will space, you could think, well, this robs me of everything I am. And then you'd say, well, no, it doesn't, because you still like eating cheeseburgers, and you still like going to the movies. So how big a difference does it really make? But I think initially people would find it very disturbing. I think that what would come if you could really unlock with a determinism machine everything, there'd be this wonderful wisdom that would come from it, and I'd rather have that than not.
So that's a really good example of a technology revealing to us humans something fundamental about our world, about our society. So it's almost, this creation is helping us understand ourselves. In the same can be said about artificial intelligence. So what do you think us creating something like Ava will help us understand about ourselves? How will that change society?
Well, I would hope it would teach us some humility. humans are very big on exceptionalism. You know, America is constantly proclaiming itself to be the greatest nation on earth, which it may feel like that if you're an American, but it may not feel like that if you're from Finland, because there's all sorts of things you dearly love about Finland. And exceptionalism is usually bullshit. Probably not always. If we both sat here, we could find a good example of something that isn't, but as a rule of thumb. And what it would do is it would teach us some humility and about, you know, actually often that's what science does in a funny way. It makes us more and more interesting, but it makes us a smaller and smaller part of the thing that's interesting. And I don't mind that humility at all. I don't think it's a bad thing. Our excesses don't tend to come from humility.
No.
You know, our excesses come from the opposite, megalomania. So we tend to think of consciousness as having some form of exceptionalism attached to it. I suspect if we ever unravel it, it will turn out to be less than we thought, in a way.
And perhaps your very own exceptionalist assertion earlier on in our conversation that consciousness is something that belongs to us humans, or not humans, but living organisms. Maybe you will one day find out that consciousness is in everything, and that will humble you.
If that was true, it would certainly humble me. Although maybe, almost maybe, I don't know what effect that would have. I sort of, I mean, my understanding of that principle is along the lines of, say, that an electron has a preferred state, or it may or may not pass through a bit of glass. It may reflect off, or it may go through, or something like that. And so that feels as if a choice has been made. And but if I'm going down the fully deterministic route, I would say there's just an underlying determinism that has defined the preferred state or the reflection or non-reflection. So, but look, yeah, you're right. If it turned out that there was a thing that it was like to be the sun, then I'd be amazed and humbled. And I'd be happy to be both. That sounds pretty cool.
And you'll say the same things you said to your daughter, but it nevertheless feels something like to be me, and that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So Kubrick created many masterpieces, including The Shining, Doctor Strangelove, Clockwork Orange. But to me, he will be remembered, I think, to many, 100 years from now for 2001: A Space Odyssey. I would say that's his greatest film.
I agree.
You are incredibly humble. I've listened to a bunch of your interviews, and I really appreciate that. You're humble in your creative efforts in your work. But if I were to force you at gunpoint,
Do you have a gun?
you don't know that, the mystery, is to imagine 100 years out into the future, what will Alex Garland be remembered for? From something you've created already, or you may feel somewhere deep inside you may still create?
Well, okay. Well, I'll take the question in the spirit it was asked. Very generous.
Gunpoint.
What I try to do. So therefore, what I hope. Yeah, if I'm remembered, what I might be remembered for is as someone who participates in the conversation. And I think that often what happens is people don't participate in conversations. They make proclamations, they make statements, and people can either react against the statement or can fall in line behind it. And I don't like that. So I want to be part of the conversation. I take as a sort of basic principle, I think I take lots of my cues from science, but one of the best ones, it seems to me, is that when a scientist has something proved wrong that they previously believed in, they then have to abandon that position. So I'd like to be someone who is allied to that sort of thinking. So part of an exchange of ideas, and the exchange of ideas for me is something like, people in your world show me things about how the world works, and then I say, this is how I feel about what you've told me, and then other people can react to that. And it's not to say this is how the world is. It's just to say it is interesting to think about the world in this way.
And the conversation is one of the things I'm really hopeful about in your work. The conversation you're having is with the viewer. in the sense that you're bringing back you and several others, but you very much so sort of intellectual depth to cinema, to now series, sort of allowing film to be something that, yeah, sparks a conversation, is a conversation, lets people think, allows them to think.
But also, it's very important for me that if that conversation is going to be a good conversation, what that must involve is that someone like you, who understands AI, I imagine understands a lot about quantum mechanics, if they then watch the narrative, feels, yes, this is a fair account. So it is a worthy addition to the conversation. That for me is hugely important. I'm not interested in getting that stuff wrong. I'm only interested in trying to get it right.
Alex, it was truly an honor to talk to you. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Alex Garland. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with a question from Ava, the central artificial intelligence character in the movie Ex Machina, that she asked during her Turing test. What will happen to me if I fail your test? Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
No, I'm not. You're right. I'm not here on Friday. Okay, I'll be the following week. That's right. I'm out Thursday and Friday. Just? Oh my God. You know what I am? I'm here to treat for onset early onset Alzheimer's, which is what Alzheimer's. That's because the guy who discovered it was Al.
But I love how he questions Connell on paying attention.
Good point. Okay, let's move on. We're in on new.
Following is a conversation with Stephen Wolfram, a computer scientist, mathematician, and theoretical physicist who is the founder and CEO of Wolfram Research, a company behind Mathematica, Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Language, and the new Wolfram Physics project. He's the author of several books, including A New Kind of Science, which, on a personal note, was one of the most influential books in my journey in computer science and artificial intelligence. It made me fall in love with the mathematical beauty and power of cellular automata. It is true that perhaps one of the criticisms of Stephen is on a human level, that he has a big ego, which prevents some researchers from fully enjoying the content of his ideas. We'll talk about this point in this conversation. To me, ego can lead you astray. It can also be a superpower, one that fuels bold, innovative thinking that refuses to surrender to the cautious ways of academic institutions. And here, especially, I ask you to join me in looking past the peculiarities of human nature and opening your mind to the beauty of ideas in Stephen's work and in this conversation. I believe Stephen Wolfram is one of the most original minds of our time, and at the core, is a kind, curious, and brilliant human being. This conversation was recorded in November 2019 when the Wolfram Physics project was underway, but not yet ready for public exploration as it is now. We now agreed to talk again, probably multiple times in the near future. So this is round 1. Stay tuned for round 2 soon. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do a few minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 sponsors, ExpressVPN and Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod and downloading Cash App and using code LexPodcast. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LexPodcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. This Cash App does fractional share trading. Let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface. It takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction of the stock market. This makes trading more accessible for new investors and diversification is easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LexPodcast, you get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. This show is presented by ExpressVPN. Get it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount and to support this podcast. I've been using ExpressVPN for many years. I love it. It's really easy to use. Press the big power on button and your privacy is protected. And if you like, you can make it look like your location is anywhere else in the world. This has a large number of obvious benefits. Certainly, it allows you to access international versions, streaming websites like the Japanese Netflix or the UK Hulu. ExpressVPN works on any device you can imagine. I use it on Linux. Shout out to Ubuntu. New version coming out soon, actually. Windows, Android, but it's available anywhere else too. Once again, get it at expressvpn.com/LexPod. Get a discount and to support this podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Stephen Wolfram. You and your son, Christopher, helped create the alien language in the movie Arrival. So let me ask maybe a bit of a crazy question, but if aliens were to visit us on Earth, do you think we would be able to find a common language?
By the time we're saying aliens are visiting us, we've already prejudiced the whole story. Because the concept of an alien actually visiting, so to speak, we already know they're kind of things that make sense to talk about visiting. So we already know they exist in the same kind of physical setup that we do. They're not, it's not just radio signals. It's an actual thing that shows up and so on. So I think in terms of, can one find ways to communicate? Well, the best example we have of this right now is AI. That's our first sort of example of alien intelligence. And the question is, how well will we communicate with AI? If you were to say, if you were in the middle of a neural net and you open it up and it's like, what are you thinking? Can you discuss things with it? It's not easy, but it's not absolutely impossible. So I think by the time, given the setup of your question, aliens visiting, I think the answer is yes, one will be able to find some form of communication, whatever communication means. Communication requires notions of purpose and things like this. It's a kind of philosophical quagmire.
So if AI is a kind of alien life form, what do you think visiting looks like? So if we look at aliens visiting, and we'll get to discuss computation and the world of computation, but if you were to imagine, you said you already prejudiced something by saying visit, how would aliens visit?
By visit, there's kind of an implication, and here we're using the imprecision of human language. In a world of the future, and if that's represented in computational language, we might be able to take the concept visit and go look in the documentation basically and find out exactly what does that mean, what properties does it have, and so on. But by visit, in ordinary human language, I'm kind of taking it to be there's something, a physical embodiment that shows up in the spacecraft, since we kind of know that that's necessary. We're not imagining it's just photons showing up in a radio signal that photons in some very elaborate pattern. We're imagining it's physical things made of atoms and so on that show up.
Can it be photons in the pattern?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, whether there is the possibility, what counts as intelligence? Good question. And I used to think there was sort of there'll be, it'll be clear what it means to find extraterrestrial intelligence, etc., etc., etc. I've increasingly realized as a result of science that I've done, that there really isn't a bright line between the intelligent and the merely computational, so to speak. So, in our kind of everyday sort of discussion, we'll say things like, the weather has a mind of its own. Well, let's unpack that question. We realize that there are computational processes that go on that determine the fluid dynamics of this and that and the atmosphere, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How do we distinguish that from the processes that go on in our brains, of the physical processes that go on in our brains? How do we separate those? How do we say the physical processes going on that represent sophisticated computations in the weather? Oh, that's not the same as the physical processes that go on that represent sophisticated computations in our brains. The answer is I don't think there is a fundamental distinction. I think the distinction for us is that there's kind of a thread of history and so on that connects kind of what happens in different brains to each other, so to speak. And it's what happens in the weather is something which is not connected by sort of a thread of civilizational history, so to speak, to what we're used to.
In our story, in the stories that the human brains told us, but maybe the weather has its own stories.
Absolutely. And that's where we run into trouble thinking about extraterrestrial intelligence, because it's like that pulsar magnetosphere that's generating these very elaborate radio signals. Is that something that we should think of as being this whole civilization that's developed over the last however long, millions of years of processes going on in the neutron star or whatever, versus what we're used to in human intelligence? And I think in the end, when people talk about extraterrestrial intelligence and where is it, and the whole Fermi paradox of how come there's no other signs of intelligence in the universe, my guess is that we've got sort of two alien forms of intelligence that we're dealing with: artificial intelligence and sort of physical or extraterrestrial intelligence. And my guess is people will sort of get comfortable with the fact that both of these have been achieved around the same time. And in other words, people will say, well, yes, we're used to computers, things we've created, digital things we've created, being sort of intelligent like we are. And they'll say, oh, we're kind of also used to the idea that there are things around the universe that are kind of intelligent like we are, except they don't share the sort of civilizational history that we have. And so we don't, they're a different branch. I mean, it's similar to when you talk about life, for instance. I mean, you kind of said life form, I think, almost synonymously with intelligence, which I don't think is the AIs would be upset to hear you equate those two
because I
things.
really probably implied biological life.
Right.
But you're saying, I mean, we'll explore this more, but you're saying it's really a spectrum. It's all just a kind of computation. And so it's a full spectrum, and we just make ourselves special by weaving a narrative around our particular kinds of content.
Yes. I mean, the thing that I think I've kind of come to realize is, at some level it's depressing to realize that there's so little that's
liberating.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's the story of science, right? And from Copernicus on, it's like, first we were like convinced our planet's at the center of the universe. No, that's not true. Well, then we were convinced there's something very special about the chemistry that we have as biological organisms. No, that's not really true. And then we're still holding out that hope. Oh, this intelligence thing we have, that's really special. I don't think it is. However, in a sense, as you say, it's kind of liberating for the following reasons, that you realize that what's special is the details of us, not some abstract attribute that, we could wonder, oh, is something else going to come along and, also have that abstract attribute? Well, yes, every abstract attribute we have, something else has it. But the full details of our kind of history of our civilization and so on, nothing else has that. That's what, that's our story, so to speak. And that's sort of almost by definition special. So I view it as not being such a, initially I was like, this is bad. This is kind of, how can we have self-respect about the things that we do? Then I realized the details of the things we do, they are the story. Everything else is kind of a blank canvas.
So maybe on a small tangent, you just made me think of it, but what do you make of the monoliths in 2001 Space Odyssey in terms of aliens communicating with us and sparking the kind of particular intelligent computation that we humans have? Is there anything interesting to get from that sci-fi?
Yeah, I think what's fun about that is, the monoliths are these, 1 to 4 to 9 perfect cuboid things. And in the, Earth a million years ago, whatever they were portraying with a bunch of apes and so on, a thing that has that level of perfection seems out of place. It seems very kind of constructed, very engineered. So that's an interesting question. What is the, what's the techno signature, so to speak? What is it that you see it somewhere and you say, my gosh, that had to be engineered? Now, the fact is, we see crystals, which are also very perfect. And, the perfect ones are very perfect. They're nice polyhedra or whatever. And so, in that sense, you say, well, it's a sign of it's a techno signature that it's a perfect, perfect polygonal shape, polyhedral shape. That's not true. And so then it's an interesting question. What is the, what is the right signature? I mean, like, Gauss, famous mathematician, he had this idea you should cut down the Siberian forest in the shape of sort of a typical image of the proof of the Pythagorean theorem, on the grounds that it's a kind of cool idea. It didn't get done, but it's on the ground is that the Martians would see that and realize.
I'm sure they can disseminate medicine and things like that. Obstacles. They have to get rid of the music on
True. Clinic on wheels. That with doctors. It's going to be like a clown car. How many doctors can you put in there? By the way, I think this is, it's a very good idea. And there's a lot of humanity to this idea. I think, of course, Israel will blow it to pieces as soon as it goes into Gaza. And there's some pieces and volunteers all over the place. What?
Interestingly enough, it is upsetting. It's kind of like it's bulletproof glass. That might help them a little bit.
A little bit against a missile coming in off an F-16. Yeah, that would work.
This one is really fascinating to me because I was just here a few weeks ago visiting in San Francisco. President Trump says he is directing the government to expand and reopen Alcatraz in the San Francisco Bay. That's the notorious former prison on that little tiny, hard-to-reach island there in San Francisco Bay. It's been closed for more than 60 years and makes about $60 million in revenue, tourism revenue for the city of San Francisco. But he says he wants to house the most dangerous criminals there.
They closed it down in the 60s because it was too expensive to run in the 60s. And since then, the infrastructure has fallen even more apart. So I'm assuming the maintenance isn't wonderful on that thing. Although we saw Al Capone itself, which did you take the tour?
I did. We did the blue walk. My family and I walked the whole island.
It's great fun. And you see the birds and Alcatraz. Alcatraz, what was his name, by the way? You were a fan of Alcatraz, not too clear. Robert Stroud. And, excuse me, a little foggy this morning. And it's going to cost a fortune. It's going to cost, as if there is no other place to put see spending or the administration building on Alcatraz. It's just, it's another one of those things. It makes a statement. It gets into the news. We're saying it.
Realize, gosh, there are mathematicians out there. It's kind of, it's in his theory of the world, that was probably the best advertisement for the cultural achievements of our species. But it's a reasonable question. What can you send or create that is a sign of intelligence in its creation, or even intention in its creation?
Yeah, you talk about if we were to send a beacon. Can you what should we send? Is math our greatest creation? What is our greatest creation?
I think it's a philosophically doomed issue. So, in other words, you send something, you think it's fantastic, but it's kind of like we are part of the universe. We make things that are, things that happen in the universe. Computation, which is sort of the thing that we are, in some abstract sense, using to create all these elaborate things we create, is surprisingly ubiquitous. In other words, we might have thought that, we built this whole giant engineering stack that's led us to microprocessors, that's led us to be able to do elaborate computations. But this idea, the computations are happening all over the place. The only question is whether there's a thread that connects our human intentions to what those computations are. And so I think this question of what do you send to kind of show off our civilization in the best possible way, I think any kind of almost random slab of stuff that we've produced is about equivalent to everything else. I think it's one of these things where,
Such a non-romantic way of phrasing it. I just, sorry to interrupt, but I just talked to Andrew, who's the wife of Carl Sagan. And so I don't know if you're familiar with the Voyager. I mean, she was part of sending, I think, brainwaves of,
wasn't it hers?
It was hers.
Yeah.
Her brainwaves when she was first falling in love with Carl Sagan. Right, it's this beautiful story. Right. That perhaps he would shut down the power of that by saying we might as well send anything else, and that's interesting. All of it is kind of an interesting, peculiar thing. That's
right. Well, I think it's kind of interesting too on the Voyager, Golden Record thing. One of the things that's kind of cute about that is, it was made, when was it, in the late 70s, early 80s. And one of the things, it's a phonograph record, okay? And it has a diagram how to play a phonograph record.
Yeah, it does.
And, it's kind of like, it's shocking that in just 30 years, if you show that to a random kid of today and you show them that diagram, I've tried this experiment, they're like, I don't know what the heck this is. And the best anybody can think of is, take the whole record, forget the fact that it has some kind of helical track in it, just image the whole thing and see what's there. That's what we would do today. In only 30 years, our technology has kind of advanced to the point where the playing of a helical, mechanical track on a phonograph record is now something bizarre. So, that's a cautionary tale, I would say, in terms of the ability to make something that in detail sort of leads by the nose some, the aliens or whatever to do something. It's like, best you can do, as I say, if we were doing this today, we would not build a helical scan thing with a needle. We would just take some high resolution imaging system and get all the bits off it and say, oh, it's a big nuisance that they put in a helix, in a spiral. Let's just unravel the spiral and start from there.
Do you think, and this will get into trying to figure out interpretability of AI, interpretability of computation, being able to communicate with various kinds of computation. Do you think we'd be able to, if you put your alien hat on, figure out this record, how to play this record?
Well, it's a question of what one wants to do.
Understand what the other party was trying to communicate or understand anything about the other party.
What does understanding mean? I mean, that's the issue. The issue is, it's like what people were trying to do natural language understanding for computers. Right? So people tried to do that for years. It wasn't clear what it meant. In other words, you take your piece of English or whatever and you say, gosh, my computer has understood this. Okay, that's nice. What can you do with that? Well, so for example, when we did, built North Malfa, one of the things was it's doing question answering and so on. It needs to be natural language understanding. The reason that I realized after the fact, the reason we were able to do natural language understanding quite well, and people hadn't before, the number one thing was we had an actual objective for the natural language understanding. We were trying to turn the natural language into computation, into this computational language that we could then do things with. Now, similarly, when you imagine your alien, you say, okay, we're playing the record. Did they understand it? Well, depends what you mean. If they, if there's a representation that they have, if it converts to some representation where we can say, oh yes, that's a representation that we can recognize represents understanding, then all well and good. But actually, the only ones that I think we can say would represent understanding are ones that will then do things that we humans kind of recognize as being useful to us.
Maybe you're trying to understand, quantify how technologically advanced this particular civilization is. So are they a threat to us from a military perspective?
Yeah,
That's probably the first kind of understanding that we're interested in.
Gosh, that's so hard. I mean, that's like in the Arrival movie, that was sort of one of the key questions is why are you here, so to speak? And it's,
are you going to hurt us?
Right. But even that is, it's very unclear. It's like, the are you going to hurt us? That comes back to a lot of interesting AI ethics questions, because we might make an AI that says, well, take autonomous cars, for instance. Are you going to hurt us? Well, let's make sure you only drive at precisely the speed limit, because we want to make sure we don't hurt you, so to speak. Because that's and then, well, something, but you say, but actually that means I'm going to be really late for this thing. That sort of hurts me in some way. So it's hard to know, even the definition of what it means to hurt someone is unclear. And as we start thinking about things about AI ethics and so on, that's something one has to address.
There's always trade-offs, and that's the annoying thing about ethics.
Yeah, well, right. And I mean, I think ethics, like these other things we're talking about, is a deeply human thing. There's no abstract, let's write down the theorem that proves that this is ethically correct. That's a meaningless idea. You have to have a ground truth, so to speak, that's ultimately sort of what humans want, and they don't all want the same thing. So that gives one all kinds of additional complexity in thinking about that.
One convenient thing in terms of turning ethics into computation, you can ask the question of what maximizes the likelihood of the survival of the species.
Yeah, that's a good existential issue. Yeah. But then when you say survival of the species, right, you might say, for example, let's say, forget about technology, just, hang out and, be happy, live our lives, go on to the next generation and, go through many, many generations where, in a sense, nothing's happening. Is that okay? Is that not okay? Hard to know. In terms of, the attempt to do elaborate things and the attempt to might be counterproductive for the survival of the species. Like, for instance, I mean, I think it's also a little bit hard to know. So, okay, let's take that as a sort of thought experiment. Okay, you can say, well, what are the threats that we might have to survive? The supervolcano, the asteroid impact, all these kinds of things. Okay, so now we inventory these possible threats and we say, let's make our species as robust as possible relative to all these threats. I think in the end, it's sort of an unknowable thing what it takes to so given that you've got this AI and you've told it maximize the long term. What does long term mean? Does long term mean until the sun burns out? That's not going to work. Does long-term mean next 1,000 years? Okay, there are probably optimizations for the next 1,000 years that it's like if you're running a company, you can make a company be very stable for a certain period of time. Like if your company gets bought by some private investment group, then they'll you can run a company just fine for 5 years by just taking what it does and removing all R&D, and the company will burn out after a while, but it'll run just fine for a while. So if you tell the AI keep the humans okay for 1,000 years, there's probably a certain set of things that one would do to optimize that, many of which one might say, well, that would be a pretty big shake for the future of history, so to speak, for that to be what happens. But I think in the end, as you start thinking about that question, it is what you realize is there's a whole sort of raft of undecidability, computational irreducibility. In other words, one of the good things about sort of the what our civilization has gone through and what sort of we humans go through is that there's a certain computational irreducibility to it, in the sense that it isn't the case that you look from the outside and just say the answer is going to be this. At the end of the day, this is what's going to happen. You actually have to go through the process to find out, and I think that's both. That feels better in the sense it's not something is achieved by going through all of this all of this process, and but it also means that telling the AI, go figure out what will be the best outcome. Well, unfortunately, it's going to come back and say it's kind of undecidable what to do. We'd have to run all of those scenarios to see what happens, and if we want it for the infinite future, we're thrown immediately into sort of standard issues of kind of infinite computation and so on.
So yeah, even if you get that the answer to the universe and everything is 42, you still have to actually run the universe.
Yes,
to figure out
yes.
like the question, I guess, or the journey is the point.
Right. Well, I think it's saying, to summarize, this is the result of the universe.
Yeah.
If that is possible, it tells us, the whole sort of structure of thinking about computation and so on, and thinking about how stuff works. If it's possible to say, and the answer is such and such, you're basically saying there's a way of going outside the universe, and you're getting yourself into something of a sort of paradox, because you're saying, if it's knowable what the answer is, then there's a way to know it that is beyond what the universe provides. But if we can know it, then something that we're dealing with is beyond the universe. So then the universe isn't the universe, so to speak. So,
and in general, as we'll talk about, at least for our small human brains, it's hard to show the result of a sufficiently complex computation. It's hard. It's probably impossible, right? On this side ability. So, and the universe appears, by at least the poets, to be sufficiently complex they won't be able to predict what the heck it's all going to.
But we better not be able to, because if we can, it kind of denies, we're part of the universe.
Yeah.
So what does it mean for us to predict? It means that our little part of the universe is able to jump ahead of the whole universe, and this quickly winds up. That it is conceivable. The only way we'd be able to predict is if we are so special in the universe. We are the one place where there is computation more special, more sophisticated than anything else that exists in the universe. That's the only way we would have the ability to sort of the almost theological ability, so to speak, to predict what happens in the universe, is to say somehow we're better than everything else in the universe, which I don't think is the case.
Yeah, perhaps we can detect a large number of looping patterns that reoccur throughout the universe and fully describe them, and therefore, but then it still becomes exceptionally difficult to see how those patterns interact and what kind of complexity.
Well, look, the most remarkable thing about the universe is that it has regularity at all. Might not be the case. If you
Does it have regularity?
Absolutely. It's full of, physics is successful. It's full of laws that tell us a lot of detail about how the universe works. I mean, it could be the case that, the 10 to the 90th particles in the universe, they all do their own thing. But they don't. They all follow, we already know, they all follow basically the same physical laws. And that's a very profound fact about the universe. What conclusion you draw from that is unclear. I mean, the early theologians, that was, exhibit number one for the existence of God. Now, people have different conclusions about it, but the fact is, right now, I happen to be interested. Actually, I've just restarted with a long-running kind of interest of mine about fundamental physics. I'm kind of like I'm on a bit of a quest which I'm about to make more public to see if I can actually find the fundamental theory of physics.
Excellent. We'll come to that, and I just had a lot of conversations with quantum mechanics folks. So I'm really excited on your take, because I think you have a fascinating take on the fundamental nature of our reality from a physics perspective. So, and what might be underlying the kind of physics as we think of it today. Okay, let's take a step back. What is computation?
It's a good question. Operationally, computation is following rules. That's kind of it. I mean, computation is the process of systematically following rules, and it is the thing that happens when you do that.
So taking initial conditions and taking inputs and following rules. I mean, what are you following rules on? So there has to be some data,
Not necessarily. It can be something where there's a very simple input, and then you're following these rules, and you'd say there's not really much data going into this. You could actually pack the initial conditions into the rule if you want to. So I think the question is there a robust notion of computation? That is,
what is robustness?
What I mean by that is something like this. So one of the things in an area of physics, something like energy. Okay, there are different forms of energy. But somehow energy is a robust concept that isn't particular to kinetic energy or nuclear energy or whatever else. There's a robust idea of energy. So one of the things you might ask is the robust idea of computation? Or does it matter that this computation is running in a Turing machine? This computation is running in a CMOS silicon CPU. This computation is running in a fluid system in the weather, those kinds of things. Or is there a robust idea of computation that transcends the sort of detailed framework that it's running in? Okay, and
is there?
Yes. I mean, it wasn't obvious that there was, so it's worth understanding the history and how we got to where we are right now. Because, to say that there is a statement in part about our universe. It's not the statement about what is mathematically conceivable. It's about what actually can exist for us.
Maybe you can also comment, because energy as a concept is robust, but there's also its intricate, complicated relationship with matter, with mass, is very interesting. With particles that carry force and particles that carry force and particles that have mass. These kinds of ideas, they seem to map to each other, at least in the mathematical sense. Is there a connection between energy and mass and computation, or are these completely disjoint ideas?
We don't know yet. The things that I'm trying to do about fundamental physics may well lead to such a connection, but there is no known connection at this time.
So can you elaborate a little bit more on how do you think about computation? What is computation?
Yeah, so I mean, let's tell a little bit of a historical story, okay? So, go back 150 years, people were making mechanical calculators at various times. And, the typical thing was, you want an adding machine, you go to the adding machine store, basically. You want a multiplying machine, you go to the multiplying machine store. They're different pieces of hardware. And so that means that at least at the level of that kind of computation, of those kinds of pieces of hardware, there isn't a robust notion of computation. There's the adding machine kind of computation, there's the multiplying machine notion of computation, and they're disjoint. So what happened in around 1900, people started imagining, particularly in the context of mathematical logic, could you have something which would represent any reasonable function? Right? They came up with things. This idea of primitive recursion was one of the early ideas, and it didn't work. There were reasonable functions that people could come up with that were not represented using the primitive recursion. Okay? So then along comes 1931 and Gödel's theorem and so on, and as in looking back, one can see that as part of the process of establishing Gödel's theorem, Gödel basically showed how you could compile arithmetic, how you could basically compile logical statements like this statement is unprovable into arithmetic. So what he essentially did was to show that arithmetic can be a computer in a sense that's capable of representing all kinds of other things. And then Turing came along in 1936, came up with Turing machines. Meanwhile, Alonzo Church had come up with lambda calculus. And the surprising thing that was established very quickly is the Turing machine idea about what computation might be is exactly the same as the lambda calculus idea of what computation might be. And then there started to be other ideas, register machines, other kinds of representations of computation. And the big surprise was they all turned out to be equivalent. So in other words, it might have been the case, like those old adding machines and multiplying machines, that Turing had his idea of computation, Church had his idea of computation, and they were just different. But it isn't true. They're actually all equivalent. So then, by I would say the 1970s or so, in sort of the computer science, computation theory area, people had sort of said, "Oh, Turing machines are kind of what computation is." Physicists were still holding out, saying, no, that's just not how the universe works. We've got all these different differential equations. We've got all these real numbers that have infinite numbers of digits. The universe is not a Turing machine. Right. The Turing machines are a small subset of the things that we make in microprocessors and engineering structures and so on. So probably, actually through my work in the 1980s, about sort of the relationship between computation and models of physics, it became a little less clear that there was this big sort of dichotomy between what can happen in physics and what happens in things like Turing machines. And I think probably by now people would mostly think, and by the way, brains were another kind of element of this. I mean, Gödel didn't think that his notion of computation, or what amounted to his notion of computation, would cover brains. And Turing wasn't sure either. But although he was he got to be a little bit more convinced that it should cover brains. But I would say by probably sometime in the 1980s, there was beginning to be sort of a general belief that, yes, this notion of computation that could be captured by things like Turing machines was reasonably robust. Now, the next question is, okay, you can have a universal Turing machine that's capable of being programmed to do anything that any Turing machine can do. This idea of universal computation is an important idea. This idea that you can have one piece of hardware and program it with different pieces of software. That's kind of the idea that launched most of modern technology. And that's kind of that's the idea that launched computer revolution, software, etc. So, an important idea. But the thing that's still kind of holding out from that idea is, okay, there is this universal computation thing, but it seems hard to get to. It seems like if you want to make a universal computer, you have to kind of have a microprocessor with, a million gates in it, and you have to go to a lot of trouble to make something that achieves that level of computational sophistication. Okay, so the surprise for me was that stuff that I discovered in the early 80s, looking at these things called cellular automata, which are really simple computational systems. The thing that was a big surprise to me was that even when their rules were very, very simple, they were doing things that were as sophisticated as they did even when their rules were much more complicated. So it didn't look like this idea of to get sophisticated computation, you have to build something with very sophisticated rules. That idea didn't seem to pan out. And instead, it seemed to be the case that sophisticated computation was completely ubiquitous, even in systems with incredibly simple rules. And so that led to this thing I call the principle of computational equivalence, which basically says when you have a system that follows rules of any kind, then whenever the system isn't doing things that are in some sense obviously simple, then the computation that the behavior of the system corresponds to is of equivalent sophistication. So that means that you kind of go from the very, very, very simplest things you can imagine, then quite quickly you hit this kind of threshold above which everything is equivalent in its computational sophistication. Not obvious that will be the case. I mean, that's a science fact. Well,
and hold on a second. You've opened with a new kind of science. I remember it was a huge eye opener. That such simple things can create such complexity, and yes, there's an equivalent, but it's not a fact. It just appears to. It's as much as a fact as sort of these theories are so elegant that it seems to be the way things are. But let me ask, sort of, you just brought up previously, kind of like the communities of computer scientists with their Turing machines, the physicists with their universe, and the whoever the heck, maybe neuroscientists looking at the brain. What's your sense in the equivalence? You've shown through your work that simple rules can create equivalently complex Turing machine systems, right? Is the universe equivalent to the kinds of to Turing machines? Is the human brain a kind of Turing machine? Do you see those things basically blending together, or is there still a mystery about how disjoint they are?
well, my guess is that they will blend together, but we don't know that for sure yet. I mean, I should say, I said rather glibly that the principle of computational equivalence is sort of a science fact, and
Yes.
I was using air quotes,
Yes.
air quotes for the science fact, because when you, it is a, just to talk about that for a second, and then the thing is that it has a complicated epistemological character, similar to things like the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy increase. What is the second law of thermodynamics? Is it a law of nature? Is it a thing that is true of the physical world? Is it something which is mathematically provable? Is it something which happens to be true of the systems that we see in the world? Is it, in some sense, a definition of heat, perhaps? Well, it's a combination of those things. And it's the same thing with the principle of computational equivalence. And in some sense, the principle of computational equivalence is at the heart of the definition of computation, because it's telling you there is a robust notion that is equivalent across all these systems and doesn't depend on the details of each individual system. And that's why we can meaningfully talk about a thing called computation. We're not stuck talking about, there's computation in Turing machine number 3785, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's why there is a robust notion like that. Now, on the other hand, can we prove the principle of computational equivalence? Can we prove it as a mathematical result? Well, the answer is, actually, we've got some nice results along those lines that say, throw me a random system with very simple rules. Well, in a couple of cases, we now know that even the very simplest rules we can imagine of a certain type are universal and do sort of follow what you would expect from the principle of computational equivalence. So that's a nice piece of sort of mathematical evidence for the principle of computational equivalence.
So just to look on that point, simple rules creating sort of these complex behaviors, but is there a way to mathematically say that this behavior is complex? That you mentioned cross a threshold.
Right. So there are various indicators. So, for example, one thing would be, is it capable of universal computation? That is, given this system, do there exist initial conditions for the system that can be set up to essentially represent programs to do anything you want, to compute primes, to compute pi, to do whatever you want. Right? So that's an indicator. So we know in a couple of examples that yes, the simplest candidates that could conceivably have that property do have that property, and that's what principle of computational equivalence might suggest. But this principle of computational equivalence, one question about it is it true for the physical world? Right? It might be true for all these things we come up with, the Turing machines, the cellular automata, whatever else. Is it true for our actual physical world? Is it true for the brains, which are an element of the physical world? We don't know for sure, and that's not the type of question that we would have a definitive answer to, because it's, you know, there's a sort of scientific induction issue. You can say, well, it's true for all these brains, but this person over here is really special, and it's not true for them. And you can't, you know, the only way that cannot be what happens is if we finally nail it and actually get a fundamental theory for physics, and it turns out to correspond to, let's say, a simple program. If that is the case, then we will basically have reduced physics to a branch of mathematics, in the sense that we will not be, you know, right now with physics, we're like, well, this is the theory that, you know, this is the rules that apply here, but in the middle of that, right by that black hole, maybe these rules don't apply and something else applies, and there may be another piece of the onion that we have to peel back. But if we can get to the point where we actually have, this is the fundamental theory of physics, here it is, it's this program, run this program and you will get our universe, then we've kind of reduced the problem of figuring out things in physics to a problem of doing some, what turns out to be very difficult, irreducibly difficult mathematical problems. But it no longer is the case that we can say, that somebody can come in and say, whoops, you know, you were right about all these things about Turing machines, but you're wrong about the physical universe. We know there's sort of ground truth about what's happening in the physical universe. Now, I happen to think, I mean, you asked me at an interesting time because I'm just in the middle of starting to re-energize my project to kind of study the fundamental theory of physics. As of today, I'm very optimistic that we're actually going to find something and that it's going to be possible to see that the universe really is computational in that sense. But I don't know, because we're betting against, we're betting against the universe, so to speak. And I didn't, it's not like, when I spend a lot of my life building technology and then I know what's in there, right? And it may have unexpected behavior, it may have bugs, things like that, but fundamentally I know what's in there. The universe, I'm not in that position, so to speak.
What kind of computation do you think the fundamental laws of physics might emerge from? Just to clarify, so you've done a lot of fascinating work with kind of discrete kinds of computation that, because cellular automata, and we'll talk about it, have this very clean structure. So it's such a nice way to demonstrate that simple rules can create immense complexity. But what kind, is that actually, are cellular automata sufficiently general to describe the kinds of computation that might create the laws of physics? Just to can you give a sense of what kind of computation do you think would create?
Well, so this is a slightly complicated issue, because as soon as you have universal computation, you can in principle simulate anything with anything. But it is not a natural thing to do. And if you're asking, were you to try to find our physical universe by looking at possible programs in the computational universe of all possible programs, would the ones that correspond to our universe be small and simple enough that we might find them by searching that computational universe? We got to have the right basis, so to speak. We have got to have the right language, in effect, for describing computation for that to be feasible. So the thing that I've been interested in for a long time is, what are the most structureless structures that we can create with computation? So, in other words, if you say a cellular automaton, there's a bunch of cells that are arrayed on a grid, and it's very, and every cell is updated in synchrony at a particular, when there's a click of a clock, so to speak, and it goes a tick of a clock, and every cell gets updated at the same time. time. That's a very specific, very rigid kind of thing. But my guess is that when we look at physics and we look at things like space and time, that what's underneath space and time is something as structureless as possible. That what we see, what emerges for us as physical space, for example, comes from something that is sort of arbitrarily unstructured underneath. And so I've been for a long time interested in kind of what are the most structureless structures that we can set up. And actually what I thought about for ages is using graphs, networks, where essentially, so let's talk about space, for example. So what is space? Is a kind of a question one might ask. Back in the early days of quantum mechanics, for example, people said, oh, for sure space is going to be discrete because all these other things we're finding are discrete. But that never worked out in physics. And so space in physics today is always treated as this continuous thing, just like Euclid imagined it. I mean, the very first thing Euclid says in his sort of common notion is, you know, a point is something which has no part. In other words, there are points that are arbitrarily small, and there's a continuum of possible positions of points. And the question is that true? And so, for example, if we look at, I don't know, fluid like air or water, we might say, oh, it's a continuous fluid. We can pour it, we can do all kinds of things continuously. But actually, we know, because we know the physics of it, that it consists of a bunch of discrete molecules bouncing around, and only in the aggregate is it behaving like a continuum. And so the possibility exists that that's true of space too. People haven't managed to make that work with existing frameworks in physics. But I've been interested in whether one can imagine that underneath space and also underneath time is something more structureless. And the question is it computational? So there are a couple of possibilities. It could be computational, somehow fundamentally equivalent to a Turing machine. Or it could be fundamentally not. So how could it not be? It could not be, so a Turing machine essentially deals with integer numbers at some level. And, you know, it can do things like it can add one to another number. It can do things like this.
It can also store whatever the heck it did.
Yes, it has an infinite storage. But when one thinks about doing physics, or sort of idealized physics or idealized mathematics, one can deal with real numbers with an infinite number of digits, numbers which are absolutely precise. You can say, you can take this number and we can multiply it by itself.
Are you comfortable with infinity as context? Are you comfortable in the context of computation? Do you think infinity plays a part?
I think that the role of infinity is complicated. Infinity is useful in conceptualizing things. It's not actualizable. Almost by definition, it's not actualizable.
But do you think infinity is part of the thing that might underlie the laws of physics?
I think that, no. I think there are many questions that you might ask about physics, which inevitably involve infinity. Like when you say, you know, is fast-moving light travel possible? You could say, given the laws of physics, can you make something even arbitrarily large, even quotes infinitely large, that, you know, that will make fast-moving light travel possible? Then you're thrown into dealing with infinity as a kind of theoretical question. But I mean, talking about, you know, sort of what's underneath space and time and how one can make, you know, a computational infrastructure. One possibility is that you can't make a computational infrastructure in a Turing machine sense. That you really have to be dealing with precise real numbers. You're dealing with partial differential equations, which just have precise real numbers at arbitrarily closely separated points. You have a continuum for everything. Could be that's what happens. That there's sort of a continuum for everything and precise real numbers for everything, and then the things I'm thinking about are wrong. And you know that's the risk you take if you're trying to sort of do things about nature, is you might just be wrong. It's for me personally, it's kind of a strange thing. So I've spent a lot of my life building technology where you can do something that nobody cares about, but you can't be sort of wrong in that sense. In the sense that you build your technology and it does what it does. But I think, you know, this question of what the sort of underlying computational infrastructure for the universe might be, so it's sort of inevitable it's going to be fairly abstract, because if you're going to get all these things, like there are 3 dimensions of space, there are electrons, there are muons, there are quarks, there are this, You don't get to, if the model for the universe is simple, you don't get to have sort of a line of code for each of those things. You don't get to have sort of the muon case, the tau lepton case, and so on. All of
Those are all
things
have to be emergent.
right. So
Or something deeper.
right. So that means it's sort of inevitable. It's a little hard to talk about what the sort of underlying structure actually is.
Do you think our human beings have the cognitive capacity to understand, if we're to discover it, to understand the kinds of simple structure from which these laws can emerge? Like, do you think
That's
it's
a good
hopeless
question.
pursuit?
Well, here's what I think. I think that I'm right in the middle of this right now.
Right,
So
so
I'm telling you that
you think you'll
this
hit the wall.
human, yeah, I mean, this human has a hard time understanding, a bunch of the things that are going on. But what happens in understanding is what builds weight. If you said understand modern 21st century mathematics, starting from back in whenever counting was invented, or whatever it was, right? That would be really difficult. But what happens is we build waveforms that allow us to get to high levels of understanding. And we see the same thing happening in language. When we invent a word for something, it provides kind of a cognitive anchor, kind of a waypoint that lets us in like a podcast or something. You can explain how the thing that's worked this way, that way, in other words. But as soon as you have the word podcast and people kind of try to understand it, we try to build on top of that. So I think, and that's sort of the story of science, actually, too. I mean, science is about building waypoints. So we find this sort of cognitive mechanism for us understanding something, people build on top of it. We have the idea of differential equations, we can build on top of that. We have this idea, that idea. So my hope is that if it is the case that we have to go all the way from the fan to the computer and there's no waypoint in between, then we're safe. We won't be able to do that.
Well, eventually, so if we're created a good enough ability of abstraction, eventually it comes down to get to the computer, right? And it's just going to be a longer journey.
The question is whether it's something that you ask, whether our human brains will quote understand what's going on. And that's a different question, because for that, it requires steps that are sort of from which we can construct a human understandable narrative. And that's something that I think I am somewhat hopeful that will be possible. Although, as of literally today, if you ask me, I'm confronted with things that I don't understand very well.
So this is a small pattern in a computation trying to understand the rules under which the computation functions. And
yeah,
it's an interesting possibility under which kinds of computations such a creature can understand itself.
My guess is that so we didn't talk much about computational irreducibility, but it's a consequence of this principle of computational equivalence. And it's sort of a core idea that one has to understand, I think, which is, the question is, you're doing a computation, you can figure out what happens in the computation just by running every step in the computation and seeing what happens. Or you can say, let me jump ahead and figure out, have something smarter that figures out what's going to happen before it actually happens. And a lot of traditional science has been about that act of computational reducibility. It's like we've got these equations and we can just solve them. We can figure out what's going to happen. We don't have to trace all of those steps. We just jump ahead because we solved these equations. Okay, so one of the things that is a consequence of the principle of computational equivalence is you don't always get to do that. Many systems will be computationally irreducible in the sense that the only way to find out what they do is just follow each step and see what happens. Why is that? Well, if you're saying, well, we, with our brains, we're a lot smarter. We don't have to mess around like the little cellular automaton going through and updating all those cells. We can just use the power of our brains to jump ahead. But if the principle of computational equivalence is right, that's not going to be correct, because it means that there's us doing our computation in our brains, there's a little cellular automaton doing its computation, and the principle of computational equivalence says these two computations are fundamentally equivalent. So that means we don't get to say we're a lot smarter than the cellular automaton and jump ahead, because we're just doing computation that's of the same sophistication as the cellular automaton itself.
That's computational reducibility. It's fascinating, but and that's a really powerful idea. I think that's both depressing and humbling and so on. That we in the cellular automata are the same. But the question we're talking about, the fundamental laws of physics, is kind of the reverse question. You're not predicting what's going to happen. You have to run the universe for that. But saying, can I understand what rules likely generated me?
I understand, but the problem is to know whether you're right, you have to have some computational reducibility, because we are embedded in the universe. If the only way to know whether we get the universe is just to run the universe, we don't get to do that, because it just ran for 14.6 billion years or whatever, and we don't, we can't rerun it, so to speak. So we have to hope that there are pockets of computational reducibility sufficient to be able to say, yes, I can recognize those are electrons there. And I think that it's a feature of computational irreducibility. It's a mathematical feature that there are always an infinite collection of pockets of reducibility. The question of whether they land in the right place and whether we can sort of build a theory based on them is unclear. But to this point about whether we, as observers in the universe, built out of the same stuff as the universe, can figure out the universe, so to speak, that relies on these pockets of reducibility. Without the pockets of reducibility, it won't work, can't work. But I think this question about how observers operate, it's one of the features of science over the last 100 years particularly, has been that every time we get more realistic about observers, we learn a bit more about science. So, for example, relativity was all about observers don't get to say when, what's simultaneous with what. They have to just wait for the light signal to arrive to decide what's simultaneous. Or, for example, in thermodynamics, observers don't get to say the position of every single molecule in a gas. They can only see the kind of large-scale features, and that's why the second law of thermodynamics, law of entropy increase, and so on, works. You could see every individual molecule. You wouldn't conclude something about thermodynamics. You would conclude, oh, these molecules are just all doing these particular things. You wouldn't be able to see this aggregate fact. So I strongly expect that, and in fact, in the theories that I have, that one has to be more realistic about the computation and other aspects of observers in order to actually make a correspondence between what we experience. In fact, they have my little team and I have a little theory right now about how quantum mechanics may work, which is a very wonderfully bizarre idea about how sort of thread of human consciousness relates to what we observe in the universe. But there's several steps to explain what that's about.
What do you make of the mess of the observer at the lower level of quantum mechanics? Sort of the textbook definition of quantum mechanics kind of says that there's two worlds. One is the world that actually is, and the other is that's observed. What do you make sense of that?
Well, I think actually the ideas we've recently had might actually give away into this, and that's I don't know yet. I mean, I think it's a mess. I mean, the fact is one of the things that's interesting when people look at these models that I started talking about 30 years ago now, they say, oh no, that can't possibly be right. What about quantum mechanics? Right? You say, okay, tell me what is the essence of quantum mechanics? What do you want me to be able to reproduce, to know that I've got quantum mechanics, so to speak? Well, and that question comes up very operationally, actually, because we've been doing a bunch of stuff with quantum computing, and there are all these companies that say, we have a quantum computer. We say, let's connect to your API and let's actually run it. And they're like, well, maybe you shouldn't do that yet. We're not quite ready yet. And one of the questions that I've been curious about is, if I have 5 minutes with a quantum computer, how can I tell if it's really a quantum computer or whether it's a simulator at the other end? Right? And turns out it's really hard. Turns out there isn't, it's like a lot of these questions about sort of what is intelligence, what's life. It's
Turing test for quantum computer.
That's right. That's right. It's like, are you really a quantum computer? And I think yes, exactly. Is it just a simulation, or is it really a quantum computer? Same issue all over again. But that so this whole issue about the sort of mathematical structure of quantum mechanics and the completely separate thing that is our experience, in which we think definite things happen, whereas quantum mechanics doesn't say definite things ever happen. Quantum mechanics is all about the amplitudes for different things to happen. But yet, our thread of consciousness operates as if definite things are happening.
But to linger on the point, you've kind of mentioned the structure that could underlie everything, and this idea that it could perhaps have something like the structure of a graph. Can you elaborate why your intuition is that there's a graph structure of nodes and edges and what it might represent?
Right. Okay, so the question is, what is, in a sense, the most structural structure you can imagine? Right? So, and in fact, what I've recently realized in the last year or so, I have a new, most structuralist structure.
By the way, the question itself is a beautiful and a powerful in itself. So even without an answer, just the question is a really strong question.
Right, right.
But what's your new idea?
Well, it has to do with hypergraphs. Essentially, what is interesting about the sort of model I have now is a little bit like what happened with computation. Everything that I think of as, oh, well, maybe the model is this, I discover it's equivalent. And that's quite encouraging, because it's like I could say, well, I'm going to look at trivalent graphs with 3 edges for each node and so on. Or I could look at this special kind of graph. Or I could look at this kind of algebraic structure. And turns out that the things I'm now looking at, everything that I've imagined that is a plausible type of structureless structure is equivalent to this. So what is it? Well, a typical way to think about it is, so you might have some collection of tuples, collection of let's say numbers. So you might have 1, 3, 5, 2, 3, 4, little just collections of numbers, triples of numbers, let's say, quadruples of numbers, pairs of numbers, whatever. And you have all these sort of floating little tuples. They're not in any particular order. And that sort of floating collection of tuples, and I told you this was abstract, represents the whole universe. The only thing that relates them is when a symbol is the same, it's the same, so to speak. So if you have 2 tuples and they contain the same symbol, let's say at the same position of the tuple, the first element of the tuple, then that represents a relation. Okay, so let me try and clear this back.
Wow. Okay.
it's I told you it's abstract, but this is
so the relationship is formed by some aspect of sameness.
Right, but so think about it in terms of a graph. So a graph, bunch of nodes. Let's say you number each node. Okay. Then what is a graph? The graph is a set of pairs that say this node has an edge connecting it to this other node. So and the graph is just a collection of those pairs that say this node connects to this other node. So this is a generalization of that, in which instead of having pairs, you have arbitrary n tuples. That's it. That's the whole story. And now the question is, okay, so that might represent the state of the universe. How does the universe evolve? What does the universe do? And so the answer is that what I'm looking at is transformation rules on these hypergraphs. In other words, you say this whenever you see a piece of this hypergraph that looks like this, turn it into a piece of hypergraph that looks like this. So on a graph, it might be when you see this subgraph, when you see this thing with a bunch of edges hanging out in this particular way, then rewrite it as this other graph. Okay? And so that's the whole story. So the question is, so now you say, think, as I said, this is quite abstract. And one of the questions is, where do you do those updating? So you've got this giant block.
What triggers the updating? Like, what's the ripple effect of it? Is it?
Yes.
And I suspect everything is discrete and in time. So
Okay, so the question is, where do you do the updates?
yes,
And the answer is, the rule is, you do them wherever they apply. And you do them, the order in which the updates is done is not defined. That is, you can do them, so there may be many possible orderings for these updates. Now, the point is, imagine you're an observer in this
No
universe.
shit.
So, and you say, did something get updated? Well, you don't in any sense know until you yourself have been updated. Right. So, in fact, all that you can be sensitive to is essentially the causal network of how an event over there affects an event that's in you.
it doesn't even feel like observation. That's something else. You're just part of the whole thing.
Yes, you're part of it, but even to have, so the end result of that is all you're sensitive to is this causal network of what event affects what other event. I'm not making a big statement about sort of the structure of the observer. I'm simply making the argument that what happens, the microscopic order of these rewrites, is not something that any observer, any conceivable observer of this universe can be affected by. Because the only thing the observer can be affected by is this causal network of how the events in the observer are affected by other events that happen in the universe. So the only thing you have to look at is the causal network. You don't really have to look at this microscopic rewriting that's happening. So these rewrites are happening wherever they happen wherever they feel like.
Causal network. Is there? You said that there's not really. So the idea would be an undefined. Like what gets updated, the sequence of things is undefined. It's
Yes.
That's what you mean by the causal network. And then the
causal network is, given that an update has happened, that's an event. Then the question is that event causally related to? Does that event, if that event didn't happen, then some future event couldn't happen yet. Gotcha. And so you build up this network of what affects what. Okay? And so what that does, so when you build up that network, that's kind of the observable aspect of the universe in some sense. And so then you can ask questions about, how robust is that observable network of what's happening in the universe. Okay, so here's where it starts getting kind of interesting. So for certain kinds of microscopic rewriting rules, the order of rewrites does not matter to the causal network. And so this is, mathematical logic, moment. This is equivalent to the Church-Russell property or the confluence property of rewrite rules. And it's the same reason that if you're simplifying an algebraic expression, for example, you can say, let me expand those terms out, let me factor those pieces. Doesn't matter what order you do that in, you'll always get the same answer. And it's the same fundamental phenomenon that causes, for certain kinds of microscopic rewrite rules, that causes the causal network to be independent of the microscopic order of rewritings.
Why is that property important?
Because it implies special relativity. I mean, the reason it's important is that property, special relativity says you can look at these you can look at different reference frames. You can be looking at your notion of what's space and what's time can be different, depending on whether you're traveling at a certain speed, depending on whether you're doing this, that, and the other. But nevertheless, the laws of physics are the same. That's what the principle of special relativity says. The laws of physics are the same, independent of your reference frame. Well, turns out this sort of change of the microscopic rewriting order is essentially equivalent to a change of reference frame, or at least there's a sub-part of how that works that's equivalent to a change of reference frame. So, somewhat surprisingly, and sort of for the first time in forever, it's possible for an underlying microscopic theory to imply special relativity, to be able to derive it. It's not something you put in as it's something where this other property, causal invariance, which is also a property that implies it as a single thread of time. in the universe. It might not be the case. That's what would lead to possibility of an observer thinking that definite stuff happens. Otherwise, you've got all these possible rewriting orders, and who's to say which one occurred? But with this causal invariance property, there's a notion of a definite thread of time.
It sounds like there's that kind of idea of time, even space, would be emergent from the system.
Oh yeah, no,
So it's not a fundamental part of the system.
No,
It's
no.
just
The fundamental level, all you've got is a bunch of nodes connected by hyper edges or whatever.
there's no time, there's no space.
That's right. And but the thing is that it's just like imagine you're just dealing with a graph, and imagine you have something like a honeycomb graph where you have a bunch of hexagons. That graph at a microscopic level is just a bunch of nodes connected to other nodes. But at a macroscopic level, you say that looks like a honeycomb, lattice. It looks like a two-dimensional, manifold of some kind. It looks like a two-dimensional thing. If you connect it differently, you just connect all the nodes one to another in kind of a sort of linked list type structure, then you'd say, well, that looks like a one-dimensional space. But at the microscopic level, all these are just networks with nodes. At the macroscopic level, they look like something that's like one of our sort of familiar kinds of space. And it's the same thing with these hypergraphs. Now, if you ask me, have I found one that gives me three-dimensional space? The answer is not yet. So we don't know. This is one of these things we're kind of betting against nature, so to speak. And I have no way to know. And so there are many other properties of this kind of system that are very beautiful, actually, and very suggestive. And it will be very elegant if this turns out to be right, because it's very clean. I mean, you start with nothing, and everything gets built up. Everything about space, everything about time, everything about matter. It's all just emergent from the properties of this extremely low-level system. And that would be pretty cool if that's the way our universe works. Now, on the other hand, the thing that I find very confusing is, let's say we succeed. Let's say we can say this particular sort of hypergraph rewriting rule gives the universe. Just run that hypergraph rewriting rule for enough times and you'll get everything. You'll get this conversation we're having. You'll get everything. If we get to that point and we look at what is this thing, what is this rule that we just have that is giving us that whole universe? How do we think about that thing? Let's say,
That's what I'm
turns
talking
out the
about,
minimal
baby.
version of this is kind of a cool thing for a language designer like me. The minimal version of this model is actually a single line of orphan language code. So which I wasn't sure was going to happen that way, but it's kind of no, we don't know what. That's just the framework. To know the actual particular hypergraph that might be
Get
longer,
excited.
the specification of the rules might be slightly
You're
longer.
How does that help
Right,
you
son.
accept marveling in the beauty and the elegance of the simplicity that creates the universe? Does that help us predict anything? Not really, because of the irreducibility.
That's correct. But so the thing that is really strange to me, and I haven't wrapped my brain around this yet, is, one keeps on realizing that we're not special, in the sense that, we don't live at the center of the universe, we don't blah, blah, blah. And yet, if we produce a rule for the universe and it's quite simple, and we can write it down in a couple of lines or something, that feels very special. How did we come to get a simple universe when many of the available universes, so to speak, are incredibly complicated? Might be, a quintillion characters long. Why did we get one of the ones that's simple? And so I haven't wrapped my brain around that issue yet.
If indeed we are in such a simple, the universe is such a simple rule, is it possible that there is something outside of this, that we are in a kind of what people call the simulation, right? That we're just part of a computation that's being explored by a graduate student in an alternate universe?
Well, the problem is we don't get to say much about what's outside our universe, because by definition, our universe is what we exist within.
Yeah.
Now, can we make a sort of almost theological conclusion from being able to know how our particular universe works? Interesting question. I don't think that if you ask the question, could we, and it relates again to this question about the extraterrestrial intelligence, we've got the rule for the universe. Was it built in on purpose? Hard to say. That's the same thing as saying we see a signal from, that we're, receiving from some, random star somewhere, and it's a series of pulses. And, it's a periodic series of pulses, let's say.
Still going.
Was that done on purpose? Can we conclude something about the origin of that series of pulses?
Just because it's elegant does not necessarily mean that somebody created it or that we can even comprehend.
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate version of the sort of identification of the techno-signature question. It's the ultimate version of that. Was our universe a piece of technology, so to speak? And how on earth would we know? It's in the kind of crazy science fiction thing you could imagine, you could say, oh, somebody's going to have, there's going to be a signature there. It's going to be, made by so-and-so. But there's no way we could understand that, so to speak, and it's not clear what that would mean. Because the universe simply, if we find a rule for the universe, we're simply saying that rule represents what our universe does. We're not saying that rule is something running on a big computer and making our universe. It's just saying that represents what our universe does, in the same sense that the laws of classical mechanics, differential equations, whatever they are, represent what mechanical systems do. It's not that the mechanical systems are somehow running solutions to those differential equations. Those differential equations just representing the behavior of those systems.
So what's the gap, in your sense, to linger on the fascinating, perhaps slightly sci-fi question? What's the gap between understanding the fundamental rules that create a universe and engineering a system, actually creating a simulation ourselves? You've talked about nano engineering, kind of ideas that are kind of exciting, actually creating some ideas of computation in the physical space. How hard is it as an engineering problem to create the universe once you know the rules that create it?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think the substrate on which the universe is operating is not a substrate that we have access to. I mean, the only substrate we have is that same substrate that the universe is operating in. So if the universe is a bunch of hypergraphs being rewritten, then we get to attach ourselves to those same hypergraphs being rewritten. We don't get to, and if you ask the question, is the code clean? Can we write nice, elegant code with efficient algorithms and so on? Well, that's an interesting question. How that's this question of how much computational reducibility there is in the system.
But so I've seen some beautiful cellular automata that basically create copies of itself within itself, right? So that's the question, whether it's possible to create, like whether you need to understand the substrate or whether you can.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, so one of the things that is sort of one of my slightly sci-fi thoughts about the future, so to speak, is, right now, if you poll typical people who say, do you think it's important to find the fundamental theory of physics? You get, because I've done this poll informally at least, it's curious actually, you get a decent fraction of people saying, oh yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
I think that's becoming, surprisingly enough, more, I mean, there's a lot of people are interested in physics in a way that, like, without understanding it, just kind of watching scientists, a very small number of them, struggle to understand the nature of our reality.
Right. I think that's somewhat true. And in fact, in this project that I'm launching into to try and find the fundamental theory of physics, I'm going to do it as a very public project. It's going to be live streamed and all this kind of stuff. I don't know what will happen. It'll be kind of fun. I think that it's the interface to the world of this project. I figure one feature of this project is, unlike technology projects that basically are what they are, this is a project that might simply fail, because it might be the case that it generates all kinds of elegant mathematics that has absolutely nothing to do with the physical universe that we happen to live in. Well, okay, so we're talking about kind of the quest to find a fundamental theory of physics. First point is, it's turned out it's kind of hard to kind of fundamental theory of physics. People weren't sure that that would be the case. Back in the early days of applying mathematics to science, 1600s and so on, people were like, oh, in 100 years we'll know everything there is to know about how the universe works. It's turned out to be harder than that. And people got kind of humble at some level, because every time we got to sort of a greater level of smallness in studying the universe, it seemed like the math got more complicated and everything got harder. You know, when I was a kid, basically, I started doing particle physics, and you know, when I was doing particle physics, I always thought finding the fundamental theory of physics, that's a kooky business. We'll never be able to do that. But we can operate within these frameworks that we built doing quantum field theory and general relativity and things like this, and it's all good, and we can figure out a lot of stuff.
Did you even at that time have a sense that there's something behind that?
Sure. I just didn't expect that. I thought in some rather it's actually kind of crazy thinking back on it, because it's kind of like there was this long period in civilization where people thought the ancients had it all figured out and will never figure out anything new. Right? And to some extent, that's the way I felt about physics when I was in the middle of doing it, so to speak. Was, you know, we've got quantum field theory, it's the foundation of what we're doing, and there's, you know, yes, there's probably something underneath this, but we'll sort of never figure it out. But then I started studying simple programs in the computational universe, things like cellular automata and so on, and I discovered that they do all kinds of things that were completely at odds with the intuition that I had had. And so after that, after you see this tiny little program that does all this amazingly complicated stuff, then you start feeling a bit more ambitious about physics and saying, maybe we could do this for physics too.
Just let it put you as spam.
That got me started years ago now in this kind of idea of, could we actually find what's underneath all of these frameworks like quantum field theory and general relativity and so on. And people perhaps don't realize as clearly as they might that, you know, the frameworks we're using for physics, which is basically these two things, quantum field theory, the sort of the theory of small stuff, and general relativity, theory of gravitation and large stuff. Those are the two basic theories, and they're 100 years old. I mean, general relativity was 1915, quantum field theory, well, 1920s. So basically 100 years old. And it's been a good run. There's a lot of stuff been figured out. But what's interesting is the foundations haven't changed in all that period of time. Even though the foundations had changed several times before that, in the 200 years earlier than that. And I think the kinds of things that I'm thinking about, which is sort of really informed by thinking about computation and the computational universe, it's a different foundation. It's a different set of foundations. And might be wrong, but it is at least, you know, we have a shot. And I think it's, you know, to me, it's, you know, my personal calculation for myself is you know, if it turns out that finding the fundamental theory of physics, it's kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, it'd be a shame if we just didn't think to do it. You know, if people just said, oh, you'll never figure that stuff out. Let's, you know, and it takes another 200 years before anybody gets around to doing it. You know, I think it's, I don't know how low-hanging this fruit actually is. It may be, you know, it may be that it's kind of the wrong century to do this project. I mean, I think the cautionary tale for me, you know, I think about things that I've tried to do in technology where people thought about doing them a lot earlier. My favorite example is probably Leibniz, who thought about making, essentially encapsulating the world's knowledge in a computational form in the late 1600s, and did a lot of things towards that. And basically, you know, we finally managed to do this, but he was 300 years too early. And that's kind of the, in terms of life planning, it's kind of like avoid things that can't be done in your century, so to speak.
Yeah, timing is everything. So you think if we kind of figure out the underlying rules it can create from which quantum field theory and general relativity can emerge, Do you think that'll help us unify it at that level of abstraction?
Oh, we'll know it completely. We'll know how that all fits together. Yes, without a question. And I mean, it's already, even the things I've already done, they're very, it's very, very elegant actually, how things seem to be fitting together. Now, is it right? I don't know yet. It's awfully suggestive. If it isn't right, it's then the designer of the universe should feel embarrassed, so to speak, because it's a really good way to do that.
In your intuition, in terms of design universe, does God play dice? Is there randomness in this thing, or is it deterministic? So the kind of
That's a little bit of a complicated question, because when you're dealing with these things that involve these rewrites that have
even randomness is an emergent phenomenon, perhaps.
Yes. I mean, well, randomness in many of these systems, pseudo-randomness and randomness are hard to distinguish. In this particular case, the current idea that we have about measurement in quantum mechanics is something very, very bizarre and very abstract, and I don't think I can yet explain it without kind of yakking about very technical things. Eventually, I will be able to, but if that's right, it's kind of it's a weird thing, because it slices between determinism and randomness in a weird way that hasn't been sliced before, so to speak. So like many of these questions that come up in science, where it's like, is it this or is it that? Turns out the real answer is it's neither of those things. It's something kind of different and sort of orthogonal to those categories. And so that's the current, this week's idea about how that might work. But we'll see how that unfolds. I mean, there's this question about the field like physics and sort of the quest for fundamental theory and so on. And there's both the science of what happens and there's the sort of the social aspect of what happens. Because, in a field that is basically as old as physics, we're at, I don't know what it is, fourth generation, I don't know, fifth generation, I don't know what generation it is of physicists. And I was one of these, so to speak. And for me, the foundations were like the pyramids, so to speak. It was that way, and it was always that way. It is difficult in an old field to go back to the foundations and think about rewriting them. It's a lot easier in young fields where you're still dealing with the first generation of people that invented the field. And it tends to be the case, that the nature of what happens in science tends to be, you'll get, typically the pattern is some methodological advance occurs. And then there's a period of 5 years, 10 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, where there's lots of things that are now made possible by that methodological advance, whether it's, telescopes, or whether that's some mathematical method or something. It's, there's something happens, a tool gets built, and then you can do a bunch of stuff. And there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit to be picked. And that takes a certain amount of time. After that, all that low-hanging fruit is picked, then it's a hard slog for the next however many decades or century or more to get to the next sort of level at which one can do something. And it's kind of and it tends to be the case that fields that are in that kind of, I wouldn't say cruise mode, because it's really hard work, but it's very hard work, very incremental progress.
And in your career and some of the things you've taken on, it feels like you haven't been afraid of the hard slog.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's quite interesting, especially on the engineering side. On a small tangent, when you were at Caltech, did you get to interact with Richard Feynman at all? Do you have any memories of Richard?
We worked together quite a bit, actually. In fact, both when I was at Caltech and after I left Caltech, we were both consultants at this company called Thinking Machines Corporation, which was just down the street from here, actually. It was ultimately an ill-fated company, but I used to say this company is not going to work with the strategy they have, and Dick Feynman always used to say, what do we know about running companies? Just let them run their company. But anyway, he was not into that kind of thing. He always thought that my interest in doing things like running companies was a distraction, so to speak. For me, it's a mechanism to have a more effective machine for actually figuring things out and getting things to happen.
Did he think of it, because essentially what you did with the company, I don't know if you were thinking of it that way, but you're creating tools to empower the exploration of the universe. Do you think, did he
understand that point?
the point of tools of
I think not as well as he might have done. I mean, I think that he was actually my first company, which was also involved with, was involved with more mathematical computation kinds of things. He was he had lots of advice about the technical side of what we should do and so on.
give examples, memories, of thoughts that.
Oh yeah, he had all kinds of in the business of doing sort of, one of the hard things in math is doing integrals and so on, right? And so he had his own elaborate ways to do integrals and so on. He had his own ways of thinking about sort of getting intuition about how math works. And so his sort of meta idea was take those intuitional methods and make the computer follow those intuitional methods. Now, it turns out, for the most part, like when we do integrals and things, what we do is we build this kind of bizarre industrial machine that turns every integral into, products of Mayer G functions and generates this very elaborate thing. And actually the big problem is turning the results into something a human will understand. It's not what's doing the integral. And actually, Feynman did understand that to some extent. And I'm embarrassed to say he once gave me this big pile of, calculational methods for particle physics that he worked out in the 50s. And he said, it's more use to you than to me type thing. And I was like, I intended to look at it and give it back, and I still have my files now. So that's what happens when it's finiteness of human lives. Maybe if he'd lived another 20 years, I would have remembered to give it back. But I think it's that was his attempt to systematize the ways that one does integrals that show up in particle physics and so on. Turns out the way we've actually done it is very different from that way.
What do you make of that difference between? So Feynman was actually quite remarkable at creating sort of intuitive, like diving in, creating intuitive frameworks for understanding difficult concepts.
I'm smiling because, the funny thing about him was that the thing he was really, really, really good at is calculating stuff. But he thought that was easy because he was really good at it. And so he would do these things where he would calculate do some complicated calculation in quantum field theory, for example, come out with a result. He wouldn't tell anybody about the complicated calculation. He thought that was easy. He thought the really impressive thing was to have this simple intuition about how everything works. So he invented that at the end. And, because he'd done this calculation and knew how it worked, it was a lot easier. It's a lot easier to have good intuition when you know what the answer is. And then he would stop telling anybody about his calculations. He wasn't meaning that maliciously, so to speak. It's just he thought that was easy. And that's, that led to areas where people were just completely mystified and they kind of followed his intuition, but nobody could tell why it worked. Because actually the reason it worked was because he'd done all these calculations and he knew that it would work. And when I worked a bit on quantum computers actually back in 1980, 81, before anybody had heard of those things. And the typical mode of he always used to say, and I now think about this because I'm about the age that he was when I worked with him, and I see that people of 1/3 my age, so to speak, and he was always complaining that I was 1/3 his age for various things, but he would do some calculation by hand, blackboard and things, come up with some answer. I'd say, I don't understand this. I do something with a computer, and he'd say, I don't understand this. So there'd be some big argument about what was going on, but it was always, and I think actually many of the things that we sort of realized about computing that were sort of issues that have to do particularly with the measurement process are kind of still issues today. And I kind of find it interesting. It's a funny thing in science that these, that there's a remarkable, it happens in technology too, there's a remarkable sort of repetition of history that ends up occurring. Eventually things really get nailed down, but it often takes a while, and things come back decades later. Well, for example, I could tell a story actually happened right down the street from here. when we were both at thinking machines, I had been working on this particular cellular automaton with Rule 30 that has this feature that it, from very simple initial conditions, it makes really complicated behavior. Okay, so, and actually, of all silly physical things, using this big parallel computer called the connection machine that company was making, I generated this giant printout of Rule 30 on actually on the same kind of printer that people use to make layouts for microprocessors. So one of these big, large format printers with high resolution and so on. So so print this out, lots of very tiny cells, and so there was some question of how some features of that pattern, and so it was very much a physical, on the floor with meter rules trying to measure different things. So Feynman kind of takes me aside. We've been doing that for a little while, and takes me aside and he says, I just want to know this one thing. He says, I want to know, how did you know that this Rule 30 thing would produce all this really complicated behavior that is so complicated that we're, going around with this big printout and so on? And I said, well, I didn't know. I just enumerated all the possible rules and then observed that that's what happened. He said, I feel a lot better. I thought you had some intuition that he didn't have, and that would let one. I said, no intuition, just experimental science.
So that's such a beautiful sort of dichotomy there. That's exactly what you showed, is you really can't have an intuition about an irreducible. I mean, you have to run it.
Yes, that's right.
That's so hard for us humans, and especially brilliant physicists like Feynman, to say that you can't have a compressed, clean intuition about how the whole thing works.
Yes. No, I think he was sort of on the edge of understanding that point about computation. And I think he found that, he always found computation interesting. And I think that was sort of what he was a little bit poking at. I mean, that intuition, the difficulty of discovering things, like even you say, you just enumerate all the cases and just find one that does something interesting, right? Sounds very easy. Turns out, like, I missed it when I first saw it because I had kind of an intuition that said it shouldn't be there. And so I had kind of arguments, I'm going to ignore that case because whatever.
How did you have an open mind enough? Because you're essentially the same person as Richard Feynman, like the same kind of physics type of thinking. How did you find yourself having a sufficiently open mind to be open to watching rules and then revealing complexity?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I've wondered about that myself, because it's kind of like, you live through these things and then you say, what was the historical story? And sometimes the historical story that you realize after the fact was not what you lived through, so to speak. And so what I realized is, I think what happened is, I did physics kind of like reductionistic physics, where you're thrown in the universe and you're told, go figure out what's going on inside it. And then I started building computer tools, and I started building my first computer language, for example. And computer language is not like, it's sort of like physics in the sense that you have to take all those computations people want to do and kind of drill down and find the primitives that they can all be made of. But then you do something that's really different, because you're just saying, okay, these are the primitives. Now, hopefully they'll be useful to people. Let's build up from there. So you're essentially building an artificial universe, in a sense, where you make this language, you've got these primitives, you're just building whatever you feel like building. And so it was sort of interesting for me, because from doing science where you're just throwing the universe as the universe is, to then just being told, you can make up any universe you want. And so I think that experience of making a computer language, which is essentially building your own universe, so to speak, is, that's kind of the, that's what gave me a somewhat different attitude towards what might be possible. It's like, let's just explore what can be done in these artificial universes, rather than thinking the natural science way of let's be constrained by how the universe actually is.
Yeah, by being able to program, essentially, you've, as opposed to being limited to just your mind and a pen, you now have you've basically built another brain that you can use to explore the universe. Right?
The
Computer programming, is a kind of a brain.
Right, and it's or a telescope, or it's a tool. It lets you see stuff.
But there's something fundamentally different between a computer and a telescope. I mean, it just I'm hoping not to romanticize the notion, but it's more general. The computer is more general.
And it's I think, this point about people say, oh, such and such a thing was almost discovered at such and such a time. The distance between the building the paradigm that allows you to actually understand stuff, or allows one to be open to seeing what's going on, that's really hard. And I think I've been fortunate in my life that I've spent a lot of my time building computational language, and that's an activity that in a sense works by sort of having to kind of create another level of abstraction and kind of be open to different kinds of structures. But it's always I'm fully aware of, I suppose, the fact that I have seen it a bunch of times of how easy it is to miss the obvious, so to speak. That at least is factored into my attempt to not miss the obvious, although it may not succeed.
What do you think is the role of ego in the history of math and science? And more sort of, a book title is something like A New Kind of Science. You've accomplished a huge amount. In fact, somebody said that Newton didn't have an ego, and I looked into it and he had a huge ego. Yeah, but from an outsider's perspective, some have said that you have a bit of an ego as well. Do you see it that way? Does ego get in the way? Is it empowering? Is it both? So
it's complicated and necessary. I mean, I've spent more than half my life CEO in the tech company, right? Okay, and that is I think it's actually very. It means that one's ego is not a distant thing. It's a thing that one encounters every day, so to speak, because it's all tied up with leadership and with how one develops an organization and all these kinds of things. So it may be that if I'd been an academic, for example, I could have sort of checked the ego, put it on a shelf somewhere and ignored its characteristics. But
you're reminded of it quite often in the context of running a company.
Sure,
yeah.
I mean that's what it's about. It's about leadership, and leadership is intimately tied to ego. Now, what does it mean? I mean, what is the, for me, I've been fortunate that I think I have reasonable intellectual confidence, so to speak. That is, I'm one of these people who at this point, if somebody tells me something and I just don't understand it, my conclusion isn't that means I'm dumb. My conclusion is there's something wrong with what I'm being told. And that was actually Dick Feynman used to have that feature too. He never really believed in. He actually believed in experts much less than I believe in experts. So
wow. So that's a fundamentally powerful property of ego. And saying not that I am wrong, but that the world is wrong, and telling me when confronted with the fact that it doesn't fit the thing that you've really thought through, sort of both the negative and the positive of ego. Do you see the negative of that get in the way? Sort of being
sure, there are mistakes I've made that are the result of I'm pretty sure I'm right, and turns out I'm not. I mean that's the but the thing is that the idea that one tries to do things that, so for example, one question is if people have tried hard to do something and then one thinks maybe I should try doing this myself. If one does not have a certain degree of intellectual confidence, one just says, well, people have been trying to do this for 100 years. How am I going to be able to do this? And, I was fortunate in the sense that I happened to start having some degree of success in science and things when I was really young. And so that developed to certain amounts of sort of intellectual confidence that I don't think I otherwise would have had. And, in a sense, I was fortunate that I was working in the field, particle physics, during its sort of golden age age of rapid progress, and that's kind of gives one a false sense of achievement, because it's kind of easy to discover stuff that's going to survive if you happen to be, picking the low-hanging fruit of a rapidly expanding field.
And the reason I totally immediately understood the ego behind a new kind of science, to me, sort of just try to express my feelings on the whole thing, is that if you don't allow that kind of ego, then you would never write that book. That you would say, well, people must have done this. You would not dig. You would not keep digging. And I think you have to take that ego and ride it and see where it takes you. And that's how you create exceptional work.
But I think the other point about that book was it was a non-trivial question, how to take a bunch of ideas that are, I think, reasonably big ideas. They might, their importance is determined by what happens historically. One can't tell how important they are. One can tell sort of the scope of them. And the scope is fairly big. And they're very different from things that have come before. The question is, how do you explain that stuff to people? And so I had the experience of sort of saying, well, there are these things, there's this automaton, it does this, it does that. And people are like, oh, it must be just like this, it must be just like that. But no, it isn't. It's something different. Right?
And so you could have done sort of, I'm really glad you did what you did, but you could have done sort of academically, just keep publishing small papers here and there, and then you would just keep getting this kind of resistance, right? You would get like, it's supposed to just dropping a thing that says, here's the full thing.
Right. No, I mean, that was my calculation. That basically, you could introduce little pieces. It's like, one possibility is like it's the secret weapon, so to speak. It's this, I keep on, discovering these things in all these different areas. Where'd they come from? Nobody knows. But I decided that, in the interests of one only has one life to lead, and writing that book took me a decade anyway. There's not a lot of wiggle room, so to speak. One can't be wrong by a factor of 3, so to speak, in how long it's going to take. That I thought the best thing to do, the thing that is most sort of that most respects the intellectual content, so to speak, is you just put it out with as much force as you can, because it's not something where, and it's an interesting thing. You talk about ego, and it's for example, I run a company which has my name on it, right? I thought about starting a club for people whose companies have their names on them. It's a funny group, because we're not a bunch of egomaniacs. That's not what it's about, so to speak. It's about basically sort of taking responsibility for what one's doing, and in a sense, any of these things where you're sort of putting yourself on the line, it's kind of a funny, it's a funny dynamic, because in a sense, my company is sort of something that happens to have my name on it, but it's kind of bigger than me, and I'm kind of just its mascot at some level. I also happen to be a pretty, strong leader of it, but
it's basically showing a deep, inextricable sort of investment. They're the same. Your name, like Steve Jobs' name wasn't on Apple, but he was Apple.
Yeah.
Elon Musk's name is not on Tesla, but he is Tesla. So it's like, meaning emotionally. If a company succeeds or fails, he would just emotionally would suffer through that.
Yes.
And so that's
it's recognizing that fact. Right?
And also, Wolfram's a pretty good branding name, so it works out.
Exactly. Just I think Steve had a bad deal there.
Yeah. So you made up for it with the last name. Okay, so in 2002, you published A New Kind of Science, to which, sort of on a personal level, I can credit my love for cellular automata and computation in general. I think a lot of others can as well. Can you briefly describe the vision, the hope, the main idea presented in this 1,200-page book?
Sure. Well, it took 1,200 pages to say in the book. So, no, the real idea, it's kind of a good way to get into it is to look at sort of the arc of history and to look at what's happened in kind of the development of science. I mean, there was this sort of big idea in science about 300 years ago that was, let's use mathematical equations to try and describe things in the world. Let's use sort of the formal idea of mathematical equations to describe what might be happening in the world, rather than, for example, just using sort of logical augmentation. So let's have a formal theory about that. And so there's been this 300-year run of using mathematical equations to describe the natural world, which has worked pretty well. But I got interested in how one could generalize that notion. There is a formal theory, there are definite rules, but what structure could those rules have? And so what I got interested in was, let's generalize beyond the sort of purely mathematical rules. And we now have this sort of notion of programming and computing and so on. Let's use the kinds of rules that can be embodied in programs as a sort of generalization of the ones that can exist in mathematics as a way to describe the world. And so my kind of favorite version of these kinds of simple rules are these things called cellular automata. And so typical case.
So wait, what are cellular automata?
Fair enough. So typical case of a cellular automaton, it's an array of cells. It's just a line of discrete cells. Each cell is either black or white. And in a series of steps you can represent as lines going down the page. You're updating the color of each cell according to a rule that depends on the color of the cell above it, and to its left and right. So it's really simple. So the thing might be, if the cell and its right neighbor are not the same, or the cell on the left is black or something, then make it black on the next step, and if not, make it white. Typical rule. That rule, I'm not sure I said it exactly right, but a rule very much like what I just said, has the feature that if you started off with just one black cell at the top, it makes this extremely complicated.
Honestly, laugh at whatever the fuck
So
I just saw.
You get a very simple pattern. Some rules, you have the rule is simple, you start them off from a sort of simple seed, you just get this very simple pattern. But other rules, and this was the big surprise when I started actually just doing the simple computer experiments to find out what happens, is that they produce very complicated patterns of behavior. So for example, this Rule 30 rule has the feature you start off from just one black cell at the top, makes this very random pattern. If you look like at the center column of cells, you get a series of values. So it goes black, white, black, black, whatever it is. That sequence seems for all practical purposes random. So it's kind of like in math, you compute the digits of pi, 3.1415926, whatever. Those digits, once computed, I mean, the scheme for computing pi, the ratio and circumference to that center of the circle, very well defined, but yet when you are, once you generated those digits, they seem for all practical purposes completely random. And so it is with Rule 30. That even though the rule is very simple, much simpler, much more sort of computationally obvious than the rule for generating digits of pi, even with a rule that simple, you're still generating immensely complicated behavior.
Yeah, so if you could just pause on that, I think you probably said it and looked at it so long you forgot the magic of it. But perhaps you still feel the magic. But to me, if you've never seen sort of, I would say, what is it, a one-dimensional, essentially, cellular automata, right? And you were to guess what you would see if you have some cells that only respond to neighbors. Right. If you were to guess what kind of things you would see, like my initial guess, like even when I first opened the book that you kind of signed, right? My initial guess is you would see. I mean, it would be a very simple stuff, right? And I think it's a magical experience to realize the kind of complexity. You mentioned Rule 30. Still your favorite cellular automaton?
My favorite, yes.
You get complexity, immense complexity. You get arbitrary complexity.
Yes.
And when you say randomness down the middle column, that's just one cool way to say that complexity.
Welcome.
That's
How are I didn't want to
That's
fucking
a
talk with you
magical
anyway.
idea. However, you start to interpret it, all the reproducibility discussions, all that, but it's just, I think that has profound philosophical kind of notions around it too. It's not just,
Well, yeah.
I mean,
No,
it's transformational about how you see the world. I think for me, it was transformational. I don't know, we can have all kinds of discussions about computation and so on, but just, you know, I sometimes think if I were on a desert island and with, I don't know, maybe it was some psychedelics or something, but if I had to take one book, I mean, you kind of saw it as would be it, because you could just enjoy that notion. For some reason, it's a deeply profound notion, at least to me.
I find it that way. Yeah, I mean, look, it was a very intuition breaking thing to discover. I mean, it's kind of like, you point the computational telescope out there, and suddenly you see, I don't know, in the past, it's kind of like, moons of Jupiter or something. But suddenly you see something that's kind of very unexpected. And Rule 30 was very unexpected for me. And the big challenge at a personal level was to not ignore it. I mean, people, in other words, you might say,
It's a bug. What would you say? Yeah. What would what are we looking at, by the way?
well, I was just generating the Rule 30 pattern. So that's the rule for Rule 30, and it says, for example, it says here, if you have a black cell in the middle and white cell to the left and a white cell to the right, then the cell on the next step will be white. And so here's the actual pattern that you get, starting off from a single black cell at the top there, then
that's the initial state, initial condition.
That's the initial thing. You just start off from that, and then you're going down the page, and at every step, you're just applying this rule to find out the new value that you get. And so you might think, rule that simple, you've got to get that there's got to be some trace of that simplicity here. Okay, we'll run it, let's say, for 400 steps. That's what it does. It's kind of asking a bit on the screen there, but you can see there's a little bit of regularity over on the left. But there's a lot of stuff here that just looks very complicated, very random, and that's a big sort of shock was a big shock to my intuition, at least, that that's possible.
The mind immediately starts, is there a pattern? There must be a repetitive pattern.
Yeah,
there must be. That's
well,
the mind.
So indeed, that's what I thought at first, and I thought, well, it's kind of interesting, but if we run it long enough, we'll see, something will resolve into something simple. And I did all kinds of analysis of using mathematics, statistics, cryptography, whatever, to try and crack it. And I never succeeded. And after I hadn't succeeded for a while, I started thinking, maybe there's a real phenomenon here that is the reason I'm not succeeding. Maybe, the thing that for me was sort of a motivating factor was looking at the natural world and seeing all this complexity that exists in the natural world. The question is, where does it come from? What secret does nature have that lets it make all this complexity that we humans, when we engineer things, typically are not making? We're typically making things that at least look quite simple to us. And so the shock here was, even from something very simple, you're making something that complex. Maybe this is getting at sort of the secret that nature has that allows it to make really complex things, even though its underlying rules may not be that complex.
How did it make you feel? If you look at the new Apple, was there you took a walk and something did profoundly hit you, or was this a gradual thing? A lobster being boiled.
The truth of every sort of science discovery is it's not that gradual. I happen to be interested in scientific biography kinds of things, and so I've tried to track down, how did people come to figure out this or that thing? And there's always a long kind of sort of preparatory, there's a need to be prepared in the mindset in which it's possible to see something. In the case of Rule 30, I don't know, it was around June 1st, 1984, was like a silly story in some ways. I finally had a high-resolution laser printer. So I thought, I'm going to generate a bunch of pictures of these cellular automata. And I generate this one, and I put it on some plane flight to Europe. And they have this with me. And it's like, I really should try to understand this. and this is really, I really don't understand what's going on. And that was kind of the, slowly trying to see what was happening. It was not, it was depressingly unsudden, so to speak, in the sense that a lot of these ideas, like principle of computational equivalence, for example, I thought, well, that's a possible thing. I didn't know if it's correct. Still don't know for sure that it's correct. But it's sort of a gradual thing that these things gradually kind of seem more important than one thought. I mean, I think the whole idea of studying the computational universe of simple programs, it took me probably a decade and a half to kind of internalize that was really an important idea. And I think, if it turns out we find the whole universe lurking out there in the computational universe, that's a good, it's a good bounty point or something for the whole idea. But I think that the thing that's strange in this whole question about, finding this different raw material for making models of things, what's been interesting sort of in sort of arc of history is, for 300 years, it's kind of like the mathematical equations approach. It was the winner. It was the thing, you want to have a really good model for something, that's what you use. The thing that's been remarkable is just in the last decade or so, I think one can see a transition to using not mathematical equations, but programs as sort of the raw material for making models of stuff. And that's pretty neat. And it's kind of, as somebody who's kind of lived inside this paradigm shift, so to speak, it is bizarre. I mean, no doubt in sort of the history of science, that will be seen as an instantaneous paradigm shift. But it sure isn't instantaneous when it's played out in its actual life, so to speak. It seems glacial. And it's the kind of thing where it's sort of interesting because in the dynamics of sort of the adoption of ideas like that into different fields, the younger the field, the faster the adoption typically, because people are not kind of locked in with the fifth generation of people who've studied this field, and it is the way it is, and it can never be any different. And I think that's been, watching that process has been interesting. I mean, I think I'm fortunate that I do stuff mainly because I like doing it, and if I was, that makes me kind of thick-skinned about the world's response to what I do. But that's definitely, and any time you write a book called something like A New Kind of Science, it's kind of the pitchforks will come out for the old kind of science. And it was interesting dynamics. I think that I have to say that I was fully aware of the fact that when you see sort of incipient paradigm shifts in science, the vigor of the negative response upon early introduction is a fantastic positive indicator of good long-term results. So in other words, if people just don't care, it's, that's not such a good sign. If they're like, oh, this is great, that means you didn't really discover anything interesting.
What fascinating properties of Rule 30 have you discovered over the years? You've recently announced the Rule 30 prizes for solving 3 key problems. Can you maybe talk about interesting properties that have been kind of revealed, Rule 30 or other cellular automata, and what problems are still before us, like the 3 problems you've announced?
Yeah, right. So, I mean, the most interesting thing about cellular automata is that it's hard to figure stuff out about them. And that's, in a sense, every time you try and sort of, you try and bash them with some other technique, you say, can I crack them? The answer is they seem to be uncrackable. They seem to have the feature that they are, that they're sort of showing irreducible computation. You're not able to say, oh, I know exactly what this is going to do. It's going to do this or that.
But there's specific formulations of that fact.
Yes, right. So, I mean, for example, in Rule 30, in the pattern you get, just starting from a single black cell, you get this sort of very, very sort of random looking pattern. And so one feature of that, just look at the center column. And for example, we used that for a long time to generate randomness in modern language. Just, what Rule 30 produces. Now the question is, can you prove how random it is? So, for example, one very simple question: can you prove that it'll never repeat? No, we haven't been able to show that it'll never repeat. We know that if there are two adjacent columns, we know they can't both repeat. But just knowing whether that center column can ever repeat, we still don't even know that. Another problem that I sort of put in my collection of, it's like $30,000 for for these three prizes for about Rule 30. I would say that this is not one of those. This is one of those cases where the money is not the main point, but it's just helps motivate somehow the investigation.
So there's three problems you propose. You get $30,000 if you solve all three, or maybe
No, it's 10,000
for each, right?
The
problems. That's right. Money is not the thing. The problems themselves are just clean. Formulation.
So it's just will it ever become periodic? Second problem is, are there an equal number of black and white cells
down the middle column?
And the third problem is a little bit harder to state, which is essentially, is there a way of figuring out what the color of a cell at position T down the center column is with a less computational effort than about T steps? So in other words, is there a way to jump ahead and say, I know what this is going to do, it's just some mathematical function of T.
Or proving that there is no way.
Or proving there is no way, yes. But both, for any one of these, one could prove that, one could discover, we know what Rule 30 does for a billion steps, but, and maybe we'll know for a trillion steps before too very long. But maybe at a quadrillion steps, it suddenly becomes repetitive. You might say, how could that possibly happen? But so when I was writing up these prizes, I thought, and this is typical of what happens in the computational universe, I thought, let me find an example where it looks like it's just going to be random forever, but actually it becomes repetitive. And I found one. And it's just, I did a search. I searched, I don't know, maybe a million different rules with some criterion. And this is, what's sort of interesting about that is, I kind of have this thing that I say in a kind of silly way about the computational universe, which is, the animals are always smarter than you are. There's always some way one of these computational systems can figure out how to do something, even though I can't imagine how it's going to do it. And, I didn't think I would find one that, you would think after all these years that when I found sort of all possible things,
how are you?
Funky things.
What's going on?
I would have.
Well, how are you? What's up? Shalom. How'd you find out about me? On the bird news? What's the bird news? No way. Well, wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived online than any person in global history. Fawn or Niku, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am, except we have my consent to do this, and they didn't in that movie. I stream my life for world peace. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I want to improve the world. I want to help end world thirst through the use of life straws. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. We build wells in Nigeria, and I want to continue good projects like that. Most of all, I want to mainstream the idea of desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about a lot of other things. In addition to some of the technology that I've just mentioned, I talk about data a lot. So Fawn and Niku, how am I going to be able to help you with data? Well, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum. In 2018, The Economist stated that data overtook petroleum, and that may make me a very influential person because I have more data online than any person ever. You can literally go back on. I'm not a data broker. No, I just create data. I've created more data than any person in global history. I've over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. I talk about things that I want to do to help the world, but also I want to help you. I have more data than any person that may make me very influential, and I want to be able to give you, Fawn, and you, Niku, all the money that you need to be able to have generational wealth, but also I want you to be able to start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations to better the world. I talk about some things that are really going to change the world. In addition to the technology that I've mentioned, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure and de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing woolly mammoth, absolutely, utilizing African elephant surrogates. They've already de-extincted the dire wolf. After the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are fascinating projects, and I've been tracking them since their founding. And I talk about other things like life extension technology. When you were born, Fawn and Niku, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. And that's great. And if you want to continue living just to age 80, that's fine. But you should know that I want to be able to give you the resources to be able to utilize life extension technology and increase your life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you're going to be 120 years old. And Fawn and Nico, you may say, Rabbi, we've lived a wonderful life. We want it to continue, but our bodies are starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, the next plan is, again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, which, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Fawn and Niku, is that there's an opportunity at digital immortality for you if you want. What are your thoughts on that? That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. So what you can do is when I go viral, you're on this stream. I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to live a wonderful life, and you'll die at a normal age. Excellent. Hey, if I may ask, this blog, it's called the Bird Blog. Oh, very cool. Okay, I'll have to look that up. What would I search Pinterest to find it? Okay, so would I just search sewing bird? Okay, that's amazing. Well, I'm glad that you're here. And you should know more than anything that I say, if you ever need anybody, if you ever need a positive person in your life, if you ever need an optimistic view on the world, or if you just need hope, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a good person to you and to the world, and just be a light amongst the nation. So if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. How's that sound? Excellent. Well, we're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. Well, thank you. We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. The people who you're probably referencing are perhaps distant relatives of mine. There are many of us in the world. But if you trace my DNA back, yeah, we're all related. 100%. So that's a little bit about what I do. I'm currently watching podcasts on um, artificial intelligence, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. So if that's of interest to you, feel free to watch and just know how much I. Great question. Excellent question. Okay, so the difference is artificial general intelligence is having the intelligence of what we would consider a human. Artificial superintelligence is many times higher. So that would get into perhaps the idea of supercomputer like brain functioning. And we're currently at artificial general. So we already have quantum computing. Microsoft has announced that they have a quantum computer. Google has announced that they have a quantum computer. Who's to say they're not? Well, certainly, given enough time, quantum computing will certainly affect us all. If you're talking about having access to like a personal quantum computer, it may just be a matter of time. 50 years ago, people didn't even necessarily envision people having personal computers. In fact, there were many predictors that said there's no reason that a person should ever need a computer at home. And now we all have them. So perhaps 50 years from now, or probably even less, we may all have access to our own quantum computers. Well, I'll tell you what, Niku and anybody else watching this right now, when we have access to quantum computing at a personal level, we'll make sure to get you one. How about that? Absolutely. You'll be able to play any game that you want in any dimension. It'll be very fast. You won't have any loading times. It'll be wonderful. Now, that's a great question. Perhaps someday, not immediately. So, currently, are you familiar with the Kardashev scale? It's okay if Okay, excellent. So this is generally referenced in terms of extraterrestrial intelligence, but we can utilize it for our own understanding. Currently, we are about the Kardashev scale generally is from like 1 to 5, and currently we are about a point 0.7 in terms of our advancement. So a type 1 civilization can utilize generally all of the energy on their planet. So that would mean all of our solar, all of our geothermal, etc. We're not quite there yet. We may be able to achieve that within the next 300 years or so. Then the type 2 on the Kardashev scale means that we will be able to utilize all of the um, all of the energy perhaps in our moving from our solar system to perhaps a galaxy, or moving really like all of our solar all of our so- yeah. Exactly. Usually using what's known as a Dyson sphere. So it's basic. Exactly. And then type three, perhaps, is when we're able to utilize all of the energy, or a civilization is able to utilize all of the energy within a galaxy. Type 4 perhaps may be able to utilize all of the galaxy, pardon me, moving away from the galaxy to multiple galaxies. And then type 5 is perhaps the ability to be able to utilize all of the energy in the universe and create your own universes. So that gets into, would we be able to use quantum computing to create our own universes? Perhaps once we achieve type 5 civilization, or perhaps sooner, but at least that's the idea. I agree with you. So that's essentially what I do. I've created a time capsule for society. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And I'm live right now on 16 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on quite a few different other platforms. And just essentially an open book for the world to be able to perceive. I'm live in quite a few different Discords right now. So people have portals into my life. And if you ever need me, I'm here for you. And just really appreciate you guys having the courage to come in and talk with me. Thank you. I'm going to make sure to send you guys um, friend requests on Discord. In case you ever need me, feel free to message me. You can always come in here and talk with me as well. Um, and absolutely. And that's a great question. I have very poor vision and I suffer from cataracts. And so I need low lighting, and it's easiest on my. So what cataracts are basically um, like a filter over my eyes, and when the room is very bright, it causes me difficulties to be able to see. So a darker lighting allows me to be able to see a little bit better. Now, if I were on Pinterest, how would I find the post about me? I have to watch a bunch of sewing. Okay, and then somebody just ran. Okay, very well. And then you just randomly came across a post about me. Okay, so is it called the Bird Blog? Okay, that's all right. Absolutely. What was the link? What did it look like? Okay. Well, very well. Well, I'm glad that you guys found me. And if you need anything from me, I'm here to help you. Okay. Excellent. Wonderful. Well, yeah. So they are essentially dust sheets. How many do I have? One, two, three, like three on this wall. And essentially, they keep dust off some of the shelving and make it just overall like a consistent background for me. And it makes it easier to not have the sun in my eyes. I'm not sure about that. I think it perhaps is fire retardant but not fireproof. No, it's not. They're just like fire retardant sheets of probably plastic. I believe the type of plastic that they are. It can be. Oh, I'm not asking you to. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't either. I don't need them to be fire retardant. I am. I made smicha during the pandemic in 2020, pardon me. And I take questions in here. I daven every day. I late to fill in. We light candles. I do my best to keep kosher and do everything that I can to maintain an Orthodox life while live streaming my life. I want world peace. That's not up for me to decide. I would say that's probably up to the United Nations to decide. So you like sewing? Whichever one achieves peace. Excellent. My my philosophy is I don't want anyone to die on any side. I want to limit as many deaths on earth as possible. So I take it you like sewing a lot? Very cool. Well, I am not a seamstress or tailor myself, but I do respect the art. And if you want, if you're interested, I have my own blog. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's on Blogspot, so it's Rabbi Rothschild. Yeah, I have. I have a Pinterest account. Um, but yeah, I heck, heck, I'll have to do that someday. Well, it's actually $25,000, so I figure when I go viral, I'll be able to do that. But I have more data online than any person. You'll never find another person, at least currently, who live streams their life from 16 different angles on YouTube. I tried to get it official. They wanted $25,000 to do it. I didn't want to pay $25,000. It's a lot of money, and I figure it's exactly. It doesn't necessarily do anything for you. Any absolutely, you will be my official tailor. So you do whatever kind of curtain sewing that we need. How's that sound? Excellent. Very well. Um, if you're interested in my blog, it's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It may be the largest blog entry. Okay, why are you boycotting them? Oh, boo on them. Why did they take down your blog? Well, that's unfortunate. Well, all right. Well, I'll do my best to avoid that. I certainly understand. Okay. I mean, I'm familiar with WordPress as well. Very well. Well, at least my blog is quite extensive. Go ahead. Oh, that is my title in here. So there are motherships, like when you have an alien mothership, and I think it's funny that there's a term MILF, and so I'm captain of the MILF ship. Exactly, 100%. Very well. Yeah, I think MILFs are a very under excellent. I think they're very underrated. Basically, they're experienced, powerful women, and I think that they should be held in higher regard in society. So I think that they've reproduced. That's really interesting. But just generally, I think I'm more attracted to older women, and I think that they should be held in high regard. 100%. Especially even the term MILF, which is usually mothers I'd like to fuck, or mother I'd like to fuck. I think that it should be changed, the acronym, to matures I like fucking. Firstly, because fits the that fits the anagram, and so like MILF, like when normally it's like mother I'd like to fuck. That's MILTF, which doesn't really make sense. And also, there are a lot of mature women who haven't been able to reproduce, and I don't think that they should be any less than someone who has been able to reproduce. They're older, they're mature, they're experienced. So I call it matures I like fucking. And additionally, especially with some types of technology that we currently have and that we're utilizing, women are going to be able to have children at later ages. So, especially in terms of cryogenic of embryos, or of eggs, they should be able to have children perhaps in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even, especially with they use surrogacy. So I think that I can be somewhat of a leader in terms of normalizing women of having children at later ages. Excellent. Well, take care. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate you being here.
That I would have gotten my intuition wrapped around the idea that you know these creatures are always in the computational universe are always smarter than I'm going to be. But
Well, they're equivalently as smart, right?
that's correct, and that makes one feel very it's humbling every time, because every time the thing is you think it's going to do this or it's not going to. It finds a way.
Of course, the problem is
No,
there's
that's
a lot
a
of other rules.
podcast I'm watching.
It's just Rule 30 is
Found it first.
so focusing
Yeah,
on Rule 30. It's
I
possible
can
that
see
Rule
that too.
30 is repetitive after trillions of times. And that doesn't prove anything about the other rules.
It does not.
Of how you
Oh, I watch him 24 hours a day.
about that particular rule.
Yes, and it also all these things help build intuition. That is, if it turned out that this was repetitive for a trillion steps, not what I would expect, and so we learned something from that.
The method to do that, though, would reveal something interesting about the. So
No doubt, no doubt. I mean, it's although it's sometimes challenging. Like I put out a prize in 2007 for a particular Turing machine that it was the simplest candidate for being a universal Turing machine. England,
Yeah, I have a bunch of them. I'm live on Rumble right now.
Smallish number of months. Said,
Yeah, on
right?
5 different
You have
Rumble
proof.
channels.
Unfortunately,
Do I have a just type Rabbi Rothschild in Rumble and you'll see all my stuff.
it's not like you look at it and you
Oh, Bitly?
the big
Yeah, I do have a
principle is
Bitly account for like
this
short
Turing
links.
machine that might have been universal, much Turing machines that people
Oh,
are
I don't have a
universal
Vidly
for.
account.
And so that intuitionally it says,
No, but I may have to. This seems very cool.
but
A what?
in that particular case, we're not terribly.
I perhaps need
Yeah,
to
no, I mean, I
add
think
that
it's
one as
one of these
well.
things where,
How do I spell that?
like a lot of we talked about earlier, they're kind of, opening up AI,
Seed feed?
learning and things of what's going on inside. And is it just step by step, or can you sort of see the bigger
What did you
picture
say?
without
Seed
abstracting
feed?
things?
It's unfortunate with Fermat's last theorem.
All right.
It
Very
doesn't
cool.
run into the margins of the page.
Yes, I am.
Consequence of computational reducibility. This fact that
Very cool. Thank you for the heads up on these.
results in mathematics, this proof's arbitrarily wrong. That's a consequence of all this stuff, and it makes one wonder. How come mathematics is possible at all? Why is it the case? How do people manage to navigate doing mathematics through looking at things where they're not just thrown into it's all undecipherable? That's its own separate story.
And that would have a poetic beauty to it if people, because I mean,
Which
there's
website?
an emphasis to this particular rule. It wouldn't say anything, but it would nevertheless put a few smiles on people's faces.
Well, yeah.
So I haven't used that one in a while.
In a sense,
Yeah.
it's a little bit like doing inductive science anyway. That is, the more examples you find, the more convincing you are that it's generally true. I mean, we don't get to,
Excellent. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it.
Can we prove? No, we can't. So, it's the same thing here in the computational universe. We're establishing facts in the computational universe, and that's sort of a way of inductively concluding general things.
Just to think through this a little bit, we've touched on it a little bit before, but what's the difference between the kind of computation, now that we talked about cellular automata, what's the difference between the kind of computation, biological system, our mind, our bodies, the things we see before us that emerge through the process of evolution, and cellular automata? We've kind of implied the discussion of physics underlying everything, but we talked about the potential equivalence of the fundamental laws of physics and the kind of computation going on in Turing machine. But can you now connect that? Do you think there's something special or interesting about the kind of computation that our bodies do?
Right. Well, let's talk about brains primarily. I think the most important thing about the things that our brains do are that we care about them, in the sense that there's a lot of computation going on out there, right, in cellular automata and physical systems and so on, and it does what it does. It follows those rules. It does what it does. The thing that's special about the computation in our brains is that it's connected to our goals and our current whole societal story, and I think that's the special feature. And now the question then is, when you see this whole sort of ocean of computation out there, how do you connect that to the things that we humans care about? And in a sense, a large part of my life has been involved in sort of the technology, how to do that. And what I've been interested in is kind of building computational language that allows that something that both we humans can understand and that can be used to determine computations that are actually computations we care about. See, I think when you look at something like one of these solar automata and does some complicated thing. You say, hey, that's fine, but why do I care? Well, you could say the same thing actually in physics. You say, oh, I've got this material and it's a ferrite or something. Why do I care? Has some magnetic properties. Why do I care? It's amusing, but why do I care? Well, we end up caring because, ferrite is what's used to make magnetic tape, magnetic discs, whatever. Or, we could use liquid crystals as used to make, not actually increasingly not, but it has been used to make computer displays and so on. But so in a sense, we're mining these things that happen to exist in the physical universe and making it be something that we care about because we sort of entrain it into technology. And it's the same thing in the computational universe, that a lot of what's out there is stuff that's just happening, but sometimes we have some objective and we will go and sort of mine the computational universe for something that's useful for some particular objective. On a large scale, trying to do that, trying to sort of navigate the computational universe to do useful things, that's where computational language comes in. And, a lot of what I've spent time doing and building this thing called Wolfram language, which I've been building for the last 1/3 of a century now. The goal there is to have a way to express kind of computational thinking, computational thoughts in a way that both humans and machines can understand. So it's kind of like in the tradition of computer languages, programming languages, that the tradition there has been more, let's take how computers are built and let's have a human way to specify, do this at the level of the way that computers are built. What I've been interested in is representing sort of the whole world computationally and being able to talk about whether it's about cities or chemicals or, this kind of algorithm or that kind of algorithm, things that have come to exist in our civilization, the sort of knowledge base of our civilization, being able to talk directly about those in a computational language so that both we can understand it and computers can understand it. I mean, the thing that I've been sort of excited about recently, which I had only realized recently, which is kind of embarrassing, but is kind of the arc of what we've tried to do in building this kind of computational language is it's a similar kind of arc of what happened when mathematical notation was invented. So go back 400 years, people were trying to do math. They were always explaining their math in words. And it was pretty concrete. And as soon as mathematical notation was invented, you could start defining things like algebra and later calculus and so on. It all became much more streamlined. When we deal with computational thinking about the world, there's a question of what is the notation? What is the kind of formalism that we can use to talk about the world computationally? In a sense, that's what I've spent the last third of a century trying to build, and we finally got to the point where we have a pretty full-scale computational language that sort of talks about the world. And that's exciting because it means that just like having this mathematical notation let us talk about the world mathematically, we now and let us build up these kind of mathematical sciences. Now we have a computational language which allows us to start talking about the world computationally and lets us, my view of it is it's kind of computational X for all X, all these different fields of, computational this, computational that. That's what we can now build.
Let's step back. So first of all, the mundane. What is Wolfram language in terms of sort of, I can answer the question for you, but it's basically not the philosophical, deep, the profound, the impact of it. I'm talking about in terms of tools, in terms of things you can download and stuff you can play with. What is it? What does it get into the infrastructure? What are the different ways to interact with it?
Right. So, I mean, the two big things that people have sort of perhaps heard of that come from Wolfram language, one is Mathematica, the other is Wolfram Alpha. So Mathematica first came out in 1988. It's this system that is basically an instance of Wolfram language, and it's used to do computations, particularly in sort of technical areas. And the typical thing you're doing is you're typing little pieces of computational language, and you're getting computations done.
It's very kind of there's like a symbolic.
Yeah, it's a symbolic language. So
It's a symbolic language. So I mean, I don't know how to cleanly express that, but that makes it very distinct from how we think about sort of I don't know, programming in a language like Python or something.
right. So the point is that in a traditional programming language, the raw material of the programming language is just stuff that computers intrinsically do. And the point of orphan language is that what the language is talking about is things that exist in the world or things that we can imagine and construct. It's aimed to be an abstract language from the beginning. And so, for example, one feature it has is that it's a symbolic language, which means that the thing called, you have an X, just type in X, and orphan language would just say, oh, that's X. It won't say error, undefined thing. I don't know what it is, computation, but in terms of the computer. Now that X could perfectly well be, the city of Boston. That's a thing, that's a symbolic thing. Or it could perfectly well be the trajectory of some spacecraft represented as a symbolic thing. And that idea that one can work with, sort of computationally work with these kinds of things that exist in the world or describe the world, that's really powerful. And that's what, when I started designing, when I designed the predecessor of what's now orphan language, the thing called SMP, which was my first computer language, I kind of wanted to have this sort of infrastructure for computation which was as fundamental as possible. And this is what I got for having been a physicist and tried to find fundamental components of things, and wound up with this kind of idea of transformation rules for symbolic expression as being sort of the underlying stuff from which computation will be built. And that's what we've been building from English language. And operationally, what happens? It's, I would say, by far the highest level computer language that exists, and it's really been built in a very different direction from other languages. So other languages have been there is a core language that really is kind of wrapped around the operations that a computer intrinsically does. Maybe people add libraries for this or that, but the goal of both languages is to have the language itself be able to cover this sort of very broad range of things that show up in the world. And that means that, there are 6,000 primitive functions in the orphan language that cover things. I could probably pick a random here. I'm going to pick, just for fun, I'll pick, let's take a random sample of all the things that we have here. So let's just say a random sample of 10 of them, and let's see what we get. Wow, okay. So these are really different things.
These are all functions.
These are all functions. Boolean convert. Okay, that's a thing for converting between different types of Boolean expressions.
But for people just listening, Stephen typed in random sample names, sampling from all functions. How many you said there? Like 6,000. 6,000, 10 of them, and there's a hilarious variety of them.
Yeah, right. Well, we've got things about dollar requester address that has to do with interaction with the world of the cloud and so on, discrete wavelet data.
There's also graphical sort of window.
Yeah, window movable. That's the user interface thing. So I want to pick another template. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure stuff here that you see if you just start sampling at random. There's a lot of kind of infrastructural things. If you more look at
some of the exciting machine learning stuff you showed off. Is that also in this pool?
Oh yeah. I mean, so one of those functions is like image identifier is a function where we just say image identifier. Let's say image. Let's pick up.
Image, accessing the webcam to picture yourself.
Anyway, we can say image identifier open square brackets, and then you just paste that picture from there.
Image identify function running from the picture.
Oh, and it says, oh wow, it says I look like a plunger because I got this big thing behind my
classify. So this image identify classifies the most likely object in the image. So there's a plunger.
So that's a bit embarrassing. Let's see what it does. Let's pick the top 10. Okay. Well, it thinks there's it thinks it's pretty unlikely that it's a primate, a hominid. Plus
8% probability.
Yeah, that's
57 is a plunger.
Yeah, well, so
Hopefully will not give you an existential crisis. And then 8%. Or I should say percent, but
no, that's not 8%. It's a hominid. And yeah, okay, it's really. I'm gonna do another one of these because there we go. Let's try that. Let's see what happens.
we took a picture.
Right, we made a little bit more of me, and not just my bald head, so to speak. Okay, 89% probability it's person. So then I would, but so this is image identify as an example of one,
Just one of them.
just one function. Now
And that's part of the. That's like part of the language.
Yes. And I mean, something like I could say, I don't know, let's find the nearest. What could we find? Let's find the nearest volcano. Let's find the 10. I wonder where I think here is. Let's try finding the 10 volcanoes nearest here. Okay.
Geo nearest volcano here, 10 nearest volcanoes.
Right. Let's find out where. So we can now. We've got a list of volcanoes out, and I can say geo list plot that, and hopefully, okay. So there we go. So there's a map that shows the positions of those 10 volcanoes.
Of the east coast and the Midwest. Well, no, we're okay. We're okay. It's not too bad.
Yeah, they're not very close to us. We can measure how far away they are. But the fact that right in the language it knows about all the volcanoes in the world, it knows, computing what the nearest ones are, it knows all the maps of the world and so
It's a
on.
fundamentally different idea of what a language is.
Yeah, right. That's why I like to talk about it as a full-scale computational language. That's what we've tried to do.
And just if you can comment briefly, I mean, this kind of the Wolfram language, along with Wolfram Alpha, represents kind of what the dream of what AI is supposed to be. There's now a sort of a craze of learning, kind of idea that we can take raw data and from that extract the different hierarchies of abstractions in order to be able to understand, in order to form the kind of things that Wolfram language operates with. But we're very far from learning systems being able to form that. Like in the context of history of AI, if you could just comment on, there is, you said computation X. And there's some sense where in the 80s and 90s, sort of expert systems represented a very particular computation X.
Yes.
Right? And there's a kind of notion that those efforts didn't pan out. Right. But then out of that emerges kind of Wolfram language, Wolfram Alpha, which is the success. I mean,
yeah, right. But I think those are, in some sense, those efforts between they were looking at particular areas, and you actually can't do it with a particular area. I mean, like even a problem like natural language understanding, it's critical to have broad knowledge of the world if you want to do good natural language understanding, and you kind of have to fight off the whole problem. If you say we're just going to do the blocks world over here, so to speak, you don't really. It's one of these cases where it's easier to do the whole thing than it is to do some piece of it. One comment to make about sort of the relationship between what we've tried to do and sort of the learning side of AI. In a sense, if you look at the development of knowledge in our civilization as a whole, there was kind of this notion pre-300 years ago or so now. You want to figure something out about the world, you can reason it out. You can do things with it. Just use raw human thought. And then along came sort of modern mathematical science, and we found ways to just sort of blast through that by, in that case, writing down equations. Now we also know we can do that with computation and so on. And so that was kind of a different thing. So when we look at how do we sort of encode knowledge and figure things out, one way we can do it is start from scratch, learn everything. It's just a neural net figuring everything out. But in a sense, that denies the sort of knowledge-based achievements of our civilization. Because in our civilization, we have learned lots of stuff. We've surveyed all the volcanoes in the world. We've done, we've figured out lots of algorithms for this or that. Those are things that we can code computationally, and that's what we've tried to do. And we're not saying you don't have to start everything from scratch. So in a sense, a big part of what we've done is to try and sort of capture the knowledge of the world in computational form, in computable form. Now, there's also some pieces which were for a long time undoable by computers, like image identification, where there's a really, really useful module that we can add that is those things which actually were pretty easy for humans to do, that have been hard for computers to do. I think the thing that's interesting that's emerging now is the interplay between these things, between this kind of knowledge of the world that is, in a sense, very symbolic, and this kind of sort of much more statistical kind of things like image identification and so on, and putting those together by having this sort of symbolic representation of image identification, that's where things get really interesting, and where you could kind of symbolically represent patterns of things and images and so on. I think that's that's kind of a part of the path forward, so to speak.
Yeah. So the machine learning is not, in my view, I think the view of many people, is not anywhere close to building the kind of wide world of computable knowledge that Wolfram language built, but because you have a kind of you've done the incredibly hard work of building this world, now machine learning can serve as tools to help you explore that world. And that's what you've added. With the version 12, right? You added a few. I was seeing some demo. It looks amazing.
But I mean, I think this. It's sort of interesting to see the sort of the once it's computable, once it's in there, it's running in sort of a very efficient computational way. But then there's sort of things like the interface of how do you get there? How do you do natural language understanding to get there? How do you pick out entities in a big piece of text or something? That's actually a good example right now is our NLP NLU loop, which is we've done a lot of stuff, natural language understanding, using essentially not learning-based methods, using a lot of little algorithmic methods, human curation methods, and so on.
There's one people try to enter a query and then converting. So the process of converting NLU defined beautifully as converting their query into a computational language, which is a very first of all, super practical definition, a very useful definition, and then also a very clear definition.
Right.
Natural language understanding.
Right. I mean, a different thing is natural language processing, where it's like, here's a big lump of text, go pick out all the cities in that text, for example. And so a good example, so we do that using modern machine learning techniques. And it's actually kind of an interesting process that's going on right now, is this loop between what do we pick up with NLP using machine learning versus what do we pick up with our more kind of precise computational methods in natural language understanding. And so we've got this kind of loop going between those, which is improving both of them.
Yeah, and I think you have the state-of-the-art transform. Like you have BERT in there, I think.
Oh yeah.
So it's cool to see you're integrating all the models. I mean, this is the hybrid thing that people have always dreamed about and are talking about. I'm actually just surprised, frankly, that Wolfram language is not more popular than it already is.
It's a complicated issue because it's like it involves it involves ideas, and ideas are absorbed slowly in the world. I mean, I think that's...
And then there's sort of, like we were talking about, there's egos and personalities, and some of the absorption mechanisms of ideas have to do with personalities, and the students of personalities, and the little social network. So it's interesting how the spread of ideas works.
What's funny with Wolfram language is that we are, if you say, what market penetration, if you look at I would say, very high end of R&D and sort of the people where you say, wow, that's a really, impressive, smart person, they're very often users of Wolfram language, very, very often. If you look at the more sort of, it's a funny thing, if you look at the more kind of, I would say, people who are like, oh, we're just plodding away doing what we do, they're often not yet Wolfram language users. And that dynamic, it's kind of odd that there hasn't been more rapid trickle down because we've really, the high end, we've really been very successful in for a long time, and it's but with that's partly, I think, a consequence of my fault in a sense, because it's kind of, I have a company which is really emphasizes sort of creating products and building a sort of the best possible technical tower we can, rather than sort of doing the commercial side of things and pumping it out in sort of the most effective way.
And there's an interesting idea that perhaps you can make it more popular by opening everything up, sort of the GitHub model. But there's an interesting, I think I've heard you discuss this, that turns out not to work in a lot of cases, like in this particular case. That you want it, that when you deeply care about the integrity, the quality of the knowledge that you're building, that unfortunately you can't distribute that effort.
It's not the nature of how things work. I mean, what we're trying to do is a thing that, for better or worse, requires leadership, and it requires kind of maintaining a coherent vision over a long period of time, and doing not only the cool vision-related work, but also the kind of mundane trenches make the thing actually work where it work.
So how do you build the knowledge? Because that's the fascinating thing. That's the mundane, the fascinating and the mundane. Is building the knowledge, integrating more data.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not the most, I mean, the things like get it to work in all these different cloud environments and so on. That's pretty, it's very practical stuff. Have the user interface be smooth, and, have there be take only a fraction of a millisecond to do this or that. That's a lot of work. And but I think it's an interesting thing over the period of time. Wolfram language has existed basically for more than half of the total amount of time that any computer language has existed. That is, computer language is maybe 60 years old, give or take, and Wolfram language is 33 years old. So it's kind of and I think I was realizing recently that there's been more innovation in the distribution of software than probably the structure of programming languages over that period of time. And we've been sort of trying to do our best to adapt to it. And the good news is that we have, because I have a simple private company and so on that doesn't have, a bunch of investors, telling us we're going to do this or that, I have lots of freedom in what we can do. And so, for example, we're able to, we have this free Wolfram engine for developers, which is a free version for developers, and we've been, there are site licenses for mathematical and Wolfram language at basically all major universities, certainly in the US by now. So it's effectively free to people, all universities in effect. And, we've been doing a progression of things. I mean, different things like Wolfram Alpha, for example, the main website is just a free website.
What is Wolfram Alpha?
Okay. Wolfram Alpha is a system for answering questions where you ask a question with natural language and it'll try and generate a report telling you the answer to that question. So the question could be something like, what's the population of Boston divided by New York compared to New York? It'll take those words and give you an answer. And
that'll convert the words into computable,
into Wolfram language, actually.
Wolfram language,
and computational language. And then
do you think the underlying knowledge belongs to Wolfram Alpha or to the Wolfram language? We
just call it the Wolfram knowledge base.
Knowledge base.
I mean, that's been a big effort over the decades to collect all that stuff, and more of it flows in every second. So,
can you just pause on that for a second? Like, that's one of the most incredible things. Of course, in the long-term, Wolfram language itself is the fundamental thing, but in the amazing sort of short-term, the knowledge base is kind of incredible. So, what's the process of building that knowledge base? The fact that you, first of all, from the very beginning, that you're brave enough to start to take on the general knowledge base. And how do you go from zero to the incredible knowledge base that you have now?
Well, yeah, that was kind of scary at some level. I mean, I had wondered about doing something like this since I was a kid. So it wasn't like I hadn't thought about it for a while.
But most of the brilliant dreamers give up such a difficult engineering notion at some point.
Right. Well, the thing that happened with me, which was kind of, it's a live your own paradigm kind of theory. So basically what happened is I had assumed that to build something like Wolf Alpha would require sort of solving the general AI problem. That's what I had assumed. And so I kept on thinking about that, and I thought I don't know how to do that, so I don't do anything. Then I worked on my new kind of science project instead of exploring the computational universe, and came up with things like this principle of computational equivalence, which say there is no bright line between the intelligent and the merely computational. So I thought, look, that's this paradigm I've built. Now now I have to eat that dog food myself, so to speak. I've been thinking about doing this thing with computable knowledge forever, and let me actually try and do it. And so it was, if my paradigm is right, then this should be possible. But the beginning was certainly, it was a bit daunting. I remember I took the early team to a big reference library, and we're like looking at this reference library. It's like, my basic statement is our goal over the next year or two is to ingest everything that's in here. And that's, and it seemed very daunting, but in a sense, I was well aware of the fact that it's finite. The fact you can walk into the reference library, it's a big thing with lots of reference books all over the place. But it is finite. There's not an infinite, it's not the infinite corridor of, so to speak, of reference library. It's not truly infinite, so to speak. But no, and then what happened was sort of interesting there was from a methodology point of view was I didn't start off saying, let me have a grand theory for how all this knowledge works. It was like, let's, implement this area, a few hundred areas, and so on. It's a lot of work. I also found that, I've been fortunate in that our products get used by sort of the world's experts in lots of areas, and so that really helped because we were able to ask people, the world expert in this or that, and we were able to ask them for input and so on. And I found that my general principle was that any area where there wasn't some expert who helped us figure out what to do wouldn't be right. Because our goal was to kind of get to the point where we had sort of true expert level knowledge about everything. And so that the ultimate goal is, if there's a question that can be answered on the basis of general knowledge in our civilization, make it be automatic to be able to answer that question. And, and now, Wolf Alpha got used in Siri from the very beginning, and it's now also used in Alexa. And so people are kind of getting more of the, they get more of the sense of this is what should be possible to do. In a sense, the question answering problem was viewed as one of the sort of core AI problems for a long time. I had kind of an interesting experience. I had a friend, Marvin Minsky, who was a well-known AI person from right around here. And I remember when Wolf Alpha was coming out, it was a few weeks before it came out, I think. I happened to see Marvin, and I said, I should show you this thing we have. It's a question answering system. And he was like, okay. Typed in the end, like, okay, fine. And then he's talking about something different. I said, no, Marvin, this time it actually works. Look at this, it actually works. He's typed in a few more things. There's maybe 10 and more things. Of course, we have a record what he typed in, which is kind of interesting. But and then
can you share where his mind was in the testing space? Like what?
All kinds of random things. He was just trying random stuff, medical stuff, and chemistry stuff, and astronomy and so on. And he's like, after a few minutes, it's like, oh my God, it actually works. But that was kind of told you something about the state, what happened in AI, because people had, in a sense, by trying to solve the bigger problem, we were able to actually make something that would work. Now, to be fair, we had a bunch of completely unfair advantages. For example, we already built a bunch of Wolf language, which was very high levels
Welcome.
of language.
How are you?
We had, I have the practical experience of building big
Hello.
systems. I have this
How are you?
intellectual confidence to not just sort of give up doing something like this. I think that it's always a funny thing. I've worked on a bunch of big projects.
What's going on, Jarko?
I would say that you mentioned ego. I would also mention optimism, so to speak. I mean, if somebody said this project is going to take 30 years, it would be hard to sell me on that. I'm always in the I can kind of see a few years. Something's going to happen in a few years, and usually it does. Something happens in a few years, but the tail can be decades long, and that's all. From a personal point of view, always the challenge is you end up with these projects that have infinite tails, and the question is, do the tails kind of do you just drown in kind of dealing with all of the tails of these projects, and that's an interesting sort of personal challenge, and like my efforts now to work on fundamental theory of physics, which I just started doing, and I've had a lot of fun with it. But it's kind of it's kind of making a bet that I can kind of
Welcome.
I can do that as well as
How are you?
getting things that I'm trying to do with it.
I mean, not really. I mean, I guess you can marry into the family if you'd like. Yeah, how are you?
Language and so on. I mean, the vision. Yeah.
And underlying that, I just talked the second time with Elon Musk, and that you two share that quality, a little bit of that optimism of taking on basically the daunting, what most people call impossible, and you take it on out of, you can call it ego, you can call it naivety, you can call it optimism, whatever the heck it is, but that's how you solve the impossible things.
Yeah, I mean, look at what happens, and I don't know. In my own case, it's been, I've progressively got a bit more confident. I'm progressively able to, decide that these projects aren't crazy. But then the other thing is, the other trap that one can end up with is, I've done these projects and they're big. Let me never do a project that's any smaller than any project I've done so far. And that's, and that can be a trap. And often these projects are of completely unknown, their depth and significance is actually very hard to know.
On the so building this giant knowledge base that's behind Wolfram language, Wolfram Alpha, what do you think about the internet? What do you think about, for example, Wikipedia, these large aggregations, text that's not converted into computable knowledge? Do you think, if you look at Wolfram language, Wolfram Alpha, 20, 30, maybe 50 years down the line, do you hope to store all of the sort of Google's dream is to make all information searchable, accessible, but that's really, as defined, it doesn't include the understanding of information.
Right.
Do you hope to make all of knowledge represented within?
I would hope so. That's what we're trying to do.
How hard is that problem? Like closing that gap?
Well, it depends on the use cases. I mean, so if it's a question of answering general knowledge questions about the world, we're in pretty good shape on that right now. If it's a question of representing, like an area that we're going into right now is computational contracts, being able to take something which would be written in legalese. It might even be the specifications, but what should the self-driving car do when it encounters this or that or the other? What should the, whatever. Write that in a computational language and be able to express things about the world. If the creature that you see running across the road is a thing at this point in the tree of life, then swerve this way. Otherwise, don't. Those kinds of things.
Are there ethical components when you start to get to some of the messy human things? Are those encodable into computable knowledge?
Well, I think that it is a necessary feature of attempting to automate more in the world, that we encode more and more of ethics in a way that gets sort of quickly, is able to be dealt with by computer. I mean, I've been involved recently, sort of got backed into being involved in the question of automated content selection on the internet. So, the Facebooks, Googles, Twitters, how do they rank the stuff they feed to us humans, so to speak? And the question of what should never be fed to us, what should be blocked forever, what should be upranked, and what are the kind of principles behind that? And what a bunch of different things I realized about that, but one thing that's interesting is being able, in effect, you're building sort of an AI ethics. You have to build an AI ethics module, in effect, to decide, is this thing so shocking I'm never going to show it to people? Is this thing so whatever? And I did realize in thinking about that, there's not going to be one of these things. It's not possible to decide, or it might be possible, but it will be really bad for the future of our species if we just decided there's this one AI ethics module and it's going to determine the practices of everything in the world, so to speak. And I kind of realized one has to sort of break it up, and that's an interesting societal problem of how one does that, and how one sort of has people sort of self-identify for, I'm buying in the case of just content selection. It's sort of easier because it's like it's for an individual. It's not something that kind of cuts across sort of the societal boundaries. But
it's a really interesting notion of I heard you describe. I really like it. Sort of maybe you sort of have different AI systems that have a certain kind of brand that they represent. Essentially, so you could have like whether it's conservative or liberal, and then libertarian, and there's an Randian objectivist AI system, and different ethical. It's almost encoding some of the ideologies with which we've been struggling. I come from the Soviet Union. That didn't work out so well with the ideologies they worked out there. And so you have, but everybody purchased that particular ethics system. Indeed. And in the same, I suppose, could be done, encoded, that system could be encoded into computational knowledge and allow us to explore in the realm of in the digital space. That's a really exciting possibility. Are you playing with those ideas in working language?
Yeah. I mean, working language has sort of the best opportunity to kind of express those essentially computational contracts about what to do. Now, there's a bunch more work to be done to do it in practice for deciding is this a credible news story? What does that mean? Or whatever else you're going to pick. I think that's the question of exactly what we get to do with that is for me it's kind of a complicated thing, because there are these big projects that I think about, like, find the fundamental theory of physics. Okay, that's box number one. But box number two, solve the AI ethics problem in the case of, figure out how you rank all content, so to speak, and decide what people see. That's kind of a box number two, so to speak. Yeah. These are big projects, and I think
weighting is more important. The fundamental nature of reality, or
depends who you ask. It's one of these things that's exactly like, what's the ranking? Right? It's the ranking system. It's like whose module do you use to rank that? If you and I think
but having multiple modules is a really compelling notion to us humans. That in a world where it's not clear that there's a right answer, perhaps you have systems that operate under different. How would you say it? I mean,
there's different value systems.
Different value systems.
I mean, I think, in a sense, I'm not really a politics-oriented person, but in the kind of totalitarianism, it's kind of like you're going to have this system, and that's the way it is. I mean, kind of the concept of sort of a market-based system where you have, okay, I as a human, I'm going to pick this system. I as another human, I'm going to pick this system. I mean, that's, in a sense, this case of automated content selection is a non-trivial, but it is probably the easiest of the AI ethics situations, because it is each person gets to pick for themselves, and there's not a huge interplay between what different people pick. By the time you're dealing with other societal things like, what should the policy of the central bank be or something?
Or healthcare systems, so all those kind of centralized kind of things.
Right. Well, I mean, healthcare again has the feature that at some level each person can pick for themselves, so to speak. I mean, whereas there are other things where there's a necessary public health is one example, where that's not, where that doesn't get to be, something which people can, what they pick for themselves, they may impose on other people, and then it becomes a more non-trivial piece of sort of political philosophy.
Of course, the central banking system, some would argue we need to move away into digital currency and so on, and Bitcoin and ledgers and so on. So
Yes,
there's a lot of
we've been quite involved. And that's sort of the motivation for computational contracts, in part, comes out of this idea. We can just have this autonomously executing smart contract. The idea of the computational contract is just to say, have something where all of the conditions of the contract are represented in computational form. So in principle, it's automatic to execute the contract. And I think that's, that will surely be the future of, the idea of legal contracts written in English or legalese or whatever, and where people have to argue about what goes on is surely not. We have a much more streamlined process if everything can be represented computationally and the computers can kind of decide what to do. I mean, ironically enough, old Gottfried Leibniz back in the 1600s was saying exactly the same thing, but he had his pinnacle of technical achievement was this brass four-function mechanical calculator thing that never really worked properly actually, so he was like 300 years too early for that idea. But now that idea is pretty realistic, I think. And you asked how much more difficult is it than what we have now in modern language to express, I call it symbolic discourse language, being able to express sort of everything in the world in kind of computational symbolic form. I think it is absolutely within reach. I mean, I think it's I don't know, maybe I'm just much of an optimist, but I think it's a limited number of years to have a pretty well built out version of that will allow one to encode the kinds of things that are relevant to typical legal contracts and these kinds of things.
So the idea of symbolic discourse language, can you try to define the scope of what it is?
So we're having a conversation. It's a natural language. Can we have a representation of the sort of actionable parts of that conversation in a precise computable form so that a computer could go do it?
And not just contracts, but really sort of some of the things we think of as common sense, essentially, even just like basic notions of human life.
Well, I mean, things like, I'm getting hungry and want to eat something. Right. That's something we don't have a representation. In both language right now, if I was like, I'm eating blueberries and raspberries and things like that, yes, and I'm eating this amount of them, we know all about those kinds of fruits and plants and nutrition content and all that kind of thing. But the I want to eat them part of it is not covered yet. And that,
and you need to do that in order to have a complete symbolic discourse language, to be able to have a natural language conversation.
Right. To be able to express the kinds of things that say, if it's a legal contract, it's, the party's desire to have this and that. And that's a thing like I want to eat a raspberry or something. But
isn't this, just like you said, it's centuries old, this dream.
Yes.
But it's also a more near term, the dream of Turing, formulating a Turing test.
Yes.
So, do you think that's the ultimate test of creating something special? We said,
I don't know. I think by special, look, if the test is, does it walk and talk like a human? Well, that's just the talking like a human. But the answer is, it's an okay test. If you say, is it a test of intelligence? People have attached the Wolfram Alpha API to, Turing test bots. And those bots just lose immediately. Because all you have to do is ask it 5 questions that, are about really obscure, weird pieces of knowledge, and just trot them right out. And you say, that's not a human. It's a different thing. It's achieving a different,
right now, but it's
Yeah,
I would argue not. I would argue it's not a different thing. It's actually legitimately, Wolfram Alpha is legitimately, Wolfram language, I think, is legitimately trying to solve the intent of the Turing test.
perhaps the intent. Yeah, perhaps the intent. I mean, it's actually kind of fun. Alan Turing trying to work out. He thought about taking Encyclopedia Britannica and making it computational in some way, and he estimated how much work it would be. And actually, I have to say, he was a bit more pessimistic than the reality. We did it more efficiently.
But to him, that represents.
So I mean, he was on the same
monumental task.
Yeah, right. He had the same idea. I mean, it was we were able to do it more efficiently because we had layers of automation that he, I think, hadn't. It's hard to imagine those layers of abstraction that end up being built up.
But to him, it represented like an impossible task, essentially.
Well, he thought it was difficult. He thought it was, maybe if he'd lived another 50 years, he would have been able to do it. I don't know.
In the interest of time, easy question.
Go.
What is intelligence? You talk
I
about,
love the way you say easy questions.
yeah. You talked about sort of Rule 30, and so you're talking about humbling your sense of human beings having a monopoly on intelligence. But in retrospect, just looking broadly now, with all the things you learned from computation, what is intelligence? How does intelligence arise?
Yeah, I don't think there's a bright line of what intelligence is. I think intelligence is at some level just computation. But for us, intelligence is defined to be computation that is doing things we care about. And, that's a very special definition. It's a very, when you try and make it up, you try and say, well, intelligence is this, problem solving, it's doing general this, it's doing that, this, that, and the other thing. It's operating within a human environment type thing. Okay, that's fine. If you say, well, what's intelligence in general? I think that question is totally slippery and doesn't really have an answer. As soon as you say, what is it in general, it quickly segues into this is just computation, so to speak.
But in a sea of computation, how many things, if we were to pick randomly, is your sense would have the kind of impressive to us humans levels of intelligence, meaning it could do a lot of general things that are useful to us humans?
Right. Well, according to the principle of computational equivalence, lots of them. I mean, in if you ask me just in cellular automaton or something, I don't know, it's maybe 1%, a few percent, achieve. It varies actually. It's a little bit as you get to slightly more complicated rules, the chance that there'll be enough stuff there to sort of reach this kind of equivalence point that makes it maybe 10-20% of all of them. So it's very disappointing, really. I mean, it's kind of like, we think there's this whole long sort of biological evolution, kind of intellectual evolution the cultural evolution that our species has gone through. It's kind of disappointing to think that hasn't achieved more, that it has achieved something very special to us. It just hasn't achieved something generally more, so to speak.
So what do you think about this extra, feels like human thing of subjective experience of consciousness? What is consciousness?
Well, I think it's a deeply slippery thing, and I'm always wondering what my cellular automata feel. I mean,
what do they feel? Well, you're wondering as an observer.
Yeah. Who's to know? I mean, I think that
you think, sorry to interrupt, you think consciousness can emerge from computation?
Yeah. I mean, everything, whatever you mean by it, it's going to be, look, I have to tell a little story. I was at an AI ethics conference fairly recently, and people were, I think maybe I brought it up, but I was like talking about rights of AIs. When will AIs have, when should we think of AIs as having rights? When should we think that it's immoral to destroy the memories of AIs, for example? Those kinds of things, and some actual philosophy in this case. It's usually the techies who are the most naive, but in this case it was a philosopher who sort of piped up and said, the AIs will have rights when we know that they have consciousness. And then I'm like, good luck with that. I mean, this is a it's a very circular thing. You'll end up saying this thing that has sort of, you talk about having subjective experience. I think that's just another one of these words that doesn't really have there's no ground truth definition of what that means.
By the way, I would say I do personally think there'll be a time when AI will demand rights, and I think they'll demand rights when they say they have consciousness, which is not a circular definition.
Well, fair enough.
so
But it may have been actually a human thing where the humans encouraged it and said, basically, we want you to be more like us because we're going to be, interacting with you, and so we want you to be sort of very Turing test like, just like us. And it's like, yeah, we're just like you. And we want to vote too. Which is it's an interesting thing to think through in a world where consciousnesses are not counted like humans are. That's a complicated business.
So in many ways, you've launched quite a few ideas, revolutions that could, in some number of years, have huge amount of impact, sort of more than they had or even had already. That might be, to me, cellular automata is a fascinating world that I think could potentially, beside the discussion of fundamental laws of physics, just might be, the idea of computation might be transformational to society in a way we can't even predict yet. But it might be years away.
That's true. I think you can kind of see the map. Actually, it's not mysterious. The fact is that this idea of computation is sort of it's a big paradigm that lots and lots of things are fitting into, and it's kind of like we talk about this company, this organization has momentum in what it's doing. We talk about these things that we've internalized these concepts from Newtonian physics and so on. In time, things like computational irreducibility will become as actually, I was amused recently. I happened to be testifying at the U.S. Senate, and so I was amused that the term computational irreducibility is now can be, it's on the congressional record and being repeated by people in those kinds of settings. But that's only the beginning, because computational irreducibility, for example, will end up being something really important for. It's kind of a funny thing that one can kind of see this inexorable phenomenon. It's as more and more stuff becomes automated and computational and so on, so these core ideas about how computation work necessarily become more and more significant. And I think one of the things for people like me who like kind of trying to figure out sort of big stories and so on, it is one of the bad features is it takes unbelievably long time for things to happen on a human time scale. The time scale of history, it all looks instantaneous,
blink of an eye. But let me ask the human question: do you ponder mortality, your own mortality?
Of course I do. Yeah, ever since I've been interested in that. But it's the big discontinuity of human history will come when one achieves effective human immortality. And that's going to be the biggest discontinuity in human history.
If you could be immortal, would you choose to be?
Oh yeah, I'm having fun.
Do you think it's possible that mortality is the thing that gives everything meaning and makes it fun?
Yeah, that's a complicated issue. Right? The way that human motivation will evolve when there is effective human immortality is unclear. If you look at sort of, you look at the human condition as it now exists, and you change that, you change that knob, so to speak, it doesn't really work. The human condition as it now exists has, mortality is kind of something that is deeply factored into the human condition as it now exists. And I think that is indeed an interesting question, is, from a purely selfish, I'm having fun point of view, so to speak, it's easy to say, hey, I can keep doing this forever. There's an infinite collection of things I'd like to figure out. But I think what the future of history looks like in a time of human immortality is an interesting one. I mean, my own view of this, I was kind of unhappy about that because I was kind of, it's like, okay, forget sort of biological form, everything becomes digital, everybody is, it's the giant, the cloud of a trillion souls type thing. And then that seems boring because it's like play video games for the rest of eternity type thing. But what I think I got less depressed about that idea on realizing that if you look at human history and you say, what was the important thing? The things people said was, this is the big story at any given time in history. It's changed a bunch. And, whether it's, why am I doing what I'm doing? Well, there's a whole chain of discussion about, well, I'm doing this, because of that. And a lot of those becauses would have made no sense 1,000 years ago. Absolutely no sense.
Even the interpretation of the human condition, even the meaning of life changes over time.
Well, I mean, why do people do things? It's if you say, whatever, I mean, the number of people doing, number of people at MIT who say they're doing what they're doing for the greater glory of God is probably not that large.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go back 500 years, you'd find a lot of people who are doing kind of creative things. That's what they would say.
So today, because you've been thinking about computation so much and been humbled by it, what do you think is the meaning of life?
Well, it's that's a thing where I don't know what meaning. I mean, my attitude is, I do things which I find fulfilling to do. I'm not sure that I can necessarily justify, each and everything that I do on the basis of some broader context. I mean, I think that for me, it so happens that the things I find fulfilling to do, some of them are quite big, some of them are much smaller. There are things that I've not found interesting earlier in my life, and I now find interesting. Like I got interested in like education and teaching people things and so on, which I didn't find that interesting when I was younger. Can I justify that in some big global sense? I don't think. I mean, I can describe why I think it might be important in the world, but I think my local reason for doing it is that I find it personally fulfilling, which I can't, explain on a sort of. It's just like this discussion of things like AI ethics. Is there a ground truth to the ethics that we should be having? I don't think I can find a ground truth to my life any more than I can suggest a ground truth for kind of the ethics for the whole of civilization. I think that's it would be a it's sort of. I think I'm at different times in my life I've had different kind of goal structures and so on. Although
from your perspective, you're local, you're just a cell in the cellular automaton. But in some sense, I find it funny from my observation is I kind of, it seems that the universe is using you to understand itself in some sense. You're not aware of it.
Yeah, well, right. Well, if it turns out that we reduce sort of all of the universe to some simple rule, everything is connected, so to speak. And so it is inexorable in that case that, if I'm involved in finding how that rule works, then, then that's then it's inexorable that the universe set it up that way. So I think, one of the things I find a little bit, this goal of finding fundamental theory of physics, for example, if indeed we end up as this sort of virtualized consciousness, the disappointing feature is people will probably care less about the fundamental theory of physics in that setting than they would now, because, gosh, it's like, what the machine code is down below underneath this thing is much less important if you're virtualized, so to speak. And I think although I think my own personal, you talk about ego, I find it just amusing that, kind of if you imagine that sort of virtualized consciousness, like what does the virtualized consciousness do for the rest of eternity? Well, you can explore, the video game that represents the universe as the universe is, or you can go off that reservation and go and start exploring the computational universe of all possible universes. And so, in some vision of the future of history, it's like the disembodied consciousnesses are all sort of pursuing things like my new kind of science, sort of for the rest of eternity, so to speak. But that ends up being the kind of the thing that represents the future of kind of the human condition.
I don't think there's a better way to end it, Stephen. Thank you so much. It's a huge honor talking today. Thank you so much.
This was great. You did very well.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stephen Wolfram. And thank you to our sponsors, ExpressVPN and Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod and downloading Cash App and using code LexPodcast. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support it on Patreon, and simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stephen Wolfram. It is perhaps a little humbling to discover that we as humans are in effect computationally no more capable than the cellular automata with very simple rules. But the principle of computational equivalence also implies that the same is ultimately true of our whole universe. So, while science has often made it seem that we as humans are somehow insignificant compared to the universe, the principle of computational equivalence now shows that in a certain sense, we're at the same level. But the principle implies that what goes on inside us can ultimately achieve just the same level of computational sophistication as our whole universe. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time.
You want to say the things that make you impressive, or acceptable, or whatever.
Yeah, I am also awful. We've done this together, or we've been awful in front of new people together, where we just say completely wrong things.
Yeah.
We couldn't trade off saying wrong things.
Well, because we're friends, and I hate to see you feel awkward, so then I'll say something that I feel like a total ass.
I'm just going to go ahead
See what he's doing and you double down on it.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and give the most recent example of this. With this story,
I can hear this.
we were at a place with new people.
The following is a conversation with Daphne Cole, professor of computer science at Stanford University, a co-founder of Coursera with Andrew Ng, and founder and CEO of InCitro, a company at the intersection of machine learning and biomedicine. We're now in the exciting early days of using the data-driven methods of machine learning to help discover and develop new drugs and treatment at scale. Daphne and InCitro are leading the way on this, with breakthroughs that may ripple through all fields of medicine, including ones most critical for helping with the current coronavirus pandemic. This conversation was recorded before the COVID-19 outbreak. For everyone feeling the medical, psychological, and financial burden of this crisis, I'm sending love your way. Stay strong. We're in this together. We'll beat this thing. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do a few minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. This Cash App allows you to send and receive money digitally, peer-to-peer, and security. All digital transactions is very important. Let me mention the PCI data security standard that Cash App is compliant with. I'm a big fan of standards for safety and security. PCI DSS is a good example of that, where a bunch of competitors got together and agreed that there needs to be a global standard around the security of transactions. Now we just need to do the same for autonomous vehicles and AI systems in general. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code Lex Podcast, you get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Daphne Cole. So you co-founded Coursera and made a huge impact in the global education of AI, and after 5 years, in August 2016, wrote a blog post saying that you're stepping away and wrote, quote, "It is time for me to turn to another critical challenge, the development of machine learning and its applications for improving human health." So let me ask two far-out philosophical questions. One, do you think we'll one day find cures for all major diseases known today? And two, do you think we'll one day figure out a way to extend the human lifespan, perhaps to the point of immortality?
So one day is a very long time, and I don't like to make predictions of the type we will never be able to do X, because I think that's that's facts of hubris. It seems that never in the entire eternity of human existence will we be able to solve a problem. That being said, curing disease is very hard, because oftentimes by the time you discover the disease, a lot of damage has already been done, and so to assume that we would be able to cure disease at that stage assumes that we would come up with ways of basically regenerating entire parts of the human body in the way that actually returns it to its original state, and that's a very challenging problem. We have cured very few diseases. We've been able to provide treatment for an increasingly large number, but the number of things that you could actually define to be cures is actually not that large. So I think that there's a lot of work that would need to happen before one could legitimately say that we have cured even a reasonable number, far less all diseases.
On the scale of 0 to 100, where are we in understanding the fundamental mechanisms of all of major diseases? What's your sense? So from the computer science perspective that you've entered the world of health, how far along are we?
I think it depends on which disease. I mean, there are ones where I would say we're maybe not quite at 100, because biology is really complicated, and there's always new things that we uncover that people didn't even realize existed. But I would say there's diseases where we might be in the 70s or 80s, and there's diseases in which I would say probably the majority will work really close to zero.
Would Alzheimer's and schizophrenia and type 2 diabetes fall closer to 0 or to the 80?
I think Alzheimer's is probably closer to 0 than to 80. There are hypotheses, but I don't think those hypotheses have, as of yet, been sufficiently validated that we believe them to be true, and there's an increasing number of people who believe that the traditional hypotheses might not really explain what's going on. I would also say that Alzheimer's and schizophrenia and even type 2 diabetes are not really one disease. They're almost certainly a heterogeneous collection of mechanisms that manifest in clinically similar ways. So in the same way that we now understand that breast cancer is really not one disease, it is multitude of cellular mechanisms, all of which ultimately translate to uncontrolled proliferation, but it's not one disease. The same is almost undoubtedly true for those other diseases as well, and that understanding needs to precede any understanding of the specific mechanisms of any of those other diseases. Now, in schizophrenia, I would say we're almost certainly closer to 0 than to anything else. Type 2 diabetes is a bit of a mix. There are clear mechanisms that are implicated that I think have been validated that have to do with insulin resistance and such, but there's almost certainly there as well many mechanisms that we have not yet understood.
You've also thought and worked a little bit on the longevity side. Do you see the disease and longevity as overlapping completely, partially, or not at all, as efforts?
those mechanisms are certainly overlapping. There's a well-known phenomenon that says that for most diseases, other than childhood diseases, the risk for contracting that disease increases exponentially year on year, every year from the time you're about 40. So obviously there is a connection between those two things. That's not to say that they're identical. There's clearly aging that happens that is not really associated with any specific disease. And there's also diseases and mechanisms of disease that are not specifically related to aging. So I think overlap is where we're at.
Okay. It is a little unfortunate that we get older, and it seems that there's some correlation with the occurrence of diseases or the fact that we get older, and both are quite sad.
Well, I mean, there's processes that happen as cells age that I think are contributing to disease. Some of those have to do with DNA damage that accumulates as cells divide, where the repair mechanisms don't fully correct for those. There are accumulations of proteins that are misfolded and potentially aggregate, and those too contribute to disease and contribute to inflammation. There's a multitude of mechanisms that have been uncovered that are sort of wear and tear at the cellular level that contribute to disease processes. And I'm sure there's many that we don't yet understand.
On a small tangent, perhaps philosophically, does the fact that things get older and the fact that things die is a very powerful feature for the growth of new things. That it's a kind of learning mechanism. So it's both tragic and beautiful. So so in trying to fight disease and trying to fight aging, do you think about sort of the useful fact of our mortality? Or would you, if you could be immortal, would you choose to be immortal?
Again, I think immortal is a very long time, and I don't know that that would necessarily be something that I would want to aspire to, but I think all of us aspire to an increased health span, I would say, which is an increased amount of time where you're healthy and active and feel as you did when you were 20. We're nowhere close to that. People deteriorate physically and mentally over time, and that is a very sad phenomenon. So I think a wonderful aspiration would be if we could all live to, the biblical 120, maybe, be in perfect health
and high quality of life.
High quality of life. I think that would be an amazing goal for us to achieve as a society. Now, is the right age 120 or 100 or 150? I think that's up for debate, but I think an increased health span is a really worthy goal.
And anyway, in the grand time, the age of the universe is all pretty short. So from the perspective that you've done, obviously a lot of incredible work in machine learning. So what role do you think data and machine learning play in this goal of trying to understand diseases and trying to eradicate disease?
Up until now, I don't think it's played very much of a significant role because largely the data sets that one really needed to enable a powerful machine learning methods, those data sets haven't really existed. There's been dribs and drabs and some interesting machine learning that has been applied. I would say machine learning / data science. But the last few years are starting to change that. So we now see an increase in some large data sets, but equally importantly, an increase in technologies that are able to produce data at scale. It's not typically the case that people have deliberately, proactively used those tools for the purpose of generating data for machine learning. They, to the extent that those techniques have been used for data production, they've been used for data production to drive scientific discovery, and the machine learning came as a sort of byproduct second stage of, now we have a data set, let's do machine learning on that rather than a more simplistic
data analysis method. But what we are doing is actually
There
flipping
she
that
is.
around and saying, here's this incredible repertoire of methods that bioengineers, cell biologists have come up with. Let's see if we can put them together in brand new ways with the goal of creating data sets that machine learning can really be applied on productively to create powerful predictive models that can help us address fundamental problems in human health.
To really focus, to get and make data the primary focus and the primary goal, and use the mechanisms of biology and chemistry to create the kinds of data sets that could allow machine learning to benefit more.
I wouldn't put it in those terms because that says that data is the end goal. Data is the means. So for us, the end goal is helping address challenges in human health, and the method that we've elected to do that is to apply machine learning to build predictive models. And machine learning, in my opinion, can only be really successfully applied, especially the more powerful models, if you give it data that is of sufficient scale and sufficient quality. So how do you create those data sets so as to drive the ability to generate predictive models which subsequently help improve health?
So before we dive into the details of that, let me take a step back and ask, when and where was your interest in human health born? Are there moments, events, perhaps, if I may ask, tragedies in your own life that catalyzed this passion, or was it the broader desire to help humankind?
So I would say it's a bit of both. So my interest in human health actually dates back to the early 2000s when a lot of my peers in machine learning and I were using data sets that frankly were not very inspiring. Some of us old timers still remember the quote unquote 20 news groups data set, where it's literally a bunch of text from 20 news groups, a concept that doesn't really even exist anymore. And the question was, can you classify which news group a particular bag of words came from? And it wasn't very interesting. The data sets at the time on the biology side were much more interesting, both from a technical and also from an aspirational perspective. They were still pretty small, but they were better than 20 news groups. And so I started out, I think, just by wanting to do something that was more I don't know, societally useful and technically interesting. And then over time became more and more interested in the biology and the human health aspects for themselves, and began to work even sometimes on papers that were just in biology without having a significant machine learning component. I think my interest in drug discovery is partly due to an incident I had with when my father sadly passed away about 12 years ago. He had an autoimmune disease that settled in his lungs, and the doctors basically said, well, there's only one thing we can do, which is give him prednisone. At some point, I remember a doctor even came and said, hey, let's do a lung biopsy to figure out which autoimmune disease he has. And I said, would that be helpful? Would that change treatment? I said, no, there's only prednisone. That's the only thing we can give him. And I had friends who were rheumatologists who said the FDA would never approve prednisone today because the ratio of side effects to benefit is probably not large enough. Today, we're in a state where there's probably 4 or 5, maybe even more, well, it depends for which autoimmune disease, but there are multiple drugs that can help people with autoimmune disease, many of which didn't exist 12 years ago. And I think we're at a golden time in some ways in drug discovery where there's the ability to create drugs that are much more safe and much more effective than we've ever been able to before. And what's lacking is enough understanding of biology and mechanism to know where to aim that engine. And I think that's where machine learning can help.
So in 2018, you started and now lead a company in Citro, which is like you mentioned, perhaps the focus is drug discovery and the utilization of machine learning for drug discovery. So you mentioned that, quote, we're really interested in creating what you might call a disease in a dish model. Disease in a dish models. Places where diseases are complex, where we really haven't had a good model system, where typical animal models that have been used for years, including testing on mice, just aren't very effective. So can you try to describe what is an animal model and what is the disease in a dish model?
Sure. So an animal model for disease is where you create effectively, it's what it sounds like. It's oftentimes a mouse where we have introduced some external perturbation that creates the disease, and then we cure that disease. And the hope is that by doing that, we will cure a similar disease in the human. The problem is that oftentimes the way in which we generate the disease in the animal has nothing to do with how that disease actually comes about in the human. It's what you might think of as a copy of the phenotype, a copy of the clinical outcome, but the mechanisms are quite different. And so curing the disease in the animal, which in most cases doesn't happen naturally. Mice don't get Alzheimer's, they don't get diabetes, they don't get atherosclerosis, they don't get autism or schizophrenia. Those cures don't translate over to what happens in the human, and that's where most drugs fail, just because the findings that we had in the mouse don't translate to a human. The disease in the dish models is a fairly new approach. It's been enabled by technologies that have not existed for more than 5 to 10 years. So, for instance, the ability for us to take a cell from any one of us, you or me, revert that, say, skin cell to what's called stem cell status, which is what's called a pluripotent cell that can then be differentiated into different types of cells. So from that pluripotent cell, one can create a Lex neuron, or a Lex cardiomyocyte, or a Lex hepatocyte that has your genetics, but that right cell type. And so if there's a genetic burden of disease that would manifest in that particular cell type, you might be able to see it by looking at those cells and say, oh, that's what potentially sick cells look like versus healthy cells, and understand how, and then explore what kind of interventions might revert the unhealthy looking cell to a healthy cell. Now, of course, curing cells is not the same as curing people, and so there's still potentially a translatability gap, but at least for diseases that are driven, say, by human genetics, and where the human genetics is what drives the cellular phenotype, there's some reason to hope that if we revert those cells in which the disease begins and where the disease is driven by genetics, and we can revert that cell back to a healthy state, maybe that will help also revert the more global clinical phenotype. So that's really what we're hoping to do.
That backward step, I was reading about it, the Yamanaka factor.
Yes.
So like that, the reverse step back to stem cells.
Yes.
It seems like magic.
It is. Honestly, before that happened, I think very few people would have predicted that. It's amazing.
Can you maybe elaborate? Is it actually possible? Like how stable this result was? Maybe like I don't know how many years ago, maybe 10 years ago, was first demonstrated, something like that. Is this, how hard is this? Like how noisy is this backward step? It seems quite incredible and cool.
It is incredible and cool. It was much more, I think, finicky and bespoke at the early stages when the discovery was first made, but at this point it's become almost industrialized. There are what's called contract research organizations, vendors that will take a sample from a human and revert it back to stem cell status, and it works a very good fraction of the time. Now, there are people who will ask, I think, good questions. Is this really truly a stem cell, or does it remember certain aspects of of changes that's made in the human beyond the genetics?
It's passed as a skin cell. Yeah.
It's passed as a skin cell, or it's passed in terms of exposures to different environmental factors and so on. So I think the consensus right now is that these are not always perfect, and there is little bits and pieces of memory sometimes, but by and large, these are actually pretty good.
So one of the key things, or maybe you can correct me, but one of the useful things for machine learning is size, scale of data. How easy it is to do these kinds of reversals to stem cells and then diseasing a dish models at scale. Is that a huge challenge or not?
So the reversal is not, as of this point, something that can be done at the scale of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. I think total number of stem cells or iPS cells that are what's called induced pluripotent stem cells in the world, I think, is somewhere between 5 and 10,000 last I looked. Now again, that might not count things that exist in this or that academic center, and they may add up to a bit more, but that's about the range. So it's not something that you could at this point generate iPS cells from a million people, but maybe you don't need to, because maybe that background is enough, because it can also be now perturbed in different ways. And some people have done really interesting experiments in, for instance, taking cells from a healthy human and then introducing a mutation into it using one of the other miracle technologies that's emerged in the last decade, which is CRISPR gene editing, and introduced a mutation that is known to be pathogenic. And so you can now look at the healthy cells and the unhealthy cells, the one with the mutation, and do a one-on-one comparison where everything else is held constant. And so you could really start to understand specifically what the mutation does at the cellular level. So the iPS cells are a great starting point, and obviously more diversity is better, because you also want to capture ethnic background and how that affects things. But maybe you don't need one from every single patient with every single type of disease, because we have other tools at our disposal.
Well, how much difference is there between people? I mentioned ethnic background in terms of iPS cells. So we're all like, it seems like these magical cells that can do anything, create anything between different populations, different people. Is there a lot of variability between stem cells?
Well, first of all, there's the variability that's driven simply by the fact that genetically we're different. So a stem cell that's derived from my genotype is going to be different from a stem cell that's derived from your genotype. There's also some differences that have more to do with, for whatever reason, some people's stem cells differentiate better than other people's stem cells. We don't entirely understand why, so there's certainly some differences there as well. But the fundamental difference, and the one that we really care about and is a positive, is that is the fact that the genetics are different, and therefore recapitulate my disease burden versus your disease burden.
What's the disease burden?
Well, disease burden is just, if you think, it's not a well-defined mathematical term, although there are mathematical formulations of it. If you think about the fact that some of us are more likely to get a certain disease than others because we have more variations in our genome that are causative of the disease, maybe fewer that are protective of the disease. People have quantified that using what are called polygenic risk scores, which look at all of the variations in an individual person's genome and add them all up in terms of how much risk they confer for a particular disease, and then they put people on a spectrum of their disease risk. And for certain diseases where we've been sufficiently powered to really understand the connection between the many, many small variations that give rise to an increased disease risk, there's some pretty significant differences in terms of the risk between the people, say, at the highest decile of this polygenic risk score and the people at the lowest decile. Sometimes those differences are, a factor of 10 or 12 higher. So there's definitely a lot that our genetics contributes to disease risk, even if it's not by any stretch the full explanation.
And from the machine learning perspective, there's signal there.
There's definitely signal in the genetics, and there's even more signal, we believe, in looking at the cells that are derived from those different genetics, because in principle, you can say all the signal is there at the genetics level, so we don't need to look at the cells, but our understanding of the biology is so limited at this point, and seeing what actually happens at the cellular level is a heck of a lot closer to the human clinical outcome than looking at the genetics directly, and so we can learn a lot more from it than we could by looking at genetics alone.
But just to get a sense, I don't know if it's easy to do, but what kind of data is useful in this disease in a dish model? Like what's the source of raw data information? And also, from my outsider's perspective, so biology and cells are squishy things. And then
They are.
how do you connect?
They're literally squishy things.
How do you connect the computer to that?
So
Which sensory mechanisms, I guess.
So that's another one of those revolutions that have happened in the last 10 years, in that our ability to measure cells very quantitatively has also dramatically increased. So back when I started doing biology in the late 90s, early 2000s, that was the initial era where we started to measure biology in really quantitative ways using things like microarrays, where you would measure in a single experiment the activity level, what's called expression level, of every gene in the genome in that sample. And that ability is what actually allowed us to even understand that there are molecular subtypes of diseases like cancer, where up until that point it's like, oh, you have breast cancer. But then we looked at the molecular data. It was clear that there's different subtypes of breast cancer that at the level of gene activity look completely different to each other. So that was the beginning of this process. Now we have the ability to measure individual cells in terms of their gene activity using what's called single cell RNA sequencing, which basically sequences the RNA, which is that activity level of the different genes, for every gene in the genome. And you can do that at single cell level. So that's an incredibly powerful way of measuring cells. I mean, you literally count the number of transcripts. So it really turns that squishy thing into something that's digital. Another tremendous data source that's emerged in the last few years is microscopy, and specifically even super resolution microscopy, where you could use digital reconstruction to look at subcellular structure, sometimes even things that are below the diffraction limit of light, by doing sophisticated reconstruction. And again, that gives you tremendous amount of information at the subcellular level. There's now more and more ways that amazing scientists out there are developing for getting new types of information from even single cells. And so that is a way of turning those squishy things into digital data.
Into beautiful data sets. But so that data set then with machine learning tools allows you to maybe understand the developmental, the mechanism of a particular disease. And if it's possible to sort of at a high level describe how does that help lead to drug discovery that can help prevent, reverse that mechanism?
So I think there's different ways in which this data could potentially be used. Some people use it for scientific discovery and say, oh, look, we see this phenotype at the cellular level, so let's try and work our way backwards and think which genes might be involved in pathways that give rise to that. So that's a very sort of analytical method to sort of work our way backwards using our understanding of known biology. Some people use it in a somewhat more, sort of forward. That would be, if that was backwards, this would be forward, which is to say, okay, if I can perturb this gene, does it show a phenotype that is similar to what I see in diseased patients? And so maybe that gene is actually causal of the disease, so that's a different way. And then there's what we do, which is basically to take that very large collection of data and use machine learning to uncover the patterns that emerge from it. So, for instance, what are those subtypes that might be similar at the human clinical outcome, but quite distinct when you look at the molecular data? And then, if we can identify such a subtype, are there interventions that, if I apply it to cells that come from this subtype of the disease, you apply that intervention, it could be a drug or it could be a CRISPR gene intervention. Does it revert the disease state to something that looks more like normal, happy, healthy cells? And so hopefully, if you see that, that gives you a certain hope that that intervention will also have a meaningful clinical benefit to people. And there's obviously a bunch of things that you would want to do after that to validate that it's a very different and much less hypothesis-driven way of uncovering new potential interventions, and might give rise to things that are not the same things that everyone else is already looking at.
That's I don't know. I'm just like to psychoanalyze my own feeling about our discussion currently. It's so exciting to talk about the machine, fundamentally, well, something that's been turned into a machine learning problem, and that's has so much real world impact. It's kind of exciting because I'm so most of my day is spent with data sets that I guess closer to the news groups. So this is a kind of, it just feels good to talk about. In fact, I almost don't want to talk about machine learning. I want to talk about the fundamentals of the data set, which is an exciting place to be.
I agree with you. It's what gets me up in the morning. It's also what attracts a lot of the people who work at in vitro to in vitro, because I think certainly all of our machine learning people are outstanding and could go get a job, selling ads online or doing e-commerce or even self-driving cars.
Yes.
But I think they would want, they come to us because they want to work on something that has more of an aspirational nature and can really benefit humanity.
What with these approaches? What do you hope? What kind of diseases can be helped? You mentioned Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, type 2 diabetes. Can you just describe the various kinds of diseases that this approach can help?
Well, we don't know, and I try and be very cautious about making promises about something. That we will cure X. People make that promise, and I think I try to first deliver and then promise, as opposed to the other way around. There are characteristics of the disease that make it more likely that this type of approach can potentially be helpful. So, for instance, diseases that have a very strong genetic basis are ones that are more likely to manifest in a stem cell derived model. We would want the cellular models to be relatively reproducible and robust so that you could actually get enough of those cells and in a way that isn't very highly variable and noisy. You would want the disease to be relatively contained in one or a small number of cell types that you could actually create in an in vitro in a dish setting, whereas if it's something that's really broad and systemic and involves multiple cells that are in very distal parts of your body, putting that all in the dish is really challenging. So we want to focus on the ones that are most likely to be successful today, with the hope, I think, that really smart bioengineers out there are developing better and better systems all the time, so that diseases that might not be tractable today might be tractable in 3 years. So, for instance, 5 years ago, these stem cell derived models didn't really exist. People were doing most of the work in cancer cells, and cancer cells are very, very poor models of most human biology, because they're they were cancer to begin with, and B, as you pass them and they proliferate in a dish, they become because of the genomic instability, even less similar to human biology. Now we have these stem cell derived models. We have the capability to reasonably robustly, not quite at the right scale yet, but close, to derive what's called organoids, which are these teeny little sort of multicellular organ sort of models of an organ system. So there's cerebral organoids and liver organoids and kidney organoids and
brain
gut
organoids.
organoids.
Possibly the coolest thing I've ever seen.
That sounds like the coolest thing.
Yeah.
And then I think on the horizon, we're starting to see things like connecting these organoids to each other. So you could actually start, and there's some really cool papers that start to do that, where you can actually start to say, okay, can we do multi-organ system stuff? There's many challenges to that. It's not easy by any stretch, but it might, I'm sure people will figure it out, and in 3 years or 5 years, there will be disease models that we could make for things that we can't make today.
Yeah, in this conversation will seem almost outdated with the kind of scale that could be achieved in like 3 years.
I hope so. That would be so cool.
So you've co-founded Coursera with Andrew Ng, and we're part of the whole MOOC revolution.
Mm-hmm.
So to jump topics a little bit, can you maybe tell the origin story of the history, the origin story of MOOCs, of Coursera, and in general, your teaching to huge audiences on a very sort of impactful topic of AI?
Yeah. So I think the origin story of MOOCs emanates from a number of efforts that occurred at Stanford University around the late 2000s, where different individuals within Stanford, myself included, were getting really excited about the opportunities of using online technologies as a way of achieving both improved quality of teaching and also improved scale. And so Andrew, for instance, led the Stanford Engineering Everywhere, which was sort of an attempt to take 10 Stanford courses and put them online, just as video lectures. I led an effort within Stanford to take some of the courses and really create a very different teaching model that broke those up into smaller units and had some of those embedded interactions and so on, which got a lot of support from university leaders because they felt like it was potentially a way of improving the quality of instruction at Stanford by moving to what's now called the flipped classroom model. And so those efforts eventually sort of started to interplay with each other and created a tremendous sense of excitement and energy within the Stanford community about the potential of online teaching, and led in the fall of 2011 to the launch of the first Stanford MOOCs.
By the way, MOOCs, it's probably impossible that people don't know, but it's, I guess, massive
open online courses.
So they
We did not come up with the acronym. I'm not particularly fond of the acronym, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Big Bang is not a great term for the start of the universe, but it is what it is.
Probably so. So anyway, so those courses launched in the fall of 2011, and there were, within a matter of weeks, with no real publicity campaign, just a New York Times article that went viral, about 100,000 students or more in each of those courses. And I remember this conversation that Andrew and I had, like, wow, there's this real need here. And I think we both felt like, sure, we were accomplished academics and we could go back and, go back to our labs, write more papers. But if we did that, then this wouldn't happen. And it seemed too important not to happen. And so we spent a fair bit of time debating, do we want to do this as a Stanford effort, kind of building on what we started? Do we want to do this as a for-profit company? Do we want to do this as a non-profit? And we decided ultimately to do it as we did, of course, Coursera. And so, we started really operating as a company at the beginning of 2012.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history.
But how did you, was that really surprising to you how do you how did you at that time and at this time make sense of this need for certain global education? You mentioned that you felt that wow, the popularity indicates that there's a hunger for sort of globalization of learning.
I think there is a hunger for learning that, globalization is part of it, but I think it's just a hunger for learning. The world has changed in the last 50 years. It used to be that you finished college, got a job. By and large, the skills that you learned in college were pretty much what got you through the rest of your job history. And yeah, you learned stuff, but it wasn't a dramatic change. Today, we're in a world where the skills that you need for a lot of jobs, they didn't even exist when you went to college. And many of the jobs that existed when you went to college don't even exist today, or are dying. So part of that is due to AI, but not only. And we need to find a way of giving people access to the skills that they need today. And I think that's really what's driving a lot of this hunger.
So I think we even take a step back. All of this started trying to think of new ways to teach or new ways sort of organize the material and present the material in a way that would help the education process, the pedagogy. Yeah. So, what have you learned about effective education from this process of playing with experimenting with different ideas?
So we learned a number of things, some of which I think could translate back and have translated back effectively to how people teach on campus, and some of which I think are more specific to people who learn online, and more sort of people who learn as part of their daily life. So we learned, for instance, very quickly that short is better. So people who are especially in the workforce can't do a 15-week semester-long course. They just can't fit that into their lives.
Sure. Can you describe the shortness of what the entirety? So every aspect of the little lecture short. The lecture short. The course is short.
Both. We started out, the first online education efforts were actually MIT's open courseware initiatives, and that was, recording of classroom lectures, and
hour and a half or something like that. Yeah.
And that didn't really work very well. I mean, some people benefit. I mean, of course they did, but it's not really a very palatable experience for someone who has a job and 3 kids, and that they need to run errands and such. They can't fit 15 weeks into their life, and the hour and a half is really hard. So we learned very quickly. We started out with short video modules, and over time made them shorter because we realized that 15 minutes was still too long if you want to fit in when you're waiting in line for your kid's doctor's appointment. It's better if it's 5 to 7. We learned that 15-week courses don't work, and you really want to break this up into shorter units so that there is a natural completion point, gives people a sense of they're really close to finishing something meaningful. They can always come back to part 2 and part 3. We also learned that compressing the content works really well, because if some people that taste works well, and for others they can always rewind and watch again, and so people have the ability to learn at their own pace. And so that flexibility, the brevity and the flexibility are both things that we found to be very important. We learned that engagement during the content is important, and the quicker you give people feedback, the more likely they are to be engaged. Hence the introduction of these, which we actually was an intuition that I had going in, and was then validated using data, that introducing some of these sort of little micro quizzes into the lectures really helps. Self-graded, automatically graded assessments really help too, because it gives people feedback. See, there you are. So all of these are valuable. And then we learned a bunch of other things too. We did some really interesting experiments, for instance, on gender bias, and how having a female role model as an instructor can change the balance of men to women in terms of, especially in STEM courses. And you could do that online by doing A/B testing in ways that would be really difficult to do on campus.
Oh, that's exciting. But so the shortness, the compression, I mean, yeah, that's actually, so that probably is true for all, good editing is always just compressing the content, making it shorter. So that puts a lot of burden on the creator of the instructor and the creator of the educational content. Probably most lectures at MIT or Stanford could be 5 times shorter if the preparation was put enough. So maybe people might disagree with that, but like the crispness, the clarity that a lot of the like Coursera delivers is how much effort does that take?
So first of all, let me say that it's not clear that that crispness would work as effectively in a face-to-face setting because people need time to absorb the material, and so you need to at least pause and give people a chance to reflect and maybe practice. And that's what MOOCs do, is that they give you these chunks of content and then ask you to practice with it. And that's where I think some of the newer pedagogy that people are adopting in face-to-face teaching that have to do with interactive learning and such can be really helpful. But both those approaches, whether you're doing that type of methodology in online teaching or in that flipped classroom interactive teaching.
What's sorry to pause? What's flipped classroom?
Flipped classroom is a way in which online content is used to supplement face-to-face teaching, where people watch the videos perhaps and do some of the exercises before coming to class, and then when they come to class it's actually to do much deeper problem solving, oftentimes in a group. But any one of those different pedagogies that are beyond just standing there and droning on in front of the classroom for an hour and 15 minutes require a heck of a lot more preparation. And so it's one of the challenges I think that people have, that we had when trying to convince instructors to teach on Coursera, and it's part of the challenges that pedagogy experts on campus have in trying to get faculty to teach differently, is that it's actually harder to teach that way than it is to stand there and drone.
Do you think MOOCs will replace in-person education or become the majority of in-person of education, of the way people learn in the future? Again, future could be very far away, but where's the trend going, do you think?
So I think it's a nuanced and complicated answer. I don't think MOOCs will replace face-to-face teaching. I think learning is in many cases a social experience, and even at Coursera we had people who naturally formed study groups, even when they didn't have to just come and talk to each other. And we found that actually benefited their learning in very important ways. So there was more success among learners who had those study groups than among ones who didn't. So I don't think it's just we're all gonna just learn online with the computer and no one else. In the same way that recorded music has not replaced live concerts. But I do think that especially when you are thinking about continuing education, the stuff that people get when their traditional, whatever, high school, college education is done, and they yet have to maintain their level of expertise and skills in a rapidly changing world, I think people will consume more and more educational content in this online format because going back to school for formal education is not an option for most people.
Briefly, I know it might be a difficult question to ask, but there's a lot of people fascinated by artificial intelligence, by machine learning, by deep learning. Is there a recommendation for the next year or for a lifelong journey? If somebody interested in this, how do they begin? How do they enter that learning journey?
I think the important thing is first to just get started, and there's plenty of online content that one can get for both the core foundations of mathematics and statistics and programming, and then from there to machine learning. I would encourage people not to skip too quickly past the foundations, because I find that there's a lot of people who learn machine learning, whether it's online or on campus, without getting those foundations. And they basically just turn the crank on existing models in ways that don't allow for a lot of innovation and adjustment to the problem at hand, but also are sometimes just wrong, and they don't even realize that their application is wrong because there's artifacts that they haven't fully understood. So I think the foundations, machine learning is an important step, and then actually start solving problems. Try and find someone to solve them with, because especially at the beginning, it's useful to have someone to bounce ideas off and fix mistakes that you make, and fix mistakes that they make. But then just find practical problems, whether it's in your workplace or if you don't have that. Tackle competitions or such are a really great place to find interesting problems and just
Practice. Perhaps a bit of a romanticized question, but what idea in deep learning have you found in your journey the most beautiful or surprising or interesting? Perhaps not just deep learning, but AI in general, statistics.
You can answer these two things. One would be the foundational concept of end-to-end training, which is that you start from the raw data and you train something that is not like a single piece, but rather the towards the actual goal that you're looking to achieve.
From the raw data to the outcome, again, no details in between.
Well, not no details, but the fact that you can certainly do these building blocks that were trained towards other tasks. I'm actually coming to that in my second half of the answer. But it doesn't have to be like a single monolithic block in the middle. I think that's not ideal, but rather the fact that at the end of the day, you can actually train something that goes all the way from the beginning to the end. And the other one that I find really compelling is the notion of learning a representation that in its turn, even if it was trained to another task, can potentially be used as a much more rapid starting point to solving a different task. And that's, I think, reminiscent of what makes people successful learners. It's something that is relatively new in the machine learning space. I think it's underutilized even relative to today's capabilities, but more and more of how do we learn sort of reusable representations.
So end-to-end and transfer learning.
Yeah.
Is it surprising to you that neural networks are able to, in many cases, do these things? Is it maybe taking back to when you first would dive deep into neural networks, or in general, even today, is it surprising that neural networks work at all and work wonderfully to do this kind of raw end-to-end learning and even transfer learning?
I think I was surprised by how well, when you have large enough amounts of data, it's possible to find a meaningful representation in what is an exceedingly high dimensional space. And so I find that to be really exciting, and people are still working out the math for that. There's more papers on it every year, and I think it would be really cool if we figured that out. But that to me was a surprise, because in the early days when I was starting my way in machine learning and the data sets were rather small, I think I believe that you needed to have a much more constrained and knowledge-rich search space to really to really get to a meaningful answer. And I think it was true at the time. What I think is still a question is, will a completely knowledge-free approach, where there's no prior knowledge going into the construction of the model, is that going to be the solution or not? It's not actually the solution today, in the sense that the architecture of a convolutional neural network that's used for images is actually quite different to the type of network that's used for language, and yet different from the one that's used for speech or biology or any other application. There's still some insight that goes into the structure of the network to get the right performance. Will you be able to do the universal learning machine? I don't know.
I wonder if there's always has to be some insight injected somewhere, or whether it could converge. So you've done a lot of interesting work with probabilistic graphical models in general vision, deep learning, and so on. So can you maybe speak high level? How can learning systems deal with uncertainty?
One of the limitations, I think, of a lot of machine learning models is that they come up with an answer, and you don't know how much you can believe that answer. And oftentimes the answer is actually quite poorly calibrated relative to its uncertainties. Even if you look at where the confidence that comes out of the neural network at the end, and you ask how much more likely is an answer of 0.8 versus 0.9, it's not really in any way calibrated to the actual reliability of that network and how true it is. And the further away you move from the training data, the more not only the more wrong the network is, often it's more wrong and more confident in its wrong answer. And that is a serious issue in a lot of application areas. So when you think, for instance, about medical diagnosis as being maybe an epitome of how problematic this can be, if you were training your network on a certain set of patients, on a certain patient population, and I have a patient that is an outlier, and there's no human that looks at this, and that patient is put into a neural network, and your network not only gives a completely incorrect diagnosis, but is supremely confident in its wrong answer, you could kill people. So I think creating more of an understanding of how do you produce networks that are calibrated in uncertainty and can also say, you know what, I give up. I don't know what to say about this particular data instance because I've never seen something that's sufficiently like it before. I think it's going to be really important in mission critical applications, especially ones where human life is at stake, and that includes medical applications, but it also includes automated driving, because you want the network to be able to say, you know what, I have no idea what this blob is that I'm seeing in the middle of the road, so I'm just going to stop because I don't want to potentially run over a pedestrian. But I don't.
Is there good mechanisms, ideas of how to allow learning systems to provide that uncertainty along with their predictions?
Certainly people have come up with mechanisms that involve Bayesian deep learning that involves Gaussian processes. There's a slew of different approaches that people have come up with. There's methods that use ensembles of networks trained with different subsets of data, different random starting points. Those are actually sometimes surprisingly good at creating a sort of set of how confident or not you are in your answer. It's very much an area of open research.
Let's cautiously venture back into the land of philosophy. And speaking of AI systems providing uncertainty, somebody like Stuart Russell believes that as we create more and more intelligent systems, it's really important for them to be full of self-doubt. Because if they're given more and more power, we want the way to maintain human control over AI systems or human supervision, which is true, like you just mentioned with autonomous vehicles. It's really important to get human supervision when the car's not sure, because if it's really confident, in cases when it can get in trouble, it's going to be really problematic. So let me ask about sort of questions of AGI and human level intelligence. I mean, we talked about curing diseases, which is sort of fundamental thing that can have an impact today. But AI people also dream of both understanding and creating intelligence. Is that something you think about? Is that something you dream about? Is that something you think is within our reach to be thinking about as computer scientists?
Boy, let me tease apart different parts of that question. Yeah, it's a multi-part question. So let me start with the feasibility of AGI, then I'll talk about the timelines a little bit, and then talk about, well, what controls does one need when thinking about predictions in the AI space. So, I think AGI obviously is a long-standing dream that even our early pioneers in this space had. The Turing test and so on are the earliest discussions of that. We're obviously closer than we were 70 or so years ago, but I think it's still very far away. I think machine learning algorithms today are really exquisitely good pattern recognizers in very specific problem domains where they have seen enough training data to make the predictions. You take a machine learning algorithm and you would do a slightly different version of even that same problem, far less one that's different, and it will just completely choke. So I think we're nowhere close to the versatility and flexibility of even a human toddler in terms of their ability to context switch and solve different problems using a single knowledge base, single brain. So am I desperately worried about the machines taking over the universe and starting to kill people because they want to have more power? I don't think so.
Well, so to pause on that, so you kind of intuited that superintelligence is a very difficult thing to achieve. That we're
even intelligence. Super intelligence, we're not even close to intelligence.
Even just the greater abilities of generalization of our current system. But we haven't answered all the parts, so we'll take
getting to the second part.
Okay, we can take it, but maybe another tangent you could also pick up is can we get in trouble with much dumber systems?
Yes, and that is exactly where I was going.
Okay.
So just to wrap up on the threats of AGI, I think that it seems to me a little early today to figure out protections against a human level or superhuman level intelligence where we don't even see the skeleton of what that would look like. So it seems that it's very speculative on how to protect against that. But we can definitely and have gotten into trouble on much dumber systems. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the systems that we're building are increasingly complex, increasingly poorly understood, and there's ripple effects that are unpredictable in changing little things that can have dramatic consequences on the outcome. And by the way, that's not unique to artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence exacerbates that, brings it to a new level. But heck, our electric grid is really complicated. The software that runs our financial markets is really complicated. And we've seen those ripple effects translate to dramatic negative consequences, like, for instance, financial crashes that have to do with feedback loops that we didn't anticipate. So I think that's an issue that we need to be thoughtful about in many places, artificial intelligence being one of them. And we should, and I think it's really important that people are thinking about ways in which we can have better interpretability of systems, better tests for instance, measuring the extent to which the machine learning system that was trained in one set of circumstances, how well does it actually work in a very different set of circumstances where you might say, for instance, well, I'm not going to be able to test my automated vehicle in every possible city, village, weather condition, and so on. But if you trained it on this set of conditions and then tested it on 50 or 100 others that were quite different from the ones that you trained it on, then it worked. Then that gives you confidence that the next 50 that you didn't test it on might also work too. Effectively, it's testing for generalizability. So I think there's ways that we should be constantly thinking about to validate the robustness of our systems. I think it's very different from the let's make sure robots don't take over the world. And then the other place where I think we have a threat, which is also important for us to think about, is the extent to which technology can be abused. So, like any really powerful technology, machine learning can be very much used badly as well as to good. And that goes back to many other technologies that have come up with when people invented projectile missiles and it turned into guns. And people invented nuclear power and it turned into nuclear bombs. And I think, honestly, I would say that to me, gene editing and CRISPR is at least as dangerous a technology if used badly than machine learning. You could create really nasty viruses and such using gene editing that are, you be really careful about. So anyway, that's something that we need to be really thoughtful about whenever we have any really powerful new technology.
Yeah, and in the case of machine learning, there's adversarial machine learning, so all kinds of attacks like security, all those threats, and there's the social engineering of machine learning algorithms.
And there's face recognition and Big Brother's watching you, and there's killer drones that can potentially go and targeted execution of people in a different country. I don't, one could argue that bombs are not necessarily that much better, but if people want to kill someone, they'll find a way to do it.
So if you look at trends in the data, there's less wars, there's less violence, there's more human rights. So we've been doing overall quite good as a human species. Are you optimistic? Are you optimistic? Maybe another way to ask is, do you think most people are good and fundamentally we tend towards a better world, which is underlying the question, will machine learning, will gene editing ultimately land us somewhere good? Are you optimistic?
I think by and large, I'm optimistic. I think that most people mean well. That doesn't mean that most people are, altruistic do-gooders, but I think most people mean well. But I think it's also really important for us as a society to create social norms where doing good and being perceived well by our peers are positively correlated. I mean, it's very easy to create dysfunctional societies. There's certainly multiple psychological experiments, as well as, sadly, real-world events where people have evolved to a world where being perceived well by your peers is correlated with really atrocious, often genocidal behaviors. So we really want to make sure that we maintain a set of social norms where people know that to be a successful member of society, you want to be doing good. And one of the things that I sometimes worry about is that some societies don't seem to necessarily be moving in the forward direction in that regard, where it's not necessarily the case that doing that being a good person is what makes you be perceived well by your peers. And I think that's a really important thing for us as a society to remember. It's very easy to degenerate back into a universe where it's okay to do really bad stuff and still have your peers think you're amazing.
It's fun to ask a world-class computer scientist and engineer a ridiculously philosophical question like, what is the meaning of life? Let me ask, what gives your life meaning? What is the source of fulfillment, happiness, joy, purpose?
When we were starting Coursera in the fall of 2011, that was right around the time that Steve Jobs passed away. And so the media was full of various famous quotes that he uttered. One of them that really stuck with me because it resonated with stuff that I'd been feeling for even years before that, is that our goal in life should be to make a dent in the universe. So I think that to me, what gives my life meaning is that I would hope that when I am lying there on my deathbed and looking at what I've done in my life, that I can point to ways in which I have left the world a better place than it was when I entered it. This is something I tell my kids all the time because I also think that the burden of that is much greater for those of us who were born to privilege. And in some ways I was. I mean, I wasn't born super wealthy or anything like that, but I grew up in an educated family with parents who loved me and took care of me, and I had a chance at a great education, and so I've always had enough to eat. So I was in many ways born to privilege more than the vast majority of humanity. And my kids, I think, are even more so born to privilege than I was fortunate enough to be. And I think it's really important that, especially for those of us who have that opportunity, that we use our lives to make the world a better place.
I don't think there's a better way to end it. That was an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Daphne Kohler, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App and using code LEXPODCAST. Enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Hippocrates, a physician from ancient Greece who's considered to be the father of medicine. Wherever the art of medicine is loved, there's also the love of humanity. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
There was so much more of that. It felt like if we were constantly trying to one-up each other when it came to making a pleasing sound for the ear, something coming out of the radio, something that made you go, or just, wow, that's a really clear sound, a really good sound, really well put together, things like that. And now we're kind of in this era of just kind of bare bones. When you listen to even at the onset of podcasts, and a couple of them come to mind. The podcast that the man who made all those clocks in the South. There's just certain things where when the production is good, it just sings, it just stands out. And now we're kind of in this like bare bones production.
The following is a conversation with Lee Smolin. He's a theoretical physicist, co-inventor of loop quantum gravity, and a contributor of many interesting ideas to cosmology, quantum field theory, the foundations of quantum mechanics, theoretical biology, and the philosophy of science. He's the author of several books, including one that critiques the state of physics and string theory called The trouble with physics. In his latest book, Einstein's Unfinished Revolution, The Search for What Lies Beyond the Quantum. He's an outspoken personality in the public debates on the nature of our universe, among the top minds in the theoretical physics community. This community has its respected academics, its naked emperors, its outcasts and its revolutionaries, its madmen and its dreamers. This is why it's an exciting world to explore through long-form conversation. I recommend you listen back to the episodes with Leonard Susskind, Sean Carroll, Michio Kaku, Max Tegmark, Eric Weinstein, and Jim Gates. You might be asking, why talk to physicists if you're interested in AI? To me, creating artificial intelligence systems requires more than Python and deep learning. It requires that we return to exploring the fundamental nature of the universe and the human mind. Theoretical physicists venture out into the dark, mysterious, psychologically challenging place of first principles more than almost any other discipline. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Since Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin, let me mention that cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money is fascinating. I recommend A Cent of Money as a great book on this history. Debits and credits on ledgers started around 30,000 years ago. The US dollar, of course, created over 200 years ago. And Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, was released just over 10 years ago. So given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development, but it still is aiming to, and just might, redefine the nature of money. If you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to First, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Lee Smolin. What is real? Let's start with an easy question. Put another way, how do we know what is real and what is merely a creation of our human perception and imagination?
We don't know. We don't know. This is science. I presume we're talking about science. And we believe, or I believe, that there is a world that is independent of my existence and my experience about it, my knowledge of it. And this I call the real world.
So, you said science, but even bigger than science.
Sure. I need not have said this is science. This was warming up.
Warming up. Okay, now that we're warmed up, let's take a brief step outside of science. Is it completely a crazy idea to you that everything that exists is merely the creation of our mind? So, there's a few, not many. This is outside of science now. People who believe sort of perception is fundamentally what's in our human perception, the visual cortex and so on, the cognitive constructs that's being formed there is the reality. And then anything outside is something that we can never really grasp. Is that a crazy idea to you?
There's a version of that is not crazy at all. What we experience is constructed by our brains, and by our brains in an active mode. So we don't see the raw world, we see a very processed world. We feel something that's very processed through our brains, and our brains are incredible. But I still believe that behind that experience, that mirror or veil, or whatever you want to call it, there is a real world, and I'm curious about it.
can we truly? How do we get a sense of that real world? Is it through the tools of physics, from theory to the experiments, or can we actually grasp it in some intuitive way that's more connected to our ape ancestors, or is it still fundamentally the tools of math and physics that really allow us to
So
grasp it?
let's talk about what tools they are. What you say are the tools of math and physics. I mean, I think we're in the same position as our ancestors in the caves or before the caves or whatever. We find ourselves in this world and we're curious. We also, it's important to be able to explain what happens when there are fires, when there are not fires, what animals and plants and what you eat, and all that stuff. But we're also just curious. We look up in the sky and we see the sun and the moon and the stars, and we see some of those move. And we're very curious about that. And I think we're just naturally curious. So we make up, this is my version of how we do it. We make up stories and explanations. And there are two things which I think are just true of being human. We make judgments fast because we have to. To survive, is that a tiger or is that not a tiger? And we go. We have to act fast on incomplete information. So we judge quickly and we're often wrong. Or at least sometimes wrong, which is all I need for this. We're often wrong. So we fool ourselves and we fool other people readily. And so there's lots of stories that get told, and some of them result in a concrete benefit, and some of them don't.
So you said we're often wrong, but what does it mean to be right?
Right. That's an excellent question. To be right. Well, since I believe that there is a real world. I believe that to be. You can challenge me on this if you're not a realist. A realist is somebody who believes in this real objective world, which is independent of our perception. If I'm a realist, I think that to be right is to come closer. I think, first of all, there's a relative scale. There's not right and wrong. There's right or more right and less right. And you're more right if you come closer to an exact true description of that real world. How can we know that for sure?
And the scientific method is ultimately what allows us to get a sense of how close we're getting to that real world.
No, on two counts. First of all, I don't believe in a scientific method. I was very influenced when I was in graduate school by the writings of Paul Feyerabend, who was an important philosopher of science who argued that there is a scientific method.
There is, or
there is not.
There's not. Can you elaborate? Sorry if you were going to, but can you elaborate on what does it mean for there not to be a scientific method? This notion that I think a lot of people believe in this day and age.
Sure. Paul Feyerabend, he was a student of Popper who taught Karl Popper, and Feyerabend argued both by logic and by historical example that you name anything that should be part of the practice of science, that you should always to make sure that your theories agree with all the data that's always been taken, it's already been taken. And he'll prove to you that there have to be times when science contradicts, when some scientist contradicts that advice for science to progress overall. So it's not a simple matter. I think of science as a community and of people, and as a community of people bound by certain ethical precepts, whatever. Um,
So in that community, a set of ideas they operate under, meaning ethically, of kind of rules of the game they operate under.
don't lie. Report all your results, whether they agree or don't agree with your hypothesis. Check. The training of a scientist mostly consists of methods of checking because, again, we make lots of mistakes. We're very error prone. But there are tools both on the mathematics side and the experimental side to check and double check and triple check. And a scientist goes through a training, and I think this is part of it. You can't just walk off the street and say, yo, I'm a scientist. You have to go through the training, and the training, the test that lets you be done with the training is, can you form a convincing case for something that your colleagues will not be able to shout down because they'll ask, did you check this, did you check that, did you check this, and what about a seeming contradiction with this? And you've got to have answers to all those things, or you don't get taken seriously. And when you get to the point where you can produce that kind of defense and argument, then they give you a PhD. And you're kind of licensed. You're still going to be questioned, and you still may propose or publish mistakes, but the community is going to have to waste less time fixing a mistake.
Yeah. But if you can maybe linger on it a little longer, what's the gap between the thing that community does and the ideal of the scientific method? The scientific method is you should be able to repeat an experiment. There's a lot of elements to what construes the scientific method, but the final result, the hope of it, is that you should be able to say with some confidence that a particular thing is close to the truth.
Right, but there's not a simple relationship between experiment and hypothesis or theory. For example, Galileo did this experiment of dropping a ball from the top of the tower, and it falls right at the base of the tower. And Aristotelian would say, wow, of course it falls right to the base of the tower. That shows that the earth is moving while the wall is falling. And Galileo says, no way to the principle of inertia, and it has an inertia in the direction the earth is moving, and the tower and the wall and the earth all move together. When the principle of inertia tells you this, the bottom, it does look like, therefore my principle of inertia is right. And Aristotelian says, no, Aristotle's science is right. Like the earth is stationary. And so you got to get an interconnected bunch of cases and work hard to line up. And it took centuries to make the transition from Aristotelian physics to new physics. It wasn't until Newton, 1687.
So what do you think is the nature of the process that seems to lead to progress? If we at least look at the long arc of science, of all the community of scientists, they seem to do a better job of coming up with ideas that engineers can then take on and build rockets with, or build computers with, or build cool stuff with. But
I don't know. A better job
than this previous century. So century by century, we'll talk about string theory and so on, and kind of possible what you might think of as dead ends and so on.
It's not correct. We'll straighten out. We'll
straighten it out. Okay.
Straight.
But there is, nevertheless, in science very often at least temporary dead ends. But if you look at through centuries, the century before Newton and the century after Newton, it seems like a lot of ideas came closer to the truth that then could be usable by our civilization to build the iPhone. right? To build cool things that improve our quality of life. That's the progress.
Can I say that more precisely?
It's a
Because
low
I
bar.
think it's important to get the time, place, and right. There was a scientific revolution that partly succeeded between about 1900 or late 1890s and into the 1930s, 1940s, so maybe some if you stretch it into the 1970s. And the technology, this was the discovery of relativity, and that included a lot of developments in electromagnetism. The confirmation, which wasn't really well confirmed into the 20th century, that matter was made of atoms, and the whole picture of nuclei, electrons, whatnot. This is the early 20th century. And then quantum mechanics. One is from 1905, took a long time to develop to the late 1920s, and then it was basically final form. And the basis of this partial revolution, we can come back to why it's only a partial revolution, is the basis of the technologies you mentioned. All of, electrical technology was being developed slowly with this, and in fact, there's a close relation between the development of electricity and the electrification of cities in the United States and Europe and so forth, and the development of the science. The fundamental physics, since the early 1970s, doesn't have a story like that so far. There's not a series of triumphs and progresses, and there's not any practical application.
So, just to linger briefly on the early 20th century and the revolutions in science that happened there, what was the method by which the scientific community kept each other in check about when you get something right, when you get something wrong? Is experimental validation ultimately the final test?
It's absolutely necessary, and the key things were all validated. The key predictions of quantum mechanics, of the theory of electricity, and magnetism.
So before we talk about Einstein, your new book, before string theory, quantum mechanics, so let's take a step back at a higher level question. What is, that you mentioned, what is realism? What is anti-realism? And maybe why do you find realism, as you mentioned, so compelling?
Realism is the belief in an external world independent of our existence, our perception, our belief, our knowledge. A realist, as a physicist, is somebody who believes that there should be possible some completely objective description of each and every process at the fundamental level, which describes and explains exactly what happens and why it happens.
That kind of implies that that system, in a realist view, is deterministic, meaning there's no fuzzy magic going on that you can never get to the bottom. You can get to the bottom of anything and perfectly describe it.
Some people would say that I'm not that interested in determinism, but I could live with the fundamental world, which had some chance.
So you said you could live with it, but do you think God plays dice in our universe?
I think it's probably much worse than that.
In which direction?
I think that theories can change. Theories can change without warning. I think the future is open.
You mean the fundamental laws of physics can change? Okay, we'll get there. I thought we would be able to find some solid ground, but apparently
Well, the ground is
the entirety of it temporarily. So, okay, let's. So realism is the idea that while the ground is solid, you can describe it. What's the role of the human being, our beautiful, complex human mind, in realism? Do we have a Are we just another set of molecules connected together in a clever way, or the observer, the observer, our human mind, consciousness have a role in this realism view of the physical universe?
There's two ways, there's two questions you could ask. Does our conscious mind, through our perceptions, play a role in making things become, in making things real, or things becoming? That's question one. Question two is, does this, we can call it a naturalist view of the world, that is based on realism, allow a place to understand the existence of and the nature of perceptions and consciousness and mind? And that's question two. Question two, I do think a lot about, and my answer, which is not an answer, is I hope so, but it certainly doesn't get it.
So what
Question one, I don't think so. But of course, the answer to question one depends on question two.
Right.
So I'm not up to question one.
The question two is the thing that you can kind of struggle with at this time. What about the anti-realists? So what flavor, what are the different camps of anti-realists that you've talked about? I think it would be nice if you could articulate for the people for whom there is not a very concrete real world, or there's divisions, or it's messier than the realist view of the universe. What are the different camps? What are the different views?
I'm not sure I'm a good scholar. I can talk about the different camps and analyze it, but many of the inventors of quantum physics were not anti-realists. They're scholars that they lived in a very perilous time between the two world wars. And there were a lot of trends of culture which were going that way. But in any case, they said things like, the purpose of science is not to give an objective, realist description of nature as it would be in our absence. This might be through Niels Bohr. The purpose of science is as an extension of our conversations with each other to describe our interactions with nature. And we're free to invent and use terms like particle or wave or causality for time or space, if they're useful to us and they carry some intuitive implication. But we shouldn't believe that they actually have to do with what nature would be like in our absence, which we have nothing to say about.
Do you find any aspect of that? Because you kind of said that we human beings tell stories. Do you find aspects of that kind of anti-realist view of Niels Bohr compelling? That we're fundamentally our storytellers, and then we create tools of space and time and causality and whatever this fun quantum mechanics stuff is to help us tell the story of our world.
Sure, I just would like to believe that there's an aspiration for the other thing.
The other thing being what?
The realist.
Do you hope that the stories will eventually lead us to discovering the real world as it is?
Yeah.
Is perfection possible, by the way?
No. Well, that's, you mean, will we ever get there and know that we're there?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not mine. That's for people 5,000 years in the future. There's certainly nowhere near there.
Do you think reality that exists outside of our mind, do you think there's a limit to our cognitive abilities? Again, descendants of apes who are just biological systems. Is there a limit to our mind's capability to actually understand reality. Sort of, there comes a point, even with the help of the tools of physics, that we just cannot grasp some fundamental aspects of that.
Again, I think that's a question for 5,000 years.
We're not even close to that.
I think there is a universality. Yeah, I don't agree with David Deutsch about everything, but I admire the way he put things in his last book. And he talked about the role of explanation. And he talked about the universality of certain languages, the universality of mathematics, or of computing, and so forth. And he believed that universality, which is something real, which is somehow comes out of the fact that a symbolic system or a mathematical system can refer to itself and can, I forget what that's called, can reference back to itself. And Bill, in which he argued for a universality of possibility for our understanding, whatever is out there. But I admire that argument, but it seems to me we're doing okay so far, but we'll have to see
whether there is a limit or not. For now, we got plenty to play with.
Yeah. There are things which are right there in front of us, which we miss. And I'll quote my friend Eric Weinstein in saying, look, Einstein carried his luggage, Freud carried his luggage, Marx carried his luggage, Martha Graham carried her luggage, etc. Edison carried his luggage. All these geniuses carried their luggage. And not once before relatively recently did it occur to anybody to put a wheel on luggage and pull it. And it was right there waiting to be invented for centuries.
So this is Eric Weinstein. Yeah. What do the wheels represent? Are you basically saying that there's stuff right in front of our eyes that once it just clicks, we put the wheels in the luggage, a lot of things will fall into place?
Yes, I do. And every day I wake up and think, why can't I be that guy who was walking through the airport?
What do you think it takes to be that guy? Because, like you said, a lot of really smart people carry their luggage.
Mm-hmm.
What, just psychologically speaking, so Eric Weinstein is a good example of a person who thinks outside the box,
yes,
who resists almost conventional thinking. You're an example of a person who, by habit, by psychology, by upbringing, I don't know, but resists conventional thinking as well, just by nature. That's a compliment. Good. So, what do you think it takes to do that? Is that something you were just born with?
I doubt it. Well, from my studying some cases, because I'm curious about that, obviously. And just in a more concrete way, when I started out in physics, because I started a long way from physics, so it would take me not a long time, but a lot of work to get to study it and get into. So I did wonder about it. And so I read the biographies, and in fact, I started with the autobiography of Einstein and Galileo, all those people. And I think there's a couple of things. Some of it is luck, being in the right place at the right time. Some of it is stubbornness and arrogance, which can easily go wrong. Yes. And I know all of these are doorways. If you go through them slightly at the wrong speed or in the wrong angle, they're ways to fail. But if you somehow have the right luck, the right confidence and arrogance, caring, I think Einstein cared to understand nature with a ferocity and a commitment that exceeded other people of his time. So he asked more stubborn questions. He asked deeper questions. I think, and there's a level of ability, whether ability is born in or can be developed, or the extent to which it can be developed. It's like musical talent.
You mentioned ego. What's the role of ego in that process?
Confidence.
Confidence. But do you, in your own life, have you found yourself walking that nice edge of too much or too little, to being overconfident and therefore leading yourself astray, or not sufficiently confident to throw away the conventional thinking of whatever the theory of the day, the theoretical physics?
I don't know if I contributed what I contributed, whether if I had more confidence in something, I would have captured, whether I don't know. But certainly I'm sitting here at this moment with very much my own approach to doing everything. And I'm calm, I'm happy about that. But on the other hand, I know people whose self-confidence vastly exceeds mine, and sometimes I think it's justified, and sometimes I think it's not justified.
Your most recent book, titled Einstein's Unfinished Revolution. So I have to ask, what is Einstein's Unfinished Revolution? And also, how do we finish it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do my whole life. But Einstein's Unfinished Revolution is the twin revolutions which invented relativity theory, special and especially general relativity, and quantum theory, which he was the first person to realize in 1905. There would have to be a radically different theory which somehow realized or resolved the paradox of the duality of particle wave for photons.
And when he was, people I think don't always associate Einstein with quantum mechanics, because I think his connection with it, founding as one of the founders, I would say, of quantum mechanics, he kind of put him in the closet.
Well, he didn't believe that the quantum mechanics as it was developed in the mid late 1920s was completely correct. At first, he didn't believe it at all. Then he was convinced that it's consistent but incomplete. And that also is my theory. It needs, for various reasons I can elucidate, to have additional degrees of freedom, particles, forces, something to reach the stage where it gives a description of each phenomenon, as I was saying, realism demands.
So what aspect of quantum mechanics bothers you and Einstein the most? Is it some aspect of the wave function collapse discussions, the measurement problem? Is it the
measurement problem? I'm not going to speak for it. But the measurement problem, basically, and the fact that...
What is the measurement problem?
The basic formulation of quantum mechanics gives you two ways to evolve situations in time. One of them is explicitly when no observer is observing and no measurement is taking place. And the other is when a measurement or an observation is taking place. And they basically contradict each other. But there's another reason why the revolution was incomplete, which is we don't understand the relationship between these two parts. General relativity became our best theory of space and time and gravitation and cosmology and quantum theory.
So for the most part, general relativity describes big things, quantum theory describes little things, and that's the revolution that we found really powerful tools to describe big things and little things, and it's unfinished because we wouldn't have two totally separate things, so we need to figure out how to connect them so we can describe everything.
Right, and we either do that if we believe quantum mechanics as understood now is correct by bringing general relativity or some extension of general relativity that describes gravity and so forth into the quantum domain. That's called quantum theory of gravity, or if you believe with Einstein that quantum mechanics is to be completed, this is my view, then part of the job of finding the right completion or extension of quantum mechanics would be one that incorporates space-time and gravity.
So, where do we begin? So, first, let me ask, perhaps you give me a chance if I could ask you some just really basic questions. Well, they're not at all. The basic questions are the hardest, but you mentioned space-time. What is space-time?
Space-time, we talked about a construction. So I believe that space-time is an intellectual construction that we make of the events. Because I believe the events are real, and the relationships between the events which cause which are real. But the idea that there's a four-dimensional smooth geometry which has a metric and a connection and satisfies the equation that Einstein wrote, it's a good description to some scale. It's a good approximation. It captures some of what's going on in nature. But I don't believe it for a minute is fundamental.
So, okay, we're going to allow me to look at that. So, the universe has events.
Yeah.
Events cause other events. This is the idea of causality. Okay, so that's real.
That's in my
In your view, is real.
or hypothesis of the theory
Hashtag fresh
that
water.
I'm working to develop.
Hashtag cool water.
So space-time, you said four-dimensional space is kind of the location of the things, and time is whatever the heck time is. And you're saying that space-time is both space and time are emergent and not fundamental.
No.
Accounts are taken down.
Before you correct me,
Garbage.
what does it mean to be fundamental or emergent?
Fundamental means it's part of the description as far down as you go. We have
It's real.
Yeah.
As real as you feel it to be.
So I think that time is fundamental, and both goes all the way down, and space does not. And the combination of it we use in general relativity that we call space-time also does not.
But what is time?
I think that time, the activity of time, is a continual creation of events from existing events.
So if there's no events, there's no time.
Then there's not only no time, there's no nothing.
So
I believe the universe has a history which goes to the past. I believe the future does not exist. There's a notion of the present and a notion of the past. And the past consists of the story about events that took place to our past.
So you said the future doesn't exist. Could you say that again? Can you try to give me a chance to understand that one more time? So, what the events cause other events? What is this universe? Because we'll talk about locality and non-locality.
Good.
Because it's a crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. It's a beautiful set of ideas that you propose. But and if causality is fundamental, I just like to understand it better. What is the past? What is the future? What is the flow of time, even the error of time in our universe? In your view, maybe what's an event? Right.
Oh, an event is where something changes, or where it's hard to say because it's a primitive concept. An event is a moment of time within space. This is the view in general relativity, where two particles intersect in their paths, or something changes in the path of the particle. Now, we are postulating that there is, at the fundamental level, a notion, which is an elementary notion, so it doesn't have a definition in terms of other things, but it is something elementary happening.
And it doesn't have a connection to energy or matter or exchange of
It
any.
does have a connection to energy and matter.
So it's at that level.
Yes,
that level.
it involves, and that's why the version of a theory of events that I developed with Marina Cortez. And it's, by the way, I want to mention my collaborators because they've been at least as important in this work as I have. It's Marina Cortez, all the work since about 2013, 2012, 2013 about causality, Carl said, and in the period before that, Roberto Manganera, who is a philosopher and professor of law.
And that's in your efforts together with your collaborators to finish the unfinished revolution. So
Yes.
And focus on causality as a fundamental,
yes.
As fundamental physics. So.
And there's some other people we work with, but those two people's thinking had a huge influence on my own thinking.
So in the way you describe causality, that's what you mean of time being fundamental. That causality.
Yes.
And what does it mean for space to not be fundamental, to be the
That's very good. This is a level of description in which there are events create other events, but there's no space. They don't live in space. They have an order in which they cause each other, and that is part of the nature of time for us.
So,
but there is an emergent approximate description, and you asked me to define emergent. An emergent property is a property that arises at some level of complexity, larger than and more complex than the fundamental level, which requires some property to describe it, which is not directly explicable or derivable, is the word I want, from the properties of the fundamental thing.
And space is one of those things in a sufficiently complex universe. Space, three-dimensional position of things emerged.
Yes, and we have this. We saw how this happens in detail in some models, both computationally and with.
Okay, so connected to space is the idea of locality.
Yes.
So we talked about realism. So I live in this world that likes sports. Locality is the thing that you can affect things close to you. You don't have an effect on things that are far away. It's the thing that bothers me about gravity in general, or action at a distance. Same thing that probably bothered Newton, or at least he said a little bit about it. Okay, so what do you think about locality? Is it just a construct? Is it us humans just like this idea and are connected to it because we exist and we need it for our survival, but it's not fundamental? I mean, it seems crazy for it not to be a fundamental aspect of our reality.
Because
Can you comfort me on a sort of as a therapist? How do I?
I'm not a good therapist. I don't think like that.
Okay.
There are several different definitions of locality when you come to talk about locality in physics. In quantum field theory, which is a mixture of special relativity and quantum mechanics, there is a precise definition of locality. Field operators corresponding to events in space-time, which are space-like separated with each other as operators.
So in the quantum mechanics, you think about the nature realities fields and things that are close in a field have an impact on each other more than farther away.
That's
very comforting. That makes sense.
So that's a property of quantum field theory, and it's well tested. Unfortunately, there's another definition of local, which was expressed by Einstein and expressed more precisely by John Bell, which has been tested experimentally found to fail. And this setup is you take two particles. So one thing that's really weird about quantum mechanics is a property called entanglement. You can have two particles interact and then share a property without it being property of either one of the two particles. And if you take such a system and then you make a measurement on particle A, which is over here on my right side, and particle B, which is over here, when somebody else makes a measurement of particle B, you can ask that whatever is the real reality of particle B is not be affected by the choice the observer particle A makes about what to measure, not the outcome, just the choice of different things they might measure. And that's emotional locality because it assumes that these things are very far space-like separated. And it's going to take a while for any information about the choice made by the people here at A to affect the reality of B. But you make that assumption, that's called Bell locality. And you derive a certain inequality that some correlation, functions of correlation have to satisfy. And then you can test that pretty directly in experiments which create pairs of photons or other particles. And it's wrong by many students.
In experiment, it doesn't match. So what does that mean?
That means that definition of locality I stated is false.
The one that I was playing with.
Not the one that I stated, that is, it's not true that whatever is real about particle B is unaffected by the choice that the observer makes as to what to measure in particle A, no matter how long they can propagate it at almost the speed of light, away from each other. It's
so matter. So like the distance between them.
Well, it's been tested, of course, if you want to have hope for quantum mechanics being incomplete or wrong, corrected by some changes. It's been tested over a number of kilometers. I don't remember whether it's 25 kilometers or 100 and something kilometers.
So, in trying to solve the unsolved revolution, in trying to come up with a theory for everything, is causality fundamental and breaking away from locality
Absolutely.
A crucial step. Yeah. So in your book, essentially, those are the two things we really need to think about as a community. So especially the physics community has to think about this. So I guess my question is, how do we finish the unfinished revolution?
Well, I can only tell you what I'm trying to do and what I have abandoned.
Yes, exactly.
It's not working.
As one smart ant in an ant colony. Yeah.
Or maybe who knows? But anyway, my view of it, we've had nice theories invented. There's a bunch of different ones, both relate to quantum mechanics, relate to quantum gravity. There's a lot to admire in many of these different approaches, but to my understanding, none of them completely solve the problems that I care about. And so we're in a situation which is either terrifying for students or full of opportunity for the right student, in which we've got more than a dozen attempts. And I don't think anybody anticipated it would work out this way, which work partly, and at some point they have an issue that nobody can figure out how to go around, how to solve. And that's the situation we're in. My reaction to that is twofold. One of them is to try to bring people. We evolved into this unfortunate sociological situation where there are communities around some of these approaches. And to borrow again a metaphor from Aaron, they sit on top of hills in the landscape of theories and throw rocks at each other. And as Eric says, we need two things. We need people to get off the hills and come down into the valleys and party, talk, and become friendly and learn to say not no but yes and. Yes, your idea goes this far, but maybe if you put it together with my idea, you can get a little bit.
So in that spirit, I've talked several times with Sean Carroll, who's also written an excellent book recently, and he plays around, is a big fan of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. So I'm a troublemaker, so let me ask, what's your sense of Sean and the idea of many worlds interpretation? I've read the commentary back and forth. You guys are friendly, respect each other, but have a lot of fun debating.
I love Sean, and he's articulate, and he's a great representative of positive science to the public, for different fields of science to each other. He also, like I do, takes philosophy seriously, and unlike what I do in all cases, he has really done the homework. He's read a lot. He knows the people. He talks to them. He exposes the arguments to them. And there's this mysterious thing that we so often end up on the opposite sides of the position.
It's fun though.
It's fun, and I'd love to have a conversation about that, but I would want to include him.
I see. How about many worlds? Well,
no, I'd like to tell you what I think about that.
I'd love to put actually on that. Let me pause. Sean, as a podcast, we should definitely figure out how to talk to Sean. I actually told Sean I would love to hear you guys go back and forth. So I hope you can make that happen eventually, you and Sean.
I won't tell you what it is, but there's something that Sean said to me in June of 2016 that changed my whole approach to the problem. But I have to tell him first.
Yes, and that'll be great to tell him on his podcast. So
I can't invite myself to his podcast.
Yeah, okay, we'll make it happen. So many worlds.
Anyway,
what's your view? Many worlds. Talk about the non-locality. Many worlds is also a very uncomfortable idea, or beautiful, depending on your perspective. It's very nice in terms of. I mean, there's a realist aspect to it. I think you called it magical realism. Just a beautiful line, but at the same time, it's very difficult for limited human minds to comprehend. So, what are your thoughts about it?
Let me start with the obvious and go to the scientific. It doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't answer the questions that I want to answer. And it does so to such a strong case that when Roberto Mangiarangi and I began looking for principles, and I want to come back and talk about the use of principles in science, because that's the other thing I was going to say, and I don't want to do that. When we started looking for principles, we made our first principle there is just one world, and it happens once. But so it's not helpful to my personal approach, to my personal agenda. But of course, I'm part of a community. And my sense of the many worlds education, I have thought a lot about it and struggled a lot with it, is the following. First of all, there's Everett itself, there's what's in Everett. And there are several issues there connected with the derivation of the one rule, which is the rule that gives probabilities to events. And reasons why there is a problem with probabilities is that I mentioned the two ways that physical systems can evolve. The many worlds interpretation cuts off the one having to do with measurement, and just has the other one, extraordinary evolution, this smooth evolution of the quantum state. But the notion of probability is only in the second rule, which we've thrown away. So where does probability come from? You have to answer the question, because experimentalists use probabilities to check the theory. Now, at first sight, you get very confused, because there seems to be a real problem, because in the many worlds interpretation, this talk about branches is not quite precise, but I'll use it. There's a branch in which everything that might happen does happen. There's probability 1 in that branch. You might think you would count the number of branches in which things do and don't happen, and get numbers that you can define as something like frequentist probabilities. And Everett did have an argument in that direction. But the argument gets very subtle, there are an infinite number of possibilities, as is the case in most quantum systems. And my understanding, although I'm not as much of an expert as some other people, is that Everett's own proposal failed, did not work. There are then, but it doesn't stop there. There is an important idea that Everett didn't know about, which is decoherence, and it is a phenomenon that might be very much relevant. And so a number of people post-Everett have tried to make versions of what you might call many worlds quantum mechanics. And this is a big area, subtle, and it's not the kind of thing that I do well. So I consulted, that's why there's 2 chapters on this in the book I wrote. Chapter 10, which is about Everett's version, and chapter 11. There's a very group of philosophers of physics in Oxford. Simon Saunders, David Wallace, Harvey Brown, and a number of others. And of course, there's David Deutsch. And those people have developed and put a lot of work into a very sophisticated set of ideas designed to come back and answer that question. They have the flavor of there are really no probabilities we admit that. But imagine if the Everett story was true and you were living in that multiverse, how would you make that? And so they use decision theory from the theory of probability and gambling and so forth to shape the story of how you would bet if you were inside Everett in the universe and you knew that. And there's debate among those experts as to whether they or somebody else has really succeeded. And when I checked in as I was finishing the book with some of those people, like Simon, who's a good friend of mine, and David Wallace, they told me that they weren't sure that England was yet correct. So that's why I put my book. Now, add to that, Sean has his own approach to that problem, what's called self-referencing, self-locating observers. And it doesn't, I tried to read it and it didn't make sense to me. But I didn't study it hard, I didn't communicate with Sean, I didn't do the things that I would do, so I had nothing to say about it. I don't know whether it's right or not.
Let's talk a little bit about science. You mentioned the use of principles in science. What does it mean to have a principle, and why is that important?
When I feel very frustrated about quantum gravity, I like to go back and read history. And of course, Einstein and his achievements are a huge lesson and hopefully something of a role model. And it's very clear that Einstein thought that the first job when he wanted to enter a new domain of theoretical physics is to discover and invent principles and then make models of how those principles might be applied in some experimental situation, which is where the mathematics comes in. So for Einstein, there was no unified space and time. In past, he invented this idea of space-time. For Einstein, it was a model of his principles that he was postulating. And I've taken the view that we don't know the principles of gravity. I can think about candidates. I have some papers where I discuss different candidates, and I'm happy to discuss them. But my belief now is that those partially successful approaches are all models which might describe indeed some quantum gravity physics in some domain, in some aspect, but ultimately it would be important because they model principles, and the first job is to find out those principles. So that's the approach.
So speaking of principles, in your 2006 book, The Trouble with Physics, you criticized the bit string theory for taking us away from the rigors of the scientific method, or whatever you call it. But what's the trouble with physics today, and how do we fix it?
Can I say how I read that book?
Sure.
Because I'm not, this of course has to be my fault, because you can't as an author claim after all the work you put in that you are misread. But I will say that many of the reviewers who are not personally involved, and even many who are working on string theories and other books to quantum gravity, told me they thought that I was fair and balanced. So let me tell you what my purpose was in writing that book, which clearly got diverted by, because there was already a rather hard argument going on. And this is
on which topic? On string theory specifically, or in general in physics?
No, more specifically. So, since we're in Cambridge, can I say that?
Yeah, Cambridge, just to be clear, Massachusetts, and Harvard campus.
Right. So, Andy Straminger is a good friend of mine, has been for many, many years. And Andy, so originally there was this beautiful idea that there were 5 string theories. Maybe they would be unified into one. And we would discover a way to break that symmetries of one of those string theories and discover the standard model and predict all the properties of the standard model particles, like their masses and charges and so forth. And then there was a bunch of solutions to string theory found, which led each of them to a different version of particle physics with a different phenomenology. These are called the Rabbi manifolds, named after Yao, who is also here. Not certainly we've been friends sometime in the past. And then there were, nobody was sure, but hundreds of thousands of different versions of string theory. And then Andy found there's a way to put a certain kind of mathematical curvature called torsion into the solution. And he wrote a paper, String Theory of Torsion, in which he discovered it was not formally uncountable, but he was unable to invent any way to count the number of solutions and classify the diverse solutions. And he wrote that this is worrying, because doing phenomenology the old-fashioned way by solving a theory is not going to work, because there's going to be loads of solutions for every proposed phenomenology for anything to experiment. So that hasn't worked out that way. But nonetheless, he took that worry to we spoke at least once, maybe 2 or 3 times about it. And I got seriously worried about that. And this is a little.
Sounds like an anecdote that inspired your worry about string theory in general.
Well, I tried to solve the problem, and I tried to solve the problem. I was reading at the time a lot of biology about evolutionary theory, like Democritus and Steve Gould, so forth. And I could take the time to go through things, but it occurred to me maybe physics was like evolutionary biology, and maybe the laws evolved, and there was the biologists talk about a landscape, a fitness landscape of DNA sequences or protein sequences or species or something like that. And I took their concept and the word landscape from theoretical biology and made a scenario about how the universe as a whole could evolve to discover the parameters of the standard model. And I'm happy it's called cosmological natural selection.
Cosmological natural selection.
Yeah, and
Wow, so the parameters of the standard model, so it's the laws of physics are changing. This idea would say that the laws of physics are changing in some way that echoes that of natural selection, or just it adjusts in some way towards some goal.
Yeah, and I published that. I wrote the paper in 88 or 89. The paper was published in 92. My first in 1997, The Life of the Contents was explicitly about that. And I was very clear that what was important is that because you develop an ensemble of universes that they were related by descent, natural selection, almost every universe